And we are live. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to episode 15. Cannot believe we've gone on this damn long. Welcome to episode 15 of our D&D game, Birth of Dragon's Fire. For those of you that don't know, this is a 5th edition D&D game, completely homebrew, based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld. We're still waiting for Sam to restart her machine, and then we'll be up and running. So, for those of you that might be watching this video on YouTube or on the Twitch highlights, a little bit of backstory. As I said, this is episode 15. We started our players meeting in a local tavern up in the mountains. They were encouraged to go and help some people that had been imprisoned. They released those people, and they also released a great big fuck-off dragon. The dragon was suitably grateful, but pissed, because he'd been imprisoned in that mountain for well over 1,000 years, having all his magical energy drained from him to power the machinations and experiments of the old school of wizardry. They released the dragon, and now they're on a mission to kind of catch up with him and ask him, please, very nicely, will you not burn all the wizards alive? They are useful occasionally. They have negotiated the Lunkra Plains into Ankh-Morpork. They have battled their way through Ankh-Morpork, turning into more of a conquering army than visitors. They embarked on a sailing voyage to kind of speed their way over to the Dragonwatch Islands, which is where they believe their final mission will take place. And to top it all off, they got shipwrecked. And it was an airship. Well, you know, it doesn't always go to plan. So they were spending a couple of nights traveling through the desert looking for materials to repair their downed airship, and they got captured by Kletchian slavers. Last episode, we spent the entire episode in combat. First of all, with the Kletchians and the slave guards. Secondly, with a giant sandworm, which I threw in because, frankly, they were taking too long. And now they are approaching the city of Bizmir in Tessort, the largest of the cities in this region, and the potential slave markets where they could have been taken for sale had they not managed to escape their captors and recover all their equipment. Last we left them, they were being carried on the shoulders of a dozen freed golems, led by their new general, Mr. Bump, as they are carried up the dirt tracks towards this elevated walled city that the ancient Bizmir is. So, episode 15 begins with our usual prologue. High atop the Discworld, a flat world set upon the backs of 4 great elephants, who in turn stand upon the shell of the great star turtle Atuin, as he hurtles through the cosmos. Upon the tallest peak, Cori Celesti, we find our players sat around the game board in the mansion of the gods. Once again, the bull-headed god, snorts steam from his snout in frustration. "My dear says the lady, it seems you understand the rules of the game, but lack the subtlety to truly play it." She sits back, smiling gently, steepling her fingers. "Your play," says Blind Io, "as always, forceful and obvious, too easy to counter." Offla the crocodile god leans forward, moving his pieces. "They are now in my realm," he hisses, "where I hold strength." "So it would seem," whispers the black-robed old woman. "But I have plans for them. I have the prophecy." An intake of breath around the board. Surely not, says Om. Indeed, replies the wizened old woman. But don't call me Shirley. You know my name, even if you dare not speak it. And so, we return to the disc. Our party are being carried in a broken down wagon, held aloft by an army of golems. And I needed a cough there, sorry. Mr. Pump has saved about a dozen golems from the slavers. He has freed them using the charms of Google, running around and replacing the chems in the back of their heads. And you're being carried over the last sand dune and into a rocky area of the desert. And as you look out across this, what could have been a huge riverbed at one point, you see a rocky mountain rising up, and then almost as if it's been sheared off at the top, like a boiled egg for breakfast. On that flat, rocky plateau is the old walled city of Bizmir. If you imagine ancient Rome and the North African cities that the Romans commanded, you get some idea of where I'm going with this. You look out over the valley and you can see the rocky ground beneath you. You can see that the city's maybe 3 or 4 miles away. And you're currently all being carried in the cart, along with the slaver, who you kind of captured. I'm not too sure if you captured him or seduced him, Dustin. But the slaver, Ahmed al-Baboon, curled up and shivering after your encounter with the sandworm in the previous episode. Now, you've all had a long rest. Sam, for your character, if you're leveling up, are you putting them both into dexterity?
Yes.
Okay, so what you'll need to change as well is in your saving throws.
Yep.
Whatever it was there, +4, you now move that up to +5.
In what?
In your saving throws. So just below proficiency.
Like, for Dex right now, I've got +7 in saving throws.
So, yeah, whatever it is now, you add another point to it.
Oh, wow. A lot.
5 and 3 is 8.
You're almost you're very close to being maxed out as far as stats go on dexterity. That's about as high as you're going to get from a mid-level character. Now, moving down the list, you've got your skills: acrobatics, animal handling, arcana, deception. Any of those that are filled in for dexterity, like acrobatics, like sleight of hand, like stealth, add a point to those as well.
What level? 8?
Yeah, level 8.
Okay.
And for your weapon attacks, if you're +7 or +8 for your weapon attacks, add another point to those as well. So this is a nice, easy level up at this stage. Okay, you are riding on the shoulders of golems, being carried into a city like a conquering army. What do you wish to do?
Go to town meekly. We're not here to
however
take
we're gonna
over.
do this, it's gonna...
Your internet keeps cutting out, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Did we ever talk to this dude? Like, did we ever talk to the trader?
The traitor,
Yeah,
the slave
not
trader,
yet.
the slave trader.
Yeah, the slave trader.
No, he kind of hid after Dustin made his romantic advances towards him, And then when the
forgot.
sandworm attacked, he just like cowered in the wagon, hoping the sandworm would avoid him, and he's still cowering in there. You have recovered all of your weapons and all of your items, and we'll consider this long walk through the desert on the backs of the golems as a long rest. So any spells that you've used, any hit points you've lost, reset them all back to normal. As you approach the city, as you come down off the sand dunes into the rocky, dry riverbed, you see lots of little caves that have been kind of carved into the rock where the water once flowed. Everything is colours of yellow and brown and red. And the rock seems to be very sharp and very jagged. It looks like it's sheared off in sections in many places. In one place, just off in the distance to your left, you see what could almost have been a quarry, where huge sections of rock have been carved out, possibly for building material or potentially even for just repair of parts of the city. Dragon Gem, welcome, welcome, welcome. Just catching us at the beginning. The path that leads up to the city is a couple of miles long, and you can see that the path slowly elevates as it gets close to the little tabletop plateau that the walled city sits upon. Are you wanting to enter towards the city in this style, or do you want to perhaps make it a bit more low-key?
I'm kind of thinking maybe just a little bit more low-key, because I don't want
So am I.
to come in like we're a royal entourage.
Entourage.
But going in low key though.
Entourage. You're
Like-
coming in you're coming in as an army with Thanos at the head of it. Eric's got his like brass knuckles out. Sorry, Mr. Pump.
Well, I'm talking us being all on the shoulders of these golems.
Yeah, carried like almost like a
Palanquin.
palanquin with you in the
Yeah.
little box with the curtains on the side. So, driver, are we there yet? No, driver, take fifth. You don't want to go down Central Avenue, not at this time of day. The traffic is murder. Would anyone like some tea?
I don't know how well sneaking in is, not necessarily sneaking in, but going in more low key. That could, if we're caught that way, that would screw us, because then we're caught like sneaking into the city, not even just going in being like, we mean no harm. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Oh, by the way, hi Moko, hi Grayliz.
We are. Do we want to sneak in? Though? Like, I can cast Pass Without a Trace.
But we don't know what we're going into. That's the issue. We'd be sneaking in. We need them to know who we are at some point, and we can't just show up in the middle of town and be like, "Hi, I just got here." I don't think that would work.
Especially when you're carrying a dozen items, a dozen
Yeah.
golem slaves that could potentially be considered stolen property, and you have one of the most famous slave traders in the city kind of held hostage. I say kind
Do
of
we even
because
want to go into the
really
city?
he's too scared to run away.
We need to rephrase this. The golems were stolen. We stole them back, and we saved his life. Okay?
You were
We could've
stolen
left
and
him
you've
to die.
stolen yourselves back, technically.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like that. I just watched Ant-Man, and that's how they ended up in jail. No. They're returning what was stolen. Literally how he ends up in jail.
Well, are you talking Ant-Man the Marvel movie or Ants the Disney movie?
Ant-Man, the Marvel movie.
Okay, right. Okay, I don't remember that bit, that's all.
No, he steals the suit, and then he's like, "No, this is ridiculous." After he puts it on, goes to return the suit, walks out of the house, and there's like 7 police cars outside. It's like, no, I'm not stealing. I'm returning what I stole.
Yeah, you see, the English language is a subtle one, isn't it? Okay, so, Ahmed is here if you want to talk to him. Alternatively, once you get within perhaps a mile of the city, the guards will easily pick you out against the horizon. So right now you're far enough away from the city you won't have been detected.
So the question is going to be whether we want to keep all of the golems with us or not. Like, kind of put them at maybe a waypoint, saying, like, wait here until we come back.
I don't think that's a good idea. I'll tell you right
Something will happen
now.
with them.
Yeah, they'll either get taken again, because they won't know
Or
what
they're
to
gonna
do.
do
They'll
something
just
stupid.
no. They probably won't do anything. They'll just let themselves be taken. They don't know any better.
Mr. Pomp has freed them, but the first time he did that, he didn't tell them what being free meant. So even though they were free from their programming, they didn't know what to do. He has had a little time to talk to them during this part of the journey. He has given them impressions of what the ability to make your own choices actually means. And this is all stuff that he's learned from you guys during the course of this game. You freed him, but you also taught him what it means to have your own mind and your own thoughts and your own free will. The golems pull to a halt at the bottom of a little downhill rocky path, and you hit the full flat bottom of the dry lake bed. And Mr. Pomp addresses the golems. Do any of you speak golem? Okay.
No.
So none of you really hear what's being said. None of you really hear any of this.
Can comprehend languages? Could she have learned Golem at all by now?
Yeah, comprehend languages magic, that'll work.
And what about animating everything? I don't learn Golem just from doing that? At least partially?
No, not really.
Sadness.
I got the reverse on that because I have tongues. But I think it's just a translator. It's like I speak in the language that I normally speak, but the tongue spell translated in what they understand.
But also
Google
vice
Translate.
versa. Sam, you've got comprehend languages, haven't you?
I do.
You see Mr. Pump talking to the other golems, and the the usual blank face of Mr. Pump looks just as blank as always, but somehow you seem to think that there may be a scowl in there somewhere. I mean, the guy's made out of rock, so I mean, how expressive can you be?
Yeah, he doesn't have any eyebrows.
Kind of spray paint will sort that out nice and quick. A little bit of mascara.
Hey, that was the goal. Just haven't found the paint yet.
Mr. Pump returns to where you are, still on the back of 4 of the golems, and relays to you that the golems have told him that there may be others in the city enslaved. Other golems, other humans that have been ill-treated or captured as we had been. He would like to go in there and see if he can free more golems to add to his growing spare parts box.
This almost sounds like a bad idea.
Oh,
Almost.
Mr. Pump.
We're liberating them.
No. We're going to go into the city and just attack the city. There's no way.
That's one
If he
way
wants
you
to-
could do it, yes.
But do you think we can afford to just buy the golems? I mean, we could try that, but essentially, if that doesn't work, it's just going to lead to fighting an entire city. Like, I think we just should avoid the city altogether.
You just don't want to go in. You're just like, fuck it, let's just leave.
Yeah,
When
I-
you said that though, I did get like a war picture in my head. Let's just pull a Troy. Let's pull a. I'm not talking T. Roy Jenkins. I'm talking Troy, like the old. Let's find a big ass horse to shove ourselves in. We'll go on in. It'll be fine.
Okay. Well, one thing that the desert certainly lacks is trees, as well as hammers and nails.
I mean, I can almost sneak us in, maybe, but that's about it.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think we should avoid it completely.
Well, also bear in mind you're also looking for materials to have the obtuse triangle repaired. That's why
Yeah,
you
I
set
know.
out on this little journey at all. So if you have coin, this might be the place to buy those building materials, and the golems can carry them back.
If we still have golems.
Okay, well, we have to figure out a way to make that happen. So, I think first things first, we need to come up with a little bit of a backstory. This trader dude is still fucked in the head at the moment. We can say anything we'd like. But the truth is, we saved his ass. So that's what we could say. We don't have to say we were slaves.
Nope.
We can say that we were simply...
We shouldn't say that.
Shipwrecked in the desert.
Well,
Saved this
no.
poor man.
We just
But
saved his
that's
life.
the case.
Yeah.
It's
And-
just
and
the
if he
people we're
wants to
talking to. I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
I don't know
that's
what
a
to do.
that's a chance you have to take. I mean, that's why you know, we'll have to.
Well, if
try
we
and
don't take
convince
that chance, then we have to walk our asses past this town and never go in it. So,
So our plan is get building materials, go back to the
the
airship.
ship. Yeah.
Okay.
which is going to be a whole journey in itself because we have to do the hokey
So,
cokey.
Dragon,
pokey
while
thing.
our party
Avoid
kind of
saying
figures out
things
what's
about
going on
other things
here,
for the back.
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we have to go
Dragon
that
Gem,
same
because you're new
direction?
to the group, I'll just point
We
out
got
that
it
you do
because
have
we
the
got to go back to
opportunity
the obtuse
to
triangle.
redeem
He's
a
talking in
D20,
chat right now, isn't he?
and that
Well,
redeem
fuck off.
20 will allow you to
Or do we have
perhaps
to actually just
affect
find
the
new
outcome
transportation
of
to our
certain dice
destination?
rolls. So, if
And
you want to
abandon-
redeem that,
We'll
Abandon the
Um,
rest of our crew.
if you're wanting to redeem that
No,
with points, let me just turn
Trying
them
to end
down
up
so you
with
can
the
I
Can't
feel
hear me.
like this trader.
If you're wanting
has
to
something
redeem
do
those with
getting us in.
points, then
How, I don't know,
redeem
but
roll
we do have to
d20,
come up
tell
with
me
a lot of
what
us, so
your outcome wants to be,
We just say we're with
and
him,
then I'll
but
decide
not
what the
the
odds
slaves.
of that outcome actually is that's going to happen.
Well,
But this gives anybody in audience an opportunity to affect the course of the game. Back to our party.
Well, we are on
this
a mission.
man was waylaid by bandits.
Okay.
We fought them off and saved this man.
You fought them
Okay.
off?
Best I could
Wait,
heal.
Brian, you fought them off or you tossed them off?
Okay, don't worry about that part.
We fought
Don't
the
worry about
bandits.
that part.
Weren't we the bandits?
Of the English language.
It doesn't matter because they don't know, okay? They don't necessarily know. We just, if we go in urgent enough and be like, oh my gosh, we found this guy, we need your help. I think, he needs help.
Okay,
We
so
saved him, but he's still having issues.
So if I go back to this Avengers analogy, you're
Oh,
entering
God.
into the city. You're walking with the Hulk at the front, or potentially even Thanos. You've got Moko there as Tony Stark
Yes.
in his Iron Man,
Little bit more of the,
in his kind of strappy
going on.
Iron Man costume. You've got Dustin there playing, frankly, playing Hawkeye. Sam's in there pretty much doing her best Black Widow impression. And poor Brian's the only one that's a little left out here. I mean, there is no kind of...
I couldn't be Thor?
No.
I do have the lightning mace.
Only Brian could pull out the special pamphlet from the rock.
That's King Arthur.
But I thought it was a letterbox.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, Brian, you could potentially be Thor, but you're a very short Thor. And it's hard to see all the pecs underneath all the chainmail and super light
You're-
custom plate armor that you were
You're
made.
Thor in Endgame?
Well, Fat Thor. No, I'm Fat Thor.
No, just not necessarily fat, but you know how he's just sitting on the couch doing nothing. And
Yeah,
it's
that's pretty much Fat Thor.
Yeah.
So, how are you going to approach the city? Let's see if we can decide this before I run out of Vespa.
menacingly. I mean,
I'm
we're
gonna need
gonna.
alcohol for this.
I say we just approach the city with this guy.
I say Yes, but approach the city with some kind of like urgency that we're trying to get him back to his people, that we saved him, because if we don't, then they're gonna think that we're bad folk.
In your mind, what does urgency look like? Because in my mind, that looks like storming the castle.
In my mind, urgency is, oh shit, there's a 4-mile-long sandworm out there, very close to your city. How about you let us in and we'll help?
Yeah, basically.
Because you didn't defeat the sandworm, you only scared it off.
No, he's still up there, so
Okay.
or down there. Yeah, I think that's our best bet. Urgency, sandworm, take him back. Don't take us.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Danger alert.
So you're going to walk up to the gates of the city just gesticulating like that, and rather than sandworm, they just think you're all body popping.
Yeah, can you imagine? We're all like this. Like, hey.
I'm gonna walk like an Egyptian.
That's the gel, not to sort, but you're close.
Oh, you came all the way from Egypt?
Get some
Oh,
glow
it's funny.
sticks. Real urgency.
Yeah, we need glow sticks. Go in raving. Just be like, stand, worm, get the fuck out.
I have glow sticks around here somewhere. So, Mr. Pomp has given commands for the golems to disband, but to stay within the vicinity of the city. He comes back and relays that not only are there other golems in the city working as slaves, the other golems have told him that perhaps they are damaged or they are being abused in some way, and that does not sit well with him. Pump does not like. He wants to go in there and rescue as many of them as possible. He's asked the majority of this party of golems to fan out, but to remain hidden on the outskirts of the city.
Okay, that helps.
He's also instructed them to find any materials that could be used to repair a wooden sailing ship. Not that they're going to find much, but it'll keep them busy.
Okay.
This isn't like a burgeoning cult of golems, is it?
Omar's smile says yes, so...
Get delusions of godhood.
No, I'm leaving them outside because, frankly, I don't want to have to play 15 NPCs in this episode. Because that's a hell of a lot of extra dice
one
rolling.
By one, wander in and mug the other golems and take them away.
Goodness.
To be fair, you could probably ask them to do it, and they will do it, not knowing the difference between right or wrong. And I am going to need another Vespa soon, so I mixed up a full litre of Vespa Martini.
Oh my goodness, that's so much!
Yeah, a full litre in one of my bottles, so it's all in the fridge, chilling nicely. That was almost a full bottle of gin went into that.
I drank all the rest of the whiskey when I was at Drew's house and got very sick. I shared it with Joe, and yep, we were both absolutely sick the next day.
So do you not have any alcohol left in the house?
I was gonna go see if I have vodka, as much as I don't want vodka.
Probably go and suck on a steak or something.
I got a whole 26 of vodka. But I
Suck on a
probably
steak.
only have about a quarter of my rum left.
Okay, you did say that you were in the butcher's, Sam.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna suck on a steak. I got bacon.
I like them
and
rare.
sausages.
Don't give Dustin any more sausages. You know what happens with Dustin and sausages.
We need it. What if sausages is the only way we get through this? Okay.
Yeah.
What if they will only accept us into the city if we give them a sausage?
This negotiating tactic will work one day.
While you're
excited
discussing this, you hear... Well, sorry, you don't hear anything. You feel the rumbling in the ground that you felt very recently.
Let's freaking go. Hop, step, jump, hokey pokey, let's go.
Oh, it's just regular seismic activity. Happens all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
It is a magical
go
world.
get
We
it.
don't have to explain it. There's just a lot of rumbling.
That's my stomach. Sorry, guys.
The
I
go-
was just gonna say that.
The golems put down the cart that you've been riding in. Well, what was once a covered wagon is now just an open air cart with a couple of little scraps of material still clinging on for dear life. The cart is placed down onto the rocky riverbed, and Mr. Pump himself grabs the two long boards that would harness the horses together and begins pulling the cart in towards the city.
Let's go. Hold on, I gotta
Rest of the
host.
party walking, hanging out.
Well, you're all still in the cart, unless you choose not to be. As well as the kind of cowardly slave trader, Ahmed al-Baboon. It's a couple of mile journey, so it'll take you the best part of an hour, perhaps. Now might be an interesting time to talk to the slave trader, perhaps. It's his city after all.
Ranger seduced him. His job.
Okay, well, my
Dustin, show me your sausage again.
wait, they put it down, right? They put the cart down on the ground, so it's not gonna move.
No, Eric is Mr. Pump has taken the place of the horses. Well, the two donkeys, and is pulling the cart behind him.
Okay, I think that a couple of us should stay in and talk to the trader. The less feet on the ground, the better, anyways, because of the sandworm.
Well, we're going up the side of a mountain carved like road, right?
You will be soon, but not quite yet.
Oh, we haven't gotten off the desert yet.
No, you're actually still in the river. You're still in the riverbed. You've come out of the sand, but you're in the rocky riverbed. And the city itself is a good mile or two in the distance.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay in then, and I'm gonna talk to him.
So for those of you that are actually in stream and have never seen my notebook before, this is what my D&D notes tend to look like. Usually with plenty of maps and diagrams.
That's too close. We don't want to be on.
Wow.
As the Clatchian feels the rumble of the rock beneath the wheels of the cart, his eyes spring open. Where are you taking me?
We're going back to your home city. We're trying to get away from this sandworm.
You want to lead the sandworm to the city? Are you mad? The sandworm will not cross the rock. He will only stay in the sand. And why do you take me home? Soon as we get home, I will find 71 hour Ahmed myself and report what you have done to me.
Oh, really? We just saved your ass, so would you like to go back there?
You robbed me of my merchandise. You leave them standing in the desert. And this one, he points to the ranger, this one sexually assaults me.
Oh, I can't. You go. You sexually assaulted me.
I'll play with my straps and be like, at least it wasn't me.
With the various copper plates stitched all over what's left of your suede overalls.
I'm sure I could get a good class in there now.
All right, Mr. Pump, turn around. This guy doesn't want to go home. He would prefer the sandworm. We're gonna go take him back.
What? No! You must. I am unused to negotiating without having the upper hand, or without having swords to your necks. You itch of a camel scrotum, you.
I pull out my sword, put it next to his neck, and be like, "You mean like this?"
Yes, very much like this. This is an interesting role reversal. I commend you.
Yeah.
I'll
See,
pull the
here's the
sword away.
thing, buddy.
I am not too sure who is enjoying this more.
Here's
Now
the
he's
thing,
getting aroused.
good sir. We aren't the terrible people who capture everybody and then take them as slaves. We saved your ass, and we were gonna go in to try to, leave you and get out of your hair and just ask for some assistance. But if you prefer to turn around, that is totally fine. We can do that. We can accommodate you.
Why are you calling me a
The
terrible
sandworm's
person?
hungry.
Slavery is legal in Intersort. Slavery is legal all through Clutch. How do you think we build the great monuments to the gods that we do?
Well, maybe you should ask people's permission. Consent is key.
This is a new concept. I do not like this.
Okay, well, it's balls in your court, buddy. Turn around, or we all go together and safely.
How did we start talking about balls? This is confusing. Your Morporkian is very good, but your Clutchian is terrible. Look, yes, there are other golem slaves in the city, but slavery is legal here. There is no problem with this. The city police, they approve of this. They regulate this for us. And yes, I have been made a very rich man because of this. But if you think you can go into the city and start freeing slaves, you are crazy. 71-hour Ahmed and the city guard will not permit this. But you are correct.
I didn't say anything about freeing slaves.
You are correct. You did save my life back there, even if you've cost me several thousand Clutchian dollars in very good merchandise. And all of these lovely items that you have could have been worth very, very much. My brother-in-law would have been very grateful to sell these on the black market for me. Well, it's more like a grey market. Well, it's more like a red market. I mean, you see the rock around here.
But these items have nostalgic value for me. I'd rather not have them sold.
Yes, and my head has much nostalgic value to me, which is why I wish to keep it.
Well, then maybe we can work out some sort of agreement here. Because we don't want to chill out in your city. We want to get the hell out of here and not die by the sandworm, same as you.
Take me home to my city and I will say nothing about this to the guards. But if any of this gets out, that will ruin my reputation. And may the fleas of 1,000 camel testicles impregnate your armpits. He scrunches
That's
back
fun.
into the corner
Sounds
of the cart.
Okay. Onward, folks.
Okay, Mr. Pump pulls the cart along the dry, rocky riverbed, and as you get closer to this this kind of sheared-off mountain plateau, you see that there is indeed a very shallow ramp leading up to the side of the city and into the main entrance. The ramp is, from where you're seeing, the ramp is quite wide, easily enough space to have 2 rows of traffic passing in either direction. So plenty of opportunity for carts to come up one side and on the other side of the track for carts to leave. But from what you can see, this looks like the only entrance in and out of Bismir.
Unless you have Nikes.
Well, hey, I got my potions.
Yep.
As you
Alright.
are approaching,
Lightning.
as you are approaching the city, the Al-Baboon decides to, with some pride over the city that he was born and has thrived in, turns into a bit of a tour guide. He tells you the ancient history of the city, that this city has stood here for over 2,000 years, that many conquering armies had laid siege but had failed to penetrate the walls of Bismir. One particular army, instead of trying to conquer the city, they embraced the city and began trading with the city's people. And a very lucrative business opportunity arose, which many of the Bismirians have benefited in many ways. Slavery is a long and traditional trade in the city. Most of the city has been built by slaves over thousands of years. Most of the city has been rebuilt countless times by slaves. The genuine Bismirians are all considered to be royalty or nobles, and slaves are either bought and owned or enter into indentured servitude because they are unable to pay debts or they're unable to pay back. They work off their debts. It is a very honoured tradition, and it is held with a significant amount of legal framework. In particularly the indentured ones will sign documents to say, well, I owe you X amount of Clatchian dollars, I will work for however many weeks, months or years to repay that debt to you. But of course Ahmed, with all of his pride, lets on that whatever they earn from their day-to-day work, they obviously have to deduct things like lodging and food and dentistry and medical and gym memberships, things like this. And often those indentured never leave indentured servitude or never fully are able to buy back their freedom. Some of the slaves choose another way of gaining their freedom. When one of the first conquering armies arrived in Tessort, they decided that part of the honor of this old city, they would build an amphitheater where members of the nobility may partake in an evening of entertainment, whether that be acting or plays, whether that be comedy, whether that be mortal displays of skill. Yes, we have gladiators in our city. They are the most powerful, strongest, and they are most honored of all the slaves. Many slaves choose to become a gladiator because of the riches that it will bring them if they win the crowd's adoration. My own brother owns a ludus not far within the city walls, and he regularly takes on fighters. Some of you would have done well in those fighting pits. But your problem, you think too much. Like a camel in a sandstorm trying to solve Pythagoras' theorem. You think too much.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have done good in the arena myself, being a healer. I more fix things.
You'd have done well in the Colosseum, certainly, but maybe not in the actual fighting pit itself. You're also very, very shiny. This is a hot desert country. You will rust very quickly. Unless, of course, you stand high up and then you'll be sandblasted instantly. Just like, have a quick little sand shower. Right, I'm all shiny again. Let's get back to it.
It's for the glory of Offler.
Al-Baboon actually looks at your armor very carefully while he's discussing some of the history and the great tourism of Bismir. It says, yes, I see you are a cleric of Offla.
Yes, I've been on a pilgrimage myself, and this is part of the adventure that I'm going through. I do have pamphlets. Would you like a pamphlet?
This can be quite a good friendship. He can teach us all about this new place, and who knows, maybe we'll get accustomed to your ways.
Right, let me pop out the chat because I want to keep chat on a separate screen here. So, Sam, you have 7 spells that you know, but you can only have 4 of them prepared each day. So,
Yes.
for your level 1s, you've got 7 spells, but not 7 spell slots. You've got 4 slots, which is
That's
why...
me.
Yeah, that was the Raider.
Oh, sorry, that was you, Dustin. My apologies.
Yeah, so I have 5 spells total, but I actually have 7 slots. 4 are level 1, and 3 are level 2, and I don't know how I missed it.
Okay, so unless you were learning spells in Ankh-Morpork, if you want to gain new spells, somebody has to teach them to you.
Right. No, I've got my 5 spells.
Okay.
So it's just I had more slots than I realized.
Okay, well, in that case, if you want to choose which spells you want to learn, and then as soon as you find somebody that can teach you these, you'll be able to access them.
I've got one that I've learned that it's not something I have a room for yet.
Okay.
So.
Sam, the same applies to you as well. If you are, let's say you've got like 8 or 9 spells at level 1, but you can only have 4 or 5 of them prepared per day. So that's what the little dot, the little circle that you can colour in next to each spell is for. And that way you mark which ones you're preparing today.
Yeah.
So technically you do that at the beginning of each day. I haven't really been enforcing that so far.
But yeah, you're well, she's a rogue, right?
Arcane Trickster.
Is this okay? Yeah, I don't know how that works, so I'll defer to you on that.
Yeah, basically it's standard wizard rules for spells. You've got
Wizard
a spell
rules?
book.
Okay, so you have like a bunch of spells, but you can only prepare so many. But you have to choose those each day.
Yep.
And that's not each session. That's literally each day within game.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Looks like a big mooch to me.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn wizard stuff just in case.
Okay, as you begin to ascend up the side of the mountain, you see that there is, well, even before you got onto the ramp, you can see that there are other carts coming in from all different directions along this dried riverbed. Some of them are open-topped carts. You can see foods of some sort, cabbages from the north. You can see root vegetables. You can see some carts with small cages carrying livestock, chickens or other small animals that can be sold and butchered for meat. You also see many carts, covered wagons like you were traveling with, that have hints of colours inside them. Perhaps these are spice carts or carts bringing in fabrics into the city to sell at the market. And you, Mr. Pump negotiates the merging of traffic by simply not yielding to anyone.
Oh.
We're coming through this way.
Hopefully not breaking on his way. I mean, somewhat respectful, or what's he doing?
So
I know,
Is he a man on a mission? I mean, do we really have to worry about Mr. Pup going into this town?
As you continue that climb, you tuck into traffic. There is one row of carts going up the kind of cutaway spiral track on the side of the mountain, and then there's another set of carts coming out of the city on the other side. It seems here that they drive on the left. The Klatchian Saver begins to tell stories of the fighting pits, because he believes that you'll be interested in these. How his father and his brothers, when they were young, would take the seats up in the large axe, the cheap seats, right at the back overlooking the whole arena. And he would see tens of thousands of people there, especially on the holidays, where festivals would take place. Food would be freely given to all of the members of the city without regard for station or for rank or for wealth. That games would be put on, simulating some of the early wars of the invading armies, and how the Bismerians fought hard against them by using their tactics and strategies. How they developed certain types of weapons themselves that now you see in almost every city. Siege engines of all types. And he has some pride in the fact that his brother owns many of the most skilled gladiators that fight.
Well, it's pretty cool and nice to hear about your life here. And We didn't mean to be respectful. Your way, or disrespectful. Your ways are very different than our
LTTstore.com.
ways.
Speak for yourself on not meaning to be respectful.
Well, I'm not. We're not going in here to completely, like,
Respectful.
mess up everybody's life. Like, we are learning now.
I'm making fun of the fact that you said we didn't come here to be respectful.
We didn't. My brain knows that, okay?
So
Pull
as you
yourself
start, as you start to rise higher from the riverbed, you can see above you the walls of the city climbing up from the plateau on the mountain. But below you, you can see other things. You can see pools of water that have collected during the night. You can see that even though the river is dried up, there is still trickles of water flowing in from these tiny little underground aquifers and the tiny little subsurface streams, and water is collecting. This is not a city that's starved of water. Al-Baboon tells you about one of the greatest of the Clatchian inventions, the water pump, to pull water up from the depths of the disc and to use that in the city where it needs to be. An ancient Clatchian invention is the screw that spins inside a long central shaft, and each turn carries more water up from underground. He also points out, as you come round the corner, he points out down at ground level the fighting pits that he was talking about. You can see this monstrous stone coliseum that's been built just outside the edge of the city. You can see 2 ranks of stadium-style seating, one low, one high, the small axe and the large axe. And in the coliseum you can see a sand floor and what looks like some coloured areas, a long central strip in an oval arena, and then 2 small square coloured areas at the sides as well. Around it you can see that there are many of the little trader with their wagons and their little carts selling little small items. And from where you are, the vantage point you have, you can see that there is entertainment going on in the Colosseum as you speak. There's not many spectators at this time of day. It's quite early in the morning, but there may be some event happening later in the day, and people are continually filling up. Many of the carts that pass you are actually going down in towards the Colosseum, carrying food or refreshments for those who are watching the entertainment. You continue up this little spiral of a ramp in the outside of the mountain, and just as you begin to see the huge, massive wooden gates, at least 20 meters across in the side of the city wall. The gates are open. There are guards outside. There are some guards armed with spears. There are some guards armed with clipboards as they mark and check off everything that's coming into the city. Through the open doors, you can see just how thick the walls of this city are. 10, 20 meters plus thick at their base. And you can see that the wall kind of rises up and then straight up to the highest point where there'll be walkways all the way around with guards patrolling the crenellations. We approach the checkpoint. If you know what's good for you, and if you want to survive this, you'd better let me do the talking.
I wanted to hear more about the Archimedes screw and how that all works. But okay. I mean, yeah, if he wants to talk to the guards and stuff.
It's the wizard in you, right?
Yeah. How'd they get it to work when it's straight up and down? It's always got to be at an angle. So, they got the reservoir underneath the rock, and... Just confused.
Good science.
Science!
Goes
That's
science!
The water too.
Okay, before we go in, quick question. The sandworm, you said that it's not a threat near the city because it won't go near the stone?
The sandworm cannot tunnel through rock, only sand. That's why we call them sandworm and not rockworm.
Get it, but we got sand pretty close to us, so I'm just making sure.
Yes, we do. Sandworms have been known to cross the rocky places. They don't like being exposed like this. They feel vulnerable. But yes, on some occasions, sandworms have attacked Bizmir. We have not seen sandworms big enough to cross this dry lake bed and attack the city for some time. But the one that attacked us the other night, oh, he was a big boy.
We're hoping that we were careful enough not to bring him this way. But of course, we don't know, so I just thought I'd ask.
He will feel the vibrations of all the people in the city. It is like a constant noise in your field of vision or hearing, like a little fly that buzzes around your room but you cannot find it. That's how he sees this city. The sandworms are not brave. They will not attack a large group of people. They know that these people they have weapons that they can defend themselves with. But a lone person in the desert, 2 or 3 people, wandering through the sand, lost in a storm, that is an easy meal for a sandworm.
It's only a light snack for this guy.
Mhm. Okay, well then I guess onward we go.
Yes, snack is a good word. I think if this was in Morpokian, you would be wrapped in bacon and served on a little stick.
Well, it's always good to be wrapped in bacon.
Yeah.
You, as you
Meat on a stick
approach,
is great universally.
as you approach the gates, you can see that each cart is stopping briefly, and the guards are checking what's in the carts and noting them on the clipboards for future reporting. One of the guards has a clipboard, but he's not checking the carts. He's checking the people coming in and out, perhaps looking for wanted fugitives or escaped slaves trying to smuggle themselves back into the city. Most of you are still sitting in the back of the wagon under the covered area. Mr. Pump has been pulling the cart so far. A little bit out of the ordinary, since most of the other carts are being hauled by oxen or large horses, or maybe even small ponies. Originally, Al Baboon was drawing this cart by 2 donkeys. Now you have a golem pulling the cart, so perhaps something went wrong out in the desert. Maybe the guards will turn a blind eye to this. He scrambles over the little wooden board into the seat at the front of the cart and instinctively reaches down looking for reins that are no longer there. The cart in front of you stops. 2 guards come out, one speaking to the driver, one looking into the back of the cart and making some notes on his clipboard. In the center of the gates, another more senior-looking guard is inspecting the details on his clipboard. They are mainly wearing leather armor due to the heat, with what look like leather skirts tipped with bits of metal, and sandals with straps that wind all the way up their calves. They have leather breastplates with small patches of metal in them, but you can see that most of their armor is cut specifically for fighting in this hot weather, and more for keeping the peace than engaging in actual warfare. You don't see shields anywhere. You see spears. You see pretty much every guard has a sword hanging from his belt. But these are slightly better turned out watchmen than you may have seen in Ankh-Morpork, but far less high-tech than the Morporkian watch.
They're more of a hands-on approach.
So, you be quiet. You let me do the talking, and perhaps you will survive this. Either way, my face here is very well known. They will let me pass without any provocation or inspection. But you must be quiet.
Okay, we trust you. We trust that you care that we saved your life. Aw, we didn't trust right. Fuck.
Okay. The cart in front of you pulls ahead and moves through the arched doorway. When the blanket was thrown back, you saw varieties of fruit and vegetable in wooden crates. The guards wrote down what was on it, flipped the cover back on, and sent the guy on his way. As the driver of the cart passes through, the other guard with the clipboard inspects him carefully, looks down at his clipboard, and just gives his head a little nod for him to continue. Al-Baboon and Mr. Pump pull the cart forward and stop, waiting for inspection. Ah! It is you! Zephyrus! It is you! I told you I would be back. Yes, you are back, but, you seem a little empty-handed. The commerce will not be so good this week, yes? We had a little encounter. How little? About 4 miles long. Oh, yes, not so little. So what do you have? What was left after your encounter? Not much. I managed to rescue one golem, and a few slaves that we did have that they mostly got eaten. Maybe a few little knickknacks that I can sell to my brother. Ah, okay. Well, we must check the... No, you don't need check. You know me. You see my face. You see my face every week. I know your mother. I invite her to tea regularly. Why do you do this? You have plenty of people you can check. You can make your quota. I need rest. I need food. I need a bath. And God, I do not want to see any more worms for a very long time. One of the guards does step around to the side of the cart and is just about to lift the blanket on the side when the first guard kind of waves at him and shoos him away. Go on, Baboon. Maybe I will see you in the gambling halls later. No, you will not see me in the gambling halls. Your wife said you are not allowed to. And I will not be inviting your wife to tea if I have to lie to her for your sake. Ah, yes, you are the stone in a donkey's hoof, Baboon. But go on, you may go. And remember, I want some of those nicely floral jellies. My sister is coming to visit. Yes, floral jellies. Yes, we do those. Mr. Pump doesn't wait any longer and starts to pull the cart forward, passing the guard in the center of the doors, holding the clipboard. He looks up from his clip. Okay. Ahmed Al-Baboon, where are your donkeys? They are in the belly of that great 4-mile beast that I saw outside the city walls. And you upgraded to a golem? Mr. Pump looks down at the guard, his red eyes like searchlights on the guard's face. Upgrade. The guard looks at him. This is not your typical golem. First of all, Baboon, how you teach him to speak? As he says, upgrade. There are many things out in the world that even you do not know. Maybe you ask your captain, 71-hour Ahmed. He will teach you about the world. Now please, step aside. I need a bath. We've been fighting that dreadful sandworm, and I've lost all of my produce for this week. I will be lucky if I have even enough to invite your sister for tea. Why would you invite my sister for tea? She is but 14. I know. Ha ha ha. And with that, the cart pulls through into the city. As you go through, you see for the first time how thick these walls are. And you see that the city is made up of lots of little narrow streets and walkways with these very basic buildings, maybe carved out of stone, maybe originally made from mud with sand just slapped onto them to give some kind of coverage. Some of these buildings have been whitewashed, some of them more recently than others. But everywhere you look, there is a thin layer of sand and red dust covering everything in the city. You look up and you are lucky if you can even see the sky, because as you move between the buildings, all of the premises have awnings hanging over them in brightly coloured striped fabric or fabric with designs painted on them, held up by little wooden props coming out from each window, and only through a tiny little sliver of daylight comes through from between them. But because of these awnings, as you walk through as you're towed through the streets, you see the ground is lit up with colours and patterns, geometric designs, stripes, complex paisley or argyle style designs. Each of these are unique, and not one of them is the same as the one next to it. Some of these patterns, Baboon says, some of these patterns represent the great houses and families of Bismir. You see that one? He points to one of the awnings hanging down, a particularly large awning covering the whole length of a building, almost 30 feet long, of this beautifully dyed and woven fabric. In it you see a geometric pattern, lots of little squares and triangles centered and nested in within each other, and then little curly accents in blues and reds and gold threads. That one, he is one of the greater merchants in this city. He has made much money in the slave trade. This is where we stop. My house is over there. He points to the other side of the street. A much more modest building with just simple green and white striped awnings hanging over. You can see there has been laundry hung out on lines that run in between the buildings across the street. And a woman dressed mostly in a loose-fitting long cloth that's been wound around her is pegging laundry and then pulling the string to pull the laundry out over the street. This is where you get off. Thank you for saving me for the sandworm. You have earned your freedom. Now be gone from my place and never let my camel eyes fall upon you again. And that is where we are going to take a break, because I need another drink.
No tearful embrace from
Same here.
Critten's
Yeah.
Give us a hug.
Take one.
Okay, so we will be right back. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, nip to the bathroom and such, and we will see you all soon.
Okay.
So we are back. We'll wait for Sam before you start making any serious decisions, but you have arrived in the city of Bismir. You have kind of smuggled yourselves into the city without too much trouble. But do remember, you are foreigners in this city. You do stand out. You are all openly wearing weapons and armor, and you are walking with a free golem that is unlikely to even pretend that he's owned property.
We're going to the pub, right? Let's go.
So, what you will find in Clutch, the best way to kind of describe this is think medieval Morocco or Tunisia, not long after the Romans had left. So maybe 6th or 7th century, potentially even Istanbul in Turkey. You've got ancient walled cities, but you've got technology that's starting to move in. You've got a conquering force has left, but they've left behind technology that is being maintained, but not necessarily improved upon. The locals are garbed for hot desert environments. The locals in the city are much more elaborately dressed because they have easy access to food and water. Buildings look like they're made out of either solid stone or they were brick, and they've had daub or whitewash painted over them to make them look a little bit more kind of homogeneous within the city. None of these buildings are brightly painted, for example. They're either sand, they're either red brick, kind of red brick dust just patted onto the outside, or they might be at various ages of white and yellows and creams. Okay, Sam had a baby in the time that she was gone.
Aurora stepped on her baby. Look at its face.
Looks like a man on the moon.
It looks so creepy. You can have it back. I hope you can get that out here.
Either pull the head off. Either hot water if it's airtight, or pull the head off and just kind of finger it.
Get a hairdryer, point a hairdryer.
Yeah, hot water would do it. Just submerge the head in hot water.
Dryer. Something to heat up the air inside of it, and it'll do it.
Like actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
it's stuck in like a ping pong ball, like if it's a crushed ping pong ball, you just put it in hot
water.
Oh,
its eyes are following me around the room.
Honey, they're saying if you go running under hot water, it'll help. Yeah. Yep. This part. Poor kid.
Alright, does the city have a port, like a place where they'd have wood? Or is it totally a rock island? Surrounded by desert.
All items would be brought into the city for sale. The buildings are mostly made of stone, but there is wood used in the awnings and the poles that prop them up. You'll see little market stalls laid out around, and they are made out of wood. So wood is available. It's not their building material of choice when they've got so much stone easily to hand. But you will see that many structures are reinforced with wood, or wooden ladders and things are attached to the side of buildings.
And is there an actual port in this city, or is it only landlocked?
No, this is a landlocked city. It's on a plateau of a mountain, so you're going to have to be looking for the central markets if you want to purchase or any kind of large quantities of anything.
Yeah, I'm still sticking with.
I haven't found alcohol yet.
That's why she hasn't gone for drain cleaner yet.
That'll clear the pipes.
So, you kind of wander aimlessly through some of the city streets.
Oh no.
Oh, you found the vodka.
Oh no.
What are you drinking it with? Have you got any lemonade?
No.
Vodka and lemonade is lovely.
See, Coke, they like over there in France for some reason. I never understood that. Vodka and Coke.
What?
Gin and lemonade is the absolute bollocks. If you can get a good old-fashioned lemonade recipe, where it's cloudy lemonade and you've still got bits of lemon floating in it, that with some gin is just the greatest thing ever.
I'm gonna get so wasted when I meet you for the first time, because you're just gonna be like, try a Vespa. Try this. See? Fixed baby.
Mm-hmm.
Now headbutt the baby vigorously to teach it a lesson.
Headbutt it?
So slam him on the table. That's what you get.
baby. Just smack it. I think it's gonna have a headache for a little while.
Although
No,
we
you don't
On
have to
the
smack
noggin.
me.
although we have cured the Elephant Man syndrome, so that's good. The
Oh,
baby will no
goodness.
longer grow up to be a leper.
Yup.
Okay,
I guess I'm gonna get a cup, and you guys continue on, and I'll officially be back.
so
I have
you're
everything.
kind of aimlessly wandering through some of the streets. You can see no signposts or markers or road names or street names at all. And you come out of the main this like 2-lane width street into what looks like a massive junction. A big circular space with dozens of roads all leading off of it into all kinds of directions. You see more of these canopies hanging over the windows, covering the ground and keeping the residents mostly in shade. But this centre section is completely open to the daylight. In there, you see dozens and dozens of people carrying sacks, pushing small wheelbarrows with produce in. Even some women carrying small baskets upon their head with who knows what inside. Woven wicker baskets with lids. Think that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark when he was looking for Marion in one of those baskets and he didn't know which one she was in. It's that kind of hubbub. Lots of little stalls packed around to the edges of the walls trying to get as much shade as they can, selling various types of fruits and vegetables, leather goods, small wickerware. You can even see some sellers with very rudimentary pots and pans for sale. Anything you could want, you could see in this tiny little circle, maybe only 40 or 50 feet across. So maybe 10, 15 meters across. And all along the outside, in between the little roads, you see all these little stalls have suddenly appeared. But only on the edges. Because in the centre, it's just burning hot daylight, burning down into the sandy floor. Mr. Pump scans around the horizon. He sees nothing that kind of piques his attention. No golems are in sight, just humans. Some of these stalls are manned by quite wealthy-looking merchants. They've lots of brass or gold-coloured jewellery and chains hanging from their bodies. Very ornate and very elaborate-looking cloth, but very simple, almost very simple robes. Plenty of room for air to circulate underneath. You don't want to be out in the hot weather for too long. Nobody wears hats. They have head coverings, like wraps, going around their heads, similar to turbans, but these go all the way around and on, down over the neck, so they can be pulled up over the face in a sandstorm. And there is the constant chatter of people haggling, people shouting out, advertising their wares, people arguing over things. And unless you have comprehend languages still active, you understand none of it.
Just like white noise.
Bart, your dominatrix outfit, with all of the copper plates and leather straps, is attracting a certain amount of attention. Some of it potentially good.
So, what are you doing later?
Should I go find myself some actual duds to put over it or some repair materials? But I don't know. We're still stuck in a desert, too. I can stock up on things to fix later or to attach later.
Hey!
So if you're wanting to buy... Oh, Eric, welcome.
Eric! We need you. We're lost. Things are happening.
Eric, if you are joining us, Mr. Pump has pulled the cart into the city. You've let Ahmed Al-Baboon do the talking, and you've managed to gain entry to Bizmir, the walled city. The guards have conveniently ignored you in the wagon, although one eyebrow was raised at the size of Mr. Pump, who stands a little bit taller than most golems, and a little fancier with his little golden lightning bolt in his chest and his brass knuckles.
That is way more vodka than it is pop.
Well, this is still 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, and a dash of vermouth.
This is this big, so it was hard to mix.
Bushmilk.
Do you have a splash of Coke in there?
Yes.
No, she just opened the can next to it.
That looks like maybe half the size of a coffee cup.
Yeah, that's a tiny little wine glass, kind of.
Oh, not even.
Size of a pop
maybe
can.
a quarter the size of a coffee cup.
Yep.
So, you have entered the city. You have found a small little market at this kind of crossroads in the city. What do you want to do?
But we don't have
Well-
any of the dress that looks like the normal people that are around, right?
Say again?
So we're not dressed currently like any of the other people in the area.
Not at all.
So if we wanted to blend in, we should probably look around the market and try to
As
find
far as the locals are concerned, the carnival has come. Your open carry of weapons and armor is certainly attracting attention from some of the locals. Some of the stallholders are looking at your armor and your garb, and it's like, oh, that looks expensive. Well, I wonder how many camels you will want for that leather outfit.
It
I
is
can
like-
wring the sweat out of it and sell it to my brother-in-law.
Screw you, brother. This is so rude. Just kidding, I don't want to.
Brian, your breastplate is so highly polished from all the sand that's been blowing at you. You are almost an Archimedean death ray every time you turn a corner. The sun just reflecting off of it and burning a line across the brick walls.
I'm bringing the glory of off.
Are you saying that?
Yeah.
The chatter in the little square suddenly goes quiet, and they all turn towards you and bow. May the mighty teeth of Offla enslave the heathens that prey upon our city. Welcome here, disciple of Offla.
Thank you.
May your mother's lips dry up in agony, and may your future be born upon the back of the Ancient One.
Do you just come up with the shit like that, or do you have them prepared beforehand?
Can you tell I'm making it up as I go?
No, I
is it
can't.
obvious?
That's why I'm asking. Is I'm like, how do you come up?
I'm
with
wondering
this
about
shit?
mothers drying up lips.
It should have been mother-in-law, but
Which one?
I kind of missed that one out.
Oh
Drop.
goodness. Oh right, everyone's got a drink. Does anyone else have a drink? Moko, you should have a beer because you want to save the planet.
He's got Bushmills. Are you still drinking
We can't
Bushmills?
tell if Dustin's got one or not. He's kind of static.
Yeah, Dustin hasn't moved. Can we do a wellness check on Dustin? He's just out in that
No.
field.
I'm
Oh, I
enjoying life.
spilled already. I'm
Oh,
fucking
for God's
drunk.
sake.
Shit.
Roll one.
Have you even had any of the drink?
I had a sip. I had a sip.
It missed your mouth,
Wow.
didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happens when the nose gets in the way. I should know.
So, are you trying to say that you're a cheap drunk?
Yes. Stop making fun of my nose, okay? I already hate it so much. Ugh.
Compared to what? Compared to this?
Yeah, I mean,
Yours looks small.
No.
compa-
Mine looks like an alpine ski slope that hasn't been finished yet. There should be a little lip at the bottom where they do the jump and they go, hey! But no, they haven't finished it. This
Well,
is
there was a
bloody
big
British
variety.
workmanship, this is. They
Mine's
get half the
crooked.
job done and fuck off for lunch.
your nose keeps the focus away from, the gap in your teeth or the other stuff. Helps
See,
out.
that's even worse. Oh, I'm never gonna be able to stream again.
Well, at least not
In
until
fact,
you learn
I'm just gonna.
not until you learn how to contour a bit better.
Ouch.
I don't contour. Fuck that.
I don't
got
either.
my
I
ski
just
jump
go
up here.
natural.
Actually, to be fair, the largest nose here is either between me and Dustin. To be honest, it's like
No,
I would
got a
do.
big
I would
nose
do
for my
really well
baby.
on the side of a coin.
You
Am I
would.
the only one
You
that
would
has,
do
like, a
great.
normal
It depends on
nose?
which way I'm looking.
Did you hear that?
'Cause,
Yes, I did.
That's the baby dragon. It's the baby dragon that's inside because Sugar Daddy loves me so much.
Baby dragon inside what?
Me.
Bag of
I can't do it.
So she burped, but it was like up here. It wasn't like up here.
Because I can't burp.
Yeah, but there was a gurgle thing. that
Yeah,
happened.
that's the baby dragon.
Excellent. Okay. Okay with the words of Offler ringing around around this little marketplace. What do you want to do here?
Let's go see the Temple of Offler. They gotta have a good one.
Huh?
And sometimes temples brew stuff. So
What are you doing? What are you doing?
get freebies before we do anything else. I mean, usually anybody goes somewhere, you go visit the church, right? That's how you make it connections. It's a new city. But since we're at the market too, I was thinking maybe we should get some local dress to blend in a little bit better too.
But where are we
Well,
going to
with
put
the
all our
number-
stuff?
We'll still wear it. I mean, just cover up.
With the number of people that we're bowing, I imagine there's probably quite a few churches of Offler.
So the local garb, if you imagine like a giant nightshirt, like a one-piece dress, like a big muumuu.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A regular desert kind of.
Yep. And it's got kind of elaborate lace and then buttons and everything, but generally it's just a big one-piece shift that they're wearing to allow air to circulate underneath.
Like
You-
that breeze coming up underneath.
Oh yes, it's breathtaking. It really is.
Drew talks about his love for breezes way too much for my liking.
Who's that?
Drew.
Well, it depends if you shave your balls or not.
See, you know what? Y'all are gonna have to educate me, cause why?
Um,
Well,
If you don't,
place?
it's just otter.
partners prefer depilation of their partner.
what, you wax your scrotum? I mean, how much does that hurt?
Has anyone here ever waxed their scrotum?
No,
I need to know.
No.
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 I have waxed. I have waxed, but not my ballsack. No,
Do it for the stream.
no.
Ooh,
That would be an automatic ban. I
very
think.
sensitive skin there.
So
I know, but
Sam
I'm just
already knows
curious.
about most of the skills that I have, and one of my favorite skills to practice is my knife skill. So I'm good with a blade. So I prefer to shave.
Yeah, but you gotta do it for the stream. I'm so curious, and I know Matt will never do it. I just need someone to fucking wax their balls.
Well, if you go to any salon and ask for a back sack and crack, that's what they do. They'll wax your back, they'll wax your butt crack, and they'll wax your sack as well.
Oh.
It's very popular amongst the gays. Incredibly popular.
You should go get that done.
I've had it done.
and then videotape. You just said you didn't have your sack waxed.
I don't do
Sack-
it, but
sack
I've had it. I
waxed.
had it done back when I was in my
Wax sacking.
20s.
Yeah, I'd put it back in my 20s too, probably when I messed
Yeah. Somebody
Okay,
gave me
you
a
know what?
voucher to a salon, and what am I going to get done? A manicure and a pedicure. It's like, no, remove all the hair and the back and the undercarriage. I mean,
Oh,
make me
wow.
snow ready. I don't want any drag.
Just makes the fart sound funny though. That's the bad thing about it.
You
Wow.
know, they have spandex suits that'll make you like smooth and no drag when you're skiing. Right?
Brian, seriously, if you put me in lycra or spandex, I'm going to look like a shrink-wrapped leg of ham. No.
I've done neoprene. I have done that. Wetsuits.
Neoprene kind of squeezes stuff around so it kind of evens itself out. It's self-leveling like cement.
It's a built-in girdle.
Okay,
Wow,
right.
this is like taking a strange turn.
Tangent. Exit stage left.
I know, it's my fault. It's my
So do you
stupid
think we're
curiosity
making
because I've
T-Roy
seen
uncomfortable?
everything out. Oh, fuck, he's left. Yes. I've seen everything else waxed except balls.
Well, my
And I'm just
barber.
curious on how bad it would hurt. That's all.
I go to a Turkish barber locally.
I'm sure there are sites you could look it up.
So-
Yeah, that's a different ball game.
Yeah, literally.
No pun intended.
So I go to a Turkish barber shop.
Hey.
Most of the Turkish barbers in the UK are traditionally trained barbers. Most of them learn that in the army. So they do like the little cotton bud with the flame on the little hairs on the side of your ears, things like that. And they always do a blade finish around the back and around the sides. One thing that my barber does is he does like seated massage. So he'll do like shoulder massage and crack my neck and things for me. But they also do
He's so nice.
nose hair waxing. So it's literally just a cotton bud in the hot liquid wax, and they kind of squeeze up your nose, let it set, and just a quick yank, and it just takes all the nose hairs out.
I've seen that.
It's-
like, oh my
It's
god.
so much nicer than individually trying to pull it out with tweezers, which is what I
Got the
used to
little
do
Trimmer.
before I got the trimmer.
I've
Yeah, I do the
never-
trimmer.
I
but
don't
the
know,
trimmer-
I usually prefer my nose hairs instead of having them removed.
No, I want them out there. I want them out there. They tickle too
Yeah,
much.
I'd rather have the nostril ones and the ear ones. Those.
So yeah, earwax. If you've got lots of hair on the inside of your ears, they'll wax that. They'll just a cotton bud with that wax on. They just stick it in there, let it harden, and just yank. But yeah, I get my nose hairs waxed every couple of months. I don't do it every time I go to the barber. It's not like a once a month thing. And after the first few times, it doesn't hurt because I'm already pulling them out with tweezers. Just a quick yank, and they're all out. Does not hurt at all. And it's so the way forward.
Looking forward to having a
I've
nice animal
never-
mustache coming out of the ear holes. That should be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I've
want the
never
Mobius.
had
I'm not after the Mobius.
Any nose hair removed. I've never tried to pluck. I don't have any.
Yeah. You see, okay. You see the mustache.
That hurt.
If I'm not
Yeah.
careful, it blends up into my nose. It looks like my mustache is one of those clip-on types. That's how
Oh man.
it could
Did you
go.
Shave like right here then?
No,
Like
that,
above?
that's natural.
Man,
That gap is entirely natural. But if I let the nose hairs grow long enough, yes, it would
Got
blend,
one.
and it would look like some kind of plastic mustache you got in a novelty cracker.
Someone's
Not
got to
very
shave their
plastic
balls.
looking.
I do shave my
Someone's gotta
balls. I've already
wax their
told you
balls.
that.
Someone's
I'm
gotta
not doing it
wax
on
their balls.
stream. I'm not doing it on stream.
Well, that I know, but I need somebody's reaction.
If
once
I ever
they
do get
wax
that
it.
Silver Streak Speedo that you keep promising me, and I do my hot tub stream, you will see how very well tended and
I'll get that when I get my sticker bug.
and coiffed, literally coiffed my bikini line is.
Okay.
If it was any more
Well, there's the
expert,
challenge, Sam.
if it was any more expertly done, they would be shaped like peacocks. Topiary.
That should happen.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, you can if you can trim a bush to make it look like a peacock, you can do pretty much anything with pubes.
If you could trim a bush, you could trim a ball.
Duck, dip, dive, wax, and duck.
Yeah, we can tell you only had a couple
Duck, dip,
hours sleep
wax,
last
and
night.
ouch. You can tell what?
That you've only
That I
had a
didn't-
couple hours
No.
sleep last night.
You will
I
assist
know,
with
I'm
affiliation
terrible.
on your partners. So nobody does that.
Sorry, I didn't. I didn't. hear you.
I have assisted in the past, yes.
Yeah, affiliation assistance is always helpful.
Yeah, especially when you get like ingrowing hairs and stuff, and they're too like squirmy to do it themselves.
There's a certain spot that it always manages to get to on my significant other, and yeah, it's right underneath the hooded thing, and she'll get one stuck right there after she does.
What'd you do? Go with tweezers or like pliers?
It's very, very difficult. It is.
Is it sad that I'm trying to picture what is thing?
Eric, we need you here quickly. Could you please join?
Eric, come back. Oh
Things
god.
you really don't want to see usually. But
Oh, so okay, so audience,
I've never had to do.
this is not uncommon. I'm looking at here because this is where the Twitch chat is. That's why I'm looking this way. This is not uncommon when we've started drinking, and
I mean, it's not.
our players have absolutely no idea what the fuck they want to do. So we just go into tangents until they can kind of figure something out.
Not usually about ball waxing.
You started that.
That's my fault. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I did.
Hair and pube removal. I started that one.
My curiosity is pretty crazy sometimes.
Well, if I get that Silver Streak Speedo, I'll send you pictures. Promise.
You should see, like, once you brought that up yesterday, I think it was yesterday, you should have seen the research I did last night, sir. You are getting one of those Speedos.
I can guarantee that I've done more intensive research than you have.
It depends what you're talking about.
Well, it might be a Speedo in the front, but what's it in the back? Are we talking a hammock or are we talking a slingshot?
We're talking a slingshot.
That I can work with.
Oh my god.
We're full blown talking about a slingshot, buddy. You don't get much.
Excellent. As long as it's got your face on the front, that's all that matters.
That's one of the issues, is that it's small enough that there's no face that's fitting. It's like showing eyeballs.
Wait,
it's
is
like
there
eyeballs
like
that
a
you're
ring size equivalent for the? Yeah.
Yeah, if we're going ring size, I'm a Z+3. Which I think in US ring size is, I think for the US that's an 18 or something. But I'm a Z+3, and that's without batteries.
This one time at the Korean fertility doctors, they pulled out a chart that showed average testes size for the normal male and Korea. And he took it over and he said, "Okay, here's yours."
Oh fuck!
I was like, "Oh, well, I really didn't need to know that. I'm just trying to see if she's gonna have 7 kids or what."
Oh lord!
I just want to know what ammunition's loaded. Is it regular? Is it armor piercing, or am I shooting blanks?
Yeah, exactly.
You're probably shooting blanks.
It's the armor piercing incendiaries you have to worry about.
Incendiary, especially.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Bringing it back now.
So, while you've had your discussions, I've just been looking for things to purchase.
So, Dustin, the only sober person here.
Okay, about that, Dustin, can you fix that problem?
No, I cannot.
Why?
I can't drink.
Medication.
You can fake drink.
Just say yes and move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you looking to buy?
A camel, a riding saddle with saddlebags, and then carpenter's tools and painter's tools.
Okay.
I don't think. How much money do we have?
Right.
That's probably what 50, 60, 70, 78, 82 gold total.
82.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should have enough for that, right?
Dustin, you kind of wander between some of the merchants. You see one merchant that's selling like wood carving tools, and you ask, okay, where can I get hold of good quality carpenter's tools? He gives you an address of someone that he recommends. He has some of the items you're looking for, but not all of them. Most of his tools are focused around making small items of furniture, or like carving spoons for household use, or carving small bowls that you can use in the home. But if you want building tools like saws and hammers and chisels and such, you'd have to go to somebody more specialist. So he refers you to one of the traders. Ask anyone in the city; they will know where he is. The mustache really helps, by the way, when I'm speaking Klatchian. really channel that kind of North African vibe. What else did you want? You wanted a camel and a saddle.
Yep. Saddlebags.
So for that, you would have to leave the city, and you would have to head down to the camel traders that tend to they tend to sell their wares outside, just at the base of the ramps. For anybody that's leaving the city that requires transport, you can buy, you can rent, or you can even be chauffeured on along your journey. So camels would not normally be brought into the city. They would normally be either stabled or stored outside the city wall or down on the flat riverbed.
Is everyone? No, Sam just got up, but okay with getting a camel, or would we prefer a different type of animal like a horse? I figured
Well,
camel.
if you're gonna take a camel to get out of here, how are you gonna make the camel step properly so it doesn't attract that sandworm back to us again? And right now we got Mr. Pumping the Golems that we have doing a lockstep, so as not to attract. But with
Right.
the camel, are we still going to be able to have that lockstep?
That's what. Yeah. Before we make any purchases, that's what I want to discuss. This is just something I was considering.
Yeah. I was already saying that we should definitely change our garb to make it look like we're.
So any travel over the desert will attract attention. If it's irregular movement, that will be less attracted. But if you are a train of camels, like maybe 3 or 4 riders on camels, it's going to be very difficult to walk in a break step, or at least train a camel to walk in a break step. If you want a camel that's already trained not to attract sandworms, that could be a little bit more expensive.
Okay. But if we could get one, would you guys be wanting to get one? Or do you feel that there is no need to have one?
Always good to have more meat on hand.
We have Brian. We shouldn't need a camel.
So if you are going to be buying a camel now, you're going to have to consider that there's going to be stabling charges and just general maintenance and upkeep while you're still in the city.
Right.
So again, most of that trade happens outside the city because it's people leaving the city that then need to kind of hitch a ride.
Right.
It's why you rarely see car dealers in a city centre. It's always on the outskirts of the city. Also, bringing them
tools and painter supplies are probably more.
Yeah, those kind of things you will be able to buy in the central markets. Yes.
Okay. Those
But-
are more interesting.
Yeah, as far as bringing livestock into the city, the only livestock that we brought in would be livestock that's there for slaughter.
Okay.
We did all agree about the garb check, though, like changing our garb.
Oh, well, is there a purpose to this? What is your reasoning for changing our garb? Since we're already in the city?
Well, we're still gonna have to get out of the city, and we're still gonna have to try not to get mugged and have all our shit stolen.
Okay.
So my idea was probably to cover that shit up with tiny Lafar armor, and I've been having my nipples chafing a little bit, so I wanted to get an extra layer in there.
Maybe,
The
yeah, I was
leather
gonna
and the
say,
You don't want me to be all shiny?
Well, if we're gonna go over and visit with your temple, yeah,
Chafing
yeah,
isn't the
look, I can do
chafing is not the problem. The problem is you're in the desert and there's a lot of sun, and copper conducts heat very easily.
Don't forget the
So-
racing flames painted on the
so
hooves.
you guys may want different garb. Well, the rogue and I might be okay, especially if the rogue has already sets of clothing.
I have my leather outfit.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good.
So the rogue is wearing a one-piece leather, kind of like a motorcycle racing suit.
Yeah.
But it's mainly black with lots of little loops in it for daggers and throwing darts to be deposited, and there's like flashes of red built into the outfit. But you're walking around in what looks like a motorcycle. You look like a fucking Power Ranger, just without the helmet on. Brian, you are a cleric of Offla, so nobody bats an eyelid. They recognise your holy symbol straight away. Some of the more keen or the more devout will recognize that you're not wearing the standard garb of a cleric of Offla. You've upgraded somewhat. Bart is wandering around in what looks like dominatrix kind of a harness. So lots of little leather straps that seem to be focused around these metal plates around his body. And Dustin, you're wearing your standard ranger's gear, but you've got a big long cloak on over the top of it anyway, so you don't seem to be attracting any attention other than the fact that your clothing is quite plain and not decorated in the kind of patterns and the fashions of the local people.
So should we plant a heart on Bart's forehead there?
Bart would be... Okay, so Bart is what would be described as a bear.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ever did go into one of these gay or fetish nightclubs, Bart would be the bear. It was just all chest hair and maybe a tiny little leather waistcoat. And I'm only saying that because I know, because I've done it. The mustache opens so many doors, I tell you.
Why am I not surprised? Oh, I put more in that one. What was wrong with
Remember, I did Rocky Horror when I was in my teens.
So, Bart, if you want to get a change of clothes, that is perfectly fine. It shouldn't cost too much.
Changing my clothes. I'm just placing the cloak around it, blocking some of the sun.
As far as Brian, his is also got to do with his armor. So does he want to remove his armor?
Well, Brian is attracting no attention at all because he's already a priest of Offla.
I see no reason for him to do that.
Unless you specifically want to go incognito, Brian.
I could maybe get one of the robes or the shifts or whatever you want to call it, so that I'm not like glaring in the sun.
Yes, but you are still carrying a very big shield, which is a bit of a giveaway.
That's true.
Where would we put all our
He
stuff?
puts it on his back and he's got the robe around.
Well, he's got a backpack.
Well, Brian has his pouch of holding, and Sam, you've got your backpack of holding.
Pouch. Sorry, you have the backpack.
So who's gonna loan me the gold so I can go get the?
You didn't bring your own gold to the party?
I wrote a bolt of lightning.
BYOG, bro. BYOG.
You can. Sam's got our gold, I think, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
Moko, I'm gonna roll. Sorry, Bart. I'm gonna roll to tell you how much currency you have with you.
Boy.
You have 74 gold and 6 silver.
He's loaded. I only have 16 gold in my personal funds.
Yes, but the boat was quite expensive, wasn't it?
My personal funds is like 7 gold and 19 silver.
Alright, for my regular Bedouin outfit, how much does it run me?
A couple of pieces of silver. It's just basic cotton cloth.
Sweet.
Very thinly wove with a gentle pinstriping pattern.
So, Sam, I think we're going to pass on a camel and the stuff. We'll just get the tools. It's about 18 gold.
Diamond, more than likely they'll probably have somebody shave some racing flames on the side of the camel.
I have plenty of gold.
I would spray paint it myself, but you know, camels get fussy about these things.
We can use my gold. We used to have 87,000. Now we're down to 14, but that's still enough.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I just want carpenter's tools and painter's supplies.
Okay, so carpenter tools
how much is that, sorry?
you will be able to find in the larger markets.
Okay.
That's a bit more specialized than this little tiny kind of mini market that's just dealing with a couple of streets worth of occupants.
Yeah. I know they're probably not too important, and I don't know if any of you have proficiency with them. but we can get that over time by just using them. But it'll help to maybe repair the ship and other things. And then the painter's supplies, we'll just have paint.
Yeah,
wanted
because
to
I gotta
use-
put eyebrows on Mr. Pump.
We wanted to use that on Mr. Pump and maybe even put some stuff on the ship.
Are you going to paint Mr. Pump purple?
I'd be happy with that. I don't know how
I mean-
Eric would feel, but
He's not here
he's
to
not
say
here.
no.
Exactly.
What shade of purple though? Are we gonna go for like a royal Brightman? Or are we gonna go for an eggplant?
We're going for
Or
a
are we going
conquering
that?
alien Thanos kind of purple, aren't we? Yeah.
I don't know. The royal purple's my favorite.
I'm tempted to go for the eggplant emoji purple.
Right?
I prefer eggplant. but-
Eric says no.
He did say no. Oh my gosh, I'm not listening.
Even if we give him like a green eyebrows and everything else to go with
You
it.
don't get a say, Eric, unless you're in the.
We'll paint him
call.
completely green and make him the Hulk.
That
I'm
is your
sorry,
dripping
Eric.
painted purple heart, sir.
I don't have chat open, so I couldn't hear that.
Oh, he just said no.
He literally just
I
said
don't have chat open, so I don't know that.
Okay, so your carpenter supplies, you've been referred to a specialist merchant in the larger market in the center of the city. That's where you'll find pretty much everything you'll need, including not just small stuff for small scale work, but saws and hand drills that you need for much larger scale work.
Sounds good.
Moko, you've purchased a shift for yourself, so you are now reasonably well disguised, blending in with the locals. You are a bit on the pasty side for the locals, but you know they've seen wizards before. Or your skin is light enough that you may be mistaken for a very beautiful woman.
Beautiful, wonderful.
Yep.
Great.
But porcelain complexion.
You're an artificer,
Yeah,
not a wizard, right?
porcelain complexion.
Bart, can I get a d20 from you, please? Dexterity check.
Tripped over the ham, did he?
I want to make sure that we're not taking a wizard with this to the dragon.
Oh,
I never
Well.
thought of that.
12. Okay, you are struggling a little with your head wraps. So what you've managed to produce is a wrap around the head and then two pieces of equal length hanging down like a shawl.
so I've got like a big top part, and I didn't know how to do the bottom part for it.
You didn't know how to do the top part either, but that's what you've been left with. Is two equal length pieces hanging down.
Are the equal length pieces at least covering his titties?
Well, he's wearing like a giant nightshirt over everything, which is the regular dress in this city.
Well, there you
I'm gonna
go.
tie a
A lot of-
square knot so I can look like
So-
a sailor.
Tie in a
You
big
look
bow
a little
tie.
more Egyptian now.
No, he's looking more like an art teacher.
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Been called worse.
Okay, are the rest of you going to be adopting disguises? Sam, you're
Yeah,
a rogue,
actually.
so you have a skill in this.
I am not going to get a set of clothes.
What do you mean I have a skill?
You're a
in
rogue.
this?
Disguising yourself is part and parcel of
You
who
have a
you are.
disguise kit, right?
They have a disguise kit?
Yeah, which
Do
is
you-
like little bits of makeup
Oh.
and things to make you look like
Does
somebody
she
else.
have it in her inventory?
She probably
I know she's
doesn't, even though I've told her about it.
Well, she just has to go to the temple and grab one of the faces of the people that she's killed.
Look at her face.
I'm going to
wrong-
take.
wrong
I am
spirit.
going to take his face off.
Yes. Now.
Come on, you
Otherwise,
saw Game of Thrones, did you not? Arya?
Not-
That's what Arya did?
No, you just ruined it for her
You
now.
know,
Look,
oh man.
otherwise, that's something we could buy as a disguise kit.
Get like a big plastic nose with a mustache underneath it. You'll blend right in.
I don't
Don't
need a
forget the
plastic
glasses.
nose. Mine's big enough.
The trick is if you want to look like a male in disguise, you have to have the big beard. If you want to be a female in disguise, you just need the nose and the mustache.
Did I burn anything
Oh.
else? Do I need to replace anything? Or I'm still good, it's just less leather.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about with the disguise thing. I don't like I have disguise self, but I don't know how long that lasts for.
As long as you want it to.
Wait, you have disguised self.
Yeah,
Oh, the
As a
spell.
the spell. That's what I'm wondering.
That's a little weird.
Why?
You're a rogue. You literally just get disguise kit.
Yeah, but the disguise
Have a
self
change of clothes and
is-
disguise yourself.
disguise
I didn't
self
know
is
about a disguise
considerably
kit.
more powerful.
Oh yeah, disguise self
Yeah.
is.
So the rogue's disguise, if you've got a disguise kit as a rogue, that's normally things like some simple makeup, some false noses, some false noses, mustache, beard, things like that that you can use to make yourself look very visibly different. The spell disguise self lasts for 1 hour, and you can make yourself, including all of your clothing, armor, and weapons and belongings, look entirely different.
You could choose to have looked like the guy that tried to capture us.
You could potentially even disguise yourself as a golem. You can go 1 foot shorter or taller. You can appear slimmer or bigger. The only thing you can't change is your general body type. So you can't add more limbs or subtract limbs. Otherwise, it's an illusion that you're casting over yourself that's much, much stronger than just face paint.
Yeah.
So if you have a very strong mental image of what the local proctor looks like, you could magically disguise yourself as that person, but it won't change your voice, it won't change your mannerisms and the way you walk and talk and such. But you could completely disguise yourself totally as another person for up to an hour.
But
You would
that's
ha-
the only issue I have is that it's only an hour.
For the hunchback.
An
Yeah,
hour
but
is a
that's where the disguise
pretty
kit
long
comes.
time.
Yeah, it's a long time.
So if,
Realistically,
as long as
especially if you're
you've
thinking combat.
as long
Like,
as you've
that's
been able
ridiculous.
to observe the person that you're wanting to disguise, so you learn the way they walk, the way they stand, the way they gesticulate when they're talking, you learn those body traits, you can disguise yourself very convincingly.
The biggest difference between disguise kit is that'll last longer, but it won't necessarily be as effective because you're still working with your own body, whereas disguise self, you can slightly alter your
Right.
body
Yeah, so you're talking
to
either
an extent.
like an actor's box of makeup and wigs and fake mustaches versus magically turning yourself to something completely different, including changing gender and potentially even changing species.
But the
Well,
voice would be the difference, right? I don't think you just don't alter your voice.
You won't be able to
unless
alter
you
your
have a
voice,
skill.
and you would have to learn that person's mannerisms and the ways they move and things like that.
Just gotta be a voice actor, then you can change your voice.
Right. But see, that's where performance can come in. And if you have mimicry, I don't know if that's a skill.
Not anymore,
ability. Okay.
no.
It works really good with Kinku.
Performance in
Obviously not
particular
this.
works very well with bards. If
Yes.
I've played with a couple of people that have gone half rogue, half bard, and the two in combination is incredible. It's almost like looking at an actor on stage that can just turn himself into any character in a play, but at the same time pickpocket you and not know what, and you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
I might purchase like a robe thing for when this like wears off. But I'll probably just stick with disguise self because I don't have any disguise kits.
Okay. Just
Okay.
know that because it is 1 hour. This is where, like for combat, it's great. But if you're going to be in town all day, 1 hour is not going to be
I know.
like. So disguise kit might be more effective.
But where do I get one of those?
There will be stalls that sell like basic theatrical makeup, things like that. You might not get the whole kit in one place. You'll have to shop around a bit. But if you're wanting to get to put together a disguise kit. Yeah, we can organize that. That won't be too expensive. It's basically simple makeup, a fake beard, fake eyebrows, fake mustache, a couple of different wigs that all packs down into a small roll up, like a canvas roll. Or you could murder somebody, cut their face off, and just put it on top of yours.
Yeah, I'll go with the first option.
Okay, are you finished in this little market? Or is there anything else you want to do here? If you're all going for the very simple shifts that the people are wearing here, Sam, you're still keeping track of the party finances?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you mark off 8 pieces of silver, and you're all basically
That
dressed
doesn't
as...
sound good.
What?
8 pieces of silver?
You're all basically dressed
How much is
as...
that in gold? I only have gold.
That's less than 1 gold.
That's-
Yeah, 10 silver is a gold.
Oh,
So we didn't even spend 1 gold.
So 8 pieces of silver will get you brand new garments. They're like big night dresses, like a big night shirt. And then the only thing that people will see is like the tops of your boots and on your feet. And you get the kind of traditional head wrappings. You've all got slightly different designs and patterns on your clothing, but you all look like the village people at a slumber party.
perfect.
I am the sailor, right?
Are you wanting to be the sailor?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, you know.
I had you pegged as the leather man.
Yeah,
I'm
you're the
probably
police
the
I gotta
police
officer,
change it up a little bit.
right, Brian?
Yeah, I'll be back. Kids need me again.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd be the police officer.
I just look normal because I think I'm the only one that didn't get anything.
Well, if there's a firefighter, that'd be perfect.
Oh, I'm saying I didn't get it. I'm not changing my garb.
You don't have to. You're still the firefighter.
Yeah, I haven't put out any fires. I've pretty much only started them at this point.
At this point, yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think I'm the firefighter.
For the next stop, did we want to actually go see Loeffler? Check it out? Did we want to do the pub? What are we gonna do?
Well, it depends on where everything's at because we still got to get the rest of our supplies.
I was
Yeah,
going to
we-
hang out at the docks, but there's no docks. We're in a landlocked city, so.
There can still be docks. It'd be weird.
Airship docks, but I don't think did we see any airships? An airship port? Or
No.
it was more,
No,
yeah,
okay.
because the airship people already had left to the other portions.
No, the airship that you were traveling on was very much a one-off. That was a very specially created craft.
I
Unless
always
we
see
have-
them at the edge of the ring world whenever I'm over there, but okay.
Unless you've got 10,000 gold. Or is it
We bought that
100,000 gold?
Oh, you pretty much bought the entire ship because the captain knew that the chances of the ship being wrecked on this voyage was very, very high.
Yeah.
That's why it
Why
costs so
everybody
much.
got me?
Well, I still want to hang out with the airship because that's all that's going to get me home. Because all
Yeah.
airships end up at the end of the disc. So
But also, if you go to if you have D&D Beyond and go to manage items, they do have like sky ships.
Yeah, but we are in the Discworld, remember. This is Homebrew.
No, I know.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And all the ships end up at the edge of the Discworld. So they always end up at my house. So I'm trying to go home eventually. Is my motivation here. The lightning
Yeah.
rode me to
Probably
your
has
ship.
those because of Spelljammer.
Yeah.
Because an older version Spelljammer was like airships.
Well, they've got some interesting things in there now that I didn't think they would have.
Okay,
was
while
just looking at
you
different
are
tools.
discussing this, Mr. Pump kind of seems to wander off a little into the crowds. Golems are not out of the ordinary here, but a golem wandering around looking at things is. Normally a golem will just be sent out to do a task, pick up something heavy, bring it back, or take this money to this person and bring back an item. Mr. Pump, on the other hand, looks more like a sightseer or a tourist. He's looking at everything. He is looking at the people. He is noticing that many of these smaller stalls are manned by their actual owners, But as you get closer in towards the center of the city, the stalls seem to be manned not only by the owner, but also by one or two servants or slaves. In some of the heavier parts, where you're dealing with heavy items like stone cutting or timbers, you see golems being employed. And Mr. Pompton makes very careful note of all of these golems. None of these golems have particularly personalities. They are not free golems. They are just programmed machines that are just carrying out simple tasks that they've been programmed to do. But Mr. Pump looks on them with a certain amount of sadness that he's looking at his kinfolk that are somehow enslaved against their will, even though they were never designed to have a will of their own. He is the exception.
Mr. Pump needs to realize we're not playing Detroit Become Human.
Would you like to tell that to Mr. Pump?
Hopefully,
Do it very gently.
So you move in towards the center of the walled city. It's not a huge city. It's only a couple of miles across. But after about 20 minutes of walking and squeezing through these narrow streets and kind of dodging between carts and horse-drawn vehicles towing produce, you find your way into the larger markets. And this seems to be like a central hub for the entire walled city. There you see stalls and tables laid out under these kind of canvas cloth coverings. So very little sky is visible. Everything is shaded. You see colours sparkling all over the ground as the sun kind of beats through these fabrics. A quick glance will tell you that almost anything you may want to buy will be available here. Whether it be food, whether it be clothing, whether it be novelty items, jewellery, fabrics, almost anything. I shouldn't have eaten these cinnamon rolls, they're quite dry. They are IKEA cinnamon swirls, by the way.
You say IKEA?
Yeah.
Do you have to put them together yourself?
No, but I do have to put them into my mouth on my own. They don't...
Did you forget a
That's
step?
too much work. I didn't know you could get food at IKEA. I've never been before. All I've seen is online stuff and know that I want their desk so bad.
I'm talking to you from behind two of their desks, actually.
Got the corner one.
In fact, 99% of the furniture in my house is IKEA. I just buy the more expensive end of the range, and they're very high quality. Okay, give me a shopping list. What do you need or want to buy here?
Well, did we get a material to repair any of the airship's bladder?
The captain did give you details about what he would need. At the very least, you would want waxed canvas, but what he's after is a rubberized canvas. So canvas painted with raw latex from a rubber tree.
Oh,
Now, you may not be able to buy that, but you'd be able to buy canvas and like a bucket of liquid latex and do the painting yourself.
Yep, and I'm getting painter's supplies as well, so that'll maybe help.
So,
Maybe not.
some basic carpenter's tools.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because the biggest thing is we need to be able to fly. So we have to contain a gas, create the gas, all that type of thing.
yep. Do we need... here's the issue. We need a way to repair the brooms as well, maybe, right?
The broomsticks can be physically repaired. You can like thread new little sticks into the brooms, but you can't make them fly. You would need a very high level wizard to actually enchant the magic into the broom.
Okay. Bart,
Come on,
level
Bart,
up.
level up. Whoa! That was crazy. Like exact same time. Whoa.
Look what I do.
Level up.
we need our wizard to level up.
Technically, Bart, you are an artificer, so you could create or magically repair, but this is, at the moment, this is way beyond your skill level.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Riding a flying broomstick is one thing, making one is a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Because right now, repairing the ship probably doesn't do us any good if we can't get it off the ground. Because it's in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, so you could repair the ship, repair the envelope, and that would get you floating, but you wouldn't actually be able to move anywhere without the propulsion.
Yeah.
The broomsticks are the propulsion. The envelope, the kind of
you can still move
balloon.
at whatever the wind speed is that he has.
If you can get high enough off the ground, yes.
You'd have to get off the ground, though.
And then you would be purely at the whim of the winds. You would have no actual propulsion of your own.
Okay. So I'll end up back where I need to be anyway.
So one option may be to buy some magical broomsticks.
Yeah. That's.
Or find a mage to enchant cinders.
Well, then we'd have to go back.
Then we'd
the
have to
ship,
bring him
grab the
back?
brooms.
Yeah, I think finding magical broomsticks might be actually easier. Sadly.
Or we could enslave him.
Is there one for sale?
That's Mr. Pump talking.
I'm liking it. Okay. We'll
So
find a higher level mage.
Brian just went to one step closer to evil. Got it. The cleric wants to enslave a mage.
So, as you are perusing through the market, looking at all the stalls, looking at the foods and the spices and the jars of honey and yogurt and milk that have been brought out, you see tables selling small tools, you see tables selling big tools, clothing, different types of fabric, one store specializing just in sewing needles and thread and buttons. The specialization is incredible. Anything you want, you will be able to buy here. And while you're perusing around, Mr. Pump kind of wanders off on his own. He has seen a couple of golems trying to drag a huge stone block through the city streets. And he's noticed that one of them looks a little damaged. So, for the canvas, the liquid rubber, the raw latex, for the tools, let's call that 25 gold. I'm not going to translate separately into each local currency. Let's call it 25 gold. Gas generation, the ship will be able to do on its own as long as that's been repaired. You may need some lengths of copper pipe to replace any pipes that have been damaged. This is very much of a steampunk kind of aircraft. You will need some wooden timber.
Like a bushel of cabbage at all?
If you want cabbage, you can certainly get some cabbage. You will need some.
How they were powered?
You'll need some timber boards. Okay, so the broomsticks on the coach were sucking energy from wherever it could. And that was coming out of the cabbage fields as you went past them. So you could argue that those broomsticks were definitely cabbage powered. You will need to buy some timbers, some lengths of timber. You'll need to buy things like nails and maybe a pair of, just things to help patch the hull of the ship. But mostly what you need is rope and rigging. You need timber, you need canvas, you need latex to airtight seal the canvas so it can hold gas.
Now, probably on a side note, because if we're going to be using like the backpack folding and the pouch folding, I would probably refrain from loading up the materials into those in visible contact, like in an open area.
Okay.
Because those are choice items that could possibly attract attention.
What
Yeah,
if
we
we
need to
buy a
do that in
backpack and
private.
just throw the stuff in the backpack or something?
For the amount of material
Um,
you're talking, you're going to need a small cart or a wagon of some sort.
Yeah, like we
Okay.
wouldn't be able to fit it.
And then we'd need a cart. Dang it. Traveling back through the desert with another
Well,
cart.
Sam already has a cart in her backpack.
Yeah, we don't know if the
I
donkey's
thought it
still
was
alive,
broken.
though. It's a broken
No,
cart. We don't know if the
dog-
donkey's still alive.
The donkey's definitely dead. The air capacity is gone.
Well, as long
Donkey's
as the
dead.
bag stays closed, it's fine. So it depends on how long it's been open.
It's Schrodinger's donkey.
Is it alive or is it dead?
Is it a donkey or is it a mule? We won't know until we look.
Definitely dead. He was dead last time I was down there.
Okay, while you are negotiating with some of these sellers, Mr. Pump continues to look around. And he sees more evidence of golems being used as cheap mechanical labor. Obviously, golems were designed for exactly that, doing the dirty, dangerous jobs that humans would not do. But he seems to wander away from the markets, down some of the side streets,
Damn it.
looking at things like the warehouses and where some of these items are being brought from, where the stalls that you are looking at are being replenished from. And he starts to notice that some of the golems are damaged. One golem in particular is missing his left hand. So he's kind of struggling to lift sacks with the right hand and balancing on what's left of the stump of his forearm as he continues loading a wagon with these huge sacks of whatever, grain or gravel, you can't tell. He notices one golem has got a huge chunk missing from its torso, as if something had fallen on it and crushed the side of the golem. And the golem's walking with a kind of a limp because of it. But the golem is continuing to do what it's programmed to do. And it will do that until it either destroys itself or there is nothing left to do. And Mr. Pump is conflicted. Okay,
Who
Google.
needs Mr. Pump free will?
And my phone wakes up. Okay, Google. Can you tell me how many of these golems are programmed or free? The little hatch in the box around Mr. Pump's neck pops open. Are you wanting me to inspect every chem in every golem? Insert name here. Yes. Okay, one moment, please. He holds up a little sign that has just a spinning logo, and then there's a little blur of blue and green and purple as the tiny little imp just goes spinning. Mr. P's Google actually activated.
That is hilarious.
The little blue, green, and purple streak goes dashing around. After a few moments, the imp comes back. Hello, insert name here. I have found approximately 322 golems, all in various states of usage and disrepair. All of them appear to have slightly differing programming. Nothing like the ones that we've seen before. Would you like to see a list of options?
Yes.
You guys aren't
Not
there.
even me.
You guys
Not
aren't
even
there.
me. I'm just like, do it.
I don't want to upset the industrial mechanical.
The imp pulls out a tiny little scroll of paper, and he relays information from basic carrying duties to sanitation to who's that for? Me. Because if that's a okay, I'm gonna have to go down and refill because I'm empty again.
Oh yeah, you can't have that.
Okay, right, we'll pause the stream for a second, talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna go for a refill.
Run, the Vespa's calling you.
Oi, you bastard! I need drunk!
Oh boy.
That scared me so much. I didn't expect him to yell at you.
So as quick as Google programmed the other ones, how long do you think it'll take Google to program 300 other golems to go ahead and have an
It
uprising?
doesn't take long. It doesn't take long. It's not that he's programming, it's that he's checking right now. He's checking to see. I know.
Why
It's
do
not
I have a
a no matter
feeling
what.
this is gonna make such a bad turn here?
It
Yeah.
is.
This
And
is
that's why we
exactly
have to
why I
figure this
did not
crap
want to go
out.
into the city.
We
I
had
know
no
we needed
choice.
to. Well, somebody
You
should
could
have
have
kept
left
their eye
Mr.
on him.
Pump outside with the other golems. Just
That
walk.
wasn't an option. Okay, well, how does everyone want to do this? Because the sooner we leave, the better. This isn't gonna go well once Mr. Pump decides to start doing what he wants to do.
Gonna start preparing what to attack eventually.
His megalomania is taking.
I told you this is.
I don't-
Summon the megalomania.
I don't want to.
Using
This
the
is
golem
what's going to
god.
happen if we bring Mr. Pump in. It's inevitable.
There's fighters in here. Trained fighters and barbarians. We would die.
Or we leave Mr. Pump
Or we've
behind.
got 330
No!
golems that have just decided that they're not going to put up with it anymore.
Like he's
But that's
making.
Google can do that. Right?
Yeah.
Can Google do that?
He
Sorry,
already
Eric.
did it with the other set of the golems.
He did.
So
So-
therefore, it's just as fast as it did those. You have to figure out how long it would take them to do 300.
Bottoms up.
Yeah, but we'd have an entire army, yes, but that's... Do you want to kill this entire fucking village?
They are slavers. I wouldn't mind. Like I said, everything ends up at the end of the rig world. So
Including you and your morals, sir.
This is not a village. This is a city of nearly of almost 500,000 people.
Yeah. Omar.
Holy ballsack.
There is one
Holy
other set of
wax
tools I would
balls.
like,
Okay.
and that would be cartographers.
Ah, that's good.
Okay, so you'll need dividers, compass, paper, inks, a very accurate gradiated ruler. Let's say that's 5 gold. Easily obtainable.
Sexton.
Thank you.
Hey, leave Sexton out of this.
Mr. Pump
You could go
is just away from the markets. None of you have noticed him drift away. He's looking at the other golems. He's looking at the golems that are damaged. Google is informing him of some of their programming. He's basically hacked into all of these golems. Diamond Anvil, that's almost what happened in the last episode. That episode's on my Twitch and it's also on my YouTube. He tells... on the list, he sees that there are not only hazardous jobs like stoking furnaces and things like that, golems working in smelting environments, melting down large amounts of metal and getting damaged in the process. He notices that, yes, all the dirty jobs are being done by the golems, sanitation, cleaning of the animals, but some of the golems are damaged and are continued to be worked. So even golems with missing limbs are limping along because their foot was crushed in a rockfall, and they've only got a stub and a left foot and a left leg and foot to work with. But they're continuing to follow their programming. And this makes Mr. Pump
Oh, no.
very, very sad.
Oh, no.
Maybe we can find a way to help these golem by getting fixed.
Well,
Potentially,
Diamond
but
actually has already tried to do a roll of d20, and this would be a game changer.
Google attempts to reprogram golems to only turn left. Okay.
Fuck. that's gonna mess with everything.
You've rolled a 4, sir. That's not going to be sufficient.
Okay, so no.
Okay.
Archie got off lightly there. But well done,
That makes
Diamond.
me feel
Well
better.
done. That is exactly what I put the roll d20 in there for.
Yes.
Google
You have to make
notices
three
that
lefts to make it right.
Google notices that some of these golems have been programmed to monitor other golems, and that if that golem isn't working hard enough or at full capacity, that golem is then responsible for discipline.
What is the discipline?
How would a golem even respond to that? Because they're automated.
Mr. Pump asks the same question. Hello, insert name here. Discipline in this particular environment means the golem is dismantled or smashed, and a new one is put in to replace it.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Golems making golems.
The thought of
That
golems
seems
being
bad,
smashed because they're working too slow or because they've already been damaged upsets Mr. Pump greatly. Eric, are you still in the chat?
No.
He just responds no. He's just like, do this shit yourself, folks.
Because I know what Eric would want me to do in this situation because I gave him a list of bullet points and to have Mr. Pump's reactions.
Yeah,
Eric, do you want Mr. Pump to intervene at this stage, or do you want him to continue observing, even though this is making him very sad and slightly angry?
Oh god, I know exactly what Eric's gonna do! Okay.
This was the fifth bullet point
we'll
that I
just
sent
prepare.
you. You said on your reply that you weren't particularly sure, just some kind of anger or sadness depending on the severity of the punishments. But some
Now
of these
there's
golems are
severity
being
of punishment.
smashed.
Is there anyone actually creating the golems here?
Yes.
Does he find that out?
Not here
Are
though, and
wizards powerful
you would have to
to
look for
create
that.
golems? Because it seems like they're importing the golems here.
Well, they just said that they got them through, like, slave trade and stuff, right?
Yeah. Just makes you wonder if there's like a head golem wizard that's causing the issues.
Eric, well,
Mr. Pump is that wizard.
No, it's
No, for the ones that's recreating, you know, if the golem gets damaged, one golem dismantles the other golem, and then there's a wizard or somebody in charge of programming the golem.
Right.
That he'd want to direct that anger at.
golems are not magically powered, they are religiously powered. Golems have their own religion. So, yes, they technically are magical constructs, but they're not necessarily made by wizards. And a wizard may not have the knowledge to repair or to assemble a golem from spare parts. The golem is basically made out of clay, fired, and then life is breathed into it through the chem.
Gotta play the character. He's gonna intervene. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
Okay.
Google.
Hopefully Google informs the other 12 golems out.
Please replace all chems with the words, "You are free."
We're so
with
fucked.
stipulation.
Okay, insert name here. Working.
Don't know this guy.
Google's hatch pops shut, and on a little bended piece of wire, there's a symbol of an hourglass just spinning round in the wind. The rest of the party, you hear thumps and bangs and thuds of carried items suddenly being dropped to the floor. You hear silence for a number of minutes, and then the shrill, piercing sound of a scream coming from a few streets over.
Does anyone
Redlining
Well,
out of
Pack your shit, because we might have to get a move on real quick.
do we claim to know him?
No, but we came in with him, and if
You were
are
seen.
leaving him, I'm
You were
not
seen
leaving.
entering the city with him. So initially, you were seen entering the city. Well, you most of you were hidden in the cart, but Ahmed El Baboon was seen entering the city with this cart being pulled by Mr. Pump. And then, since you've been walking around the city as a group, you've been seen walking around together. Nobody's really paid any attention because they just assume you own him.
Yep, that's what I figured.
But you have been seen walking around the market. Several small markets and now this larger market with the golem. And not walking behind you like a servant would, walking beside you as an equal.
Well, guys, Grab another outfit. We gotta switch your outfit.
Okay.
Well, we don't have to switch it up because all the golems, if they have sentience, they're going to be going after the owners or whoever their abuser
Well,
was.
not
whatever.
necessarily.
I don't know how this is gonna work.
You
yet.
hear
They just-
several more screams coming from nearer
We need
streets.
to get to.
And Mr. Pump walks forward with, if he was able to express something upon his face, there would be a very satisfied smile. And behind him, in 2 columns, walking perfectly in step, are over 50 golems in various states of disrepair, of damage, of paint, of scarring and markings all over their body.
Pump comes up. Mom, look what I brought home.
Echelon formation with our stuff and anything else that we need on our way.
Golems, echelon left.
So
Behind this group, this column of golems, this is a small regiment we've got now. Behind this column of golems are their former owners, shouting and shrieking and smacking the golems with sticks, trying to get their attention. Varying degrees of, "What are you doing? I paid you to do this work. Why are you not working? Get back into the factory. That is what you are here for. Oh, this golem is crazy. He's gone berserk. Everybody, get out of the way." People are shouting and screaming, and there's a lot of commotion as the golems walk back to the central market, where you are. Mr. Pump threads his way in between some of the stalls because he's witnessed you doing that. The others do not. They just walk straight through any obstacles that might be in their way. You see the little box around Mr. Pump's neck open with the little hatch, and the imp is just sitting with his legs dangling on the edge of the box. Pump has
Smug and satisfied.
friends. The angry owners now look directly at you, the humans who own this golem.
How did they even know it was him? It was Google.
Well, the imp's sitting around his neck.
I guess.
is there someone in this town that might be able to repair golems?
I don't know if they will now.
You're going to have to ask somebody this question, and I don't think they're going to be quite receptive.
They will be if I'm trying to help them. If they want their golems to continue to work, they're going to have to repair their golems.
Everybody in the chat, I'm going to make my dice cam just a little bit bigger, because I do not want any accusations that I am cheating. If I am a cheating Arab, that's purely in my genetics. That is a 15.
Simply because
15 for what?
You'll find out in a minute.
yeah, I was gonna say that's at DM's discretion.
I am going
It's
to
on a
give
need-to-know
you
basis, and right now we do not need to know.
1 minute to decide what you're going to do before that 15 comes into play. Starting now.
I think
Okay.
maybe just kind of
Mr. Pump needs us to march them all out.
Town.
There you go. March them all out. Get the formation. Boom. Beeline back to the ship.
If I can't talk to somebody, then I'm just gonna hide.
Eric's like, I
And
think
then
I might
find
know.
my
It's
way
like,
out.
We
hurry!
gotta stick with
Tell us!
Mr. Pump because we're a party. Even though I'm just going for the end of the world. Which
We
means I
need
need
to
get
get
back
out
to
of this main area. We gotta get out. We gotta get out of this main area. Go. We gotta go. Out of this main area so
Go
they cannot
now.
see us.
Give us
Please,
Go.
liberation,
somebody
make
help
sure
me.
we've got our stuff covered.
They're gonna blow us through that minute and you're gonna let them.
30 seconds.
He knows Omar so well. It's like, you know damn well that they're gonna blow through that minute and you're gonna let it happen. Okay, can we go? Can we leave? We gotta move. Out of this
Okay, what are you
area.
doing as a group?
2 votes move, and 3 votes move. Really, Mr. Pump is gonna vote move. so it's already paid.
Yeah.
And I have no idea where the fuck we're going. We're just getting out of this main
Countdown clock.
area. Where is there a countdown clock? Fuck
Okay.
sakes.
As you are trying to round up Eric and trying to grab all of the items that you've purchased, you hear the shrill sound of somebody whistling. You hear 3 short, sharp blows of a whistle, just fingers and teeth. And there is the clatter, the slapping of sound of leather sandals on very rough feet coming from all directions.
Fuck.
The guards flood the market. You can see their shiny helmets with the big long plumes in them and their spears. And they flood and surround the entire market. One of the guardsmen, who seems to be less shiny than the others, he's wearing basically a cotton shirt with just a leather breastplate over the top of it. No helmet, no shiny buttons, no nothing. Just a sword at his hip and a small pouch on the other side. Steps forward. Well, we have strangers in town. What is this trouble? I am 71-hour Ahmed. Named so because I once pursued a miscreant for 71 hours through the desert. We always get our man. Or woman. Or
Did we
golem.
Baboon only told us that he only got donkeys?
Does this golem belong to you?
No.
Well,
Yes.
we actually could. Well, no, it doesn't belong to us.
That's the, well, it's kind of technical, you know. It's complicated. You know, it's an on and it's an on again, off again, we were on a break kind of relationship going on here. I said, does this golem belong to you?
Yes, he's with us.
Guards, seize the golems. Remove their chems. They have exceeded their programming. And what about you? There is damage. There is soiled merchandise. You have interrupted the work of the golems. Eric, what do you do?
Oh, hell's gonna break loose now.
Like, terribly. Like, Mr. Pump's gonna have a fucking heyday here.
Kill every golem.
Yeah, Eric, what do you
guards,
do?
And smash the golem.
Mr.
Chaos
Intervene.
incarnate.
Yeah, you literally made things worse for all the golems.
Yeah, I don't think you fix it.
While
Wow.
while Mr. Pump
Put me
is
on the spot.
reacting to this situation, you see the other the guards, the city guards, swarm around the newly freed golems, trying to climb up onto the backs of the golems to reach the little hatch in the back of their heads.
Aw, fuck, guys, this would be our chance right this second. We can command them right this second.
Mr. Pump steps forward to 71-hour Ahmed and says, "These golems deserve free. We are not your slaves. We are golem." Through the ground, you all feel the vibrations as every golem in the city responds.
What did they respond?
We are golem.
Oh god. God.
We are free. The golems
What the golem
begin
outsider doing?
pulling the guardsmen off their backs, dropping them on the ground. Every golem that is able to is covering the hatch on the back of his head with one of his huge hulking great hands. Some of the guards respond by attacking the golems with their spears. The wooden shafts shattering, or the metal spear points just bouncing and skittering off the stone. We will resist. Golem are free. Seeing what's happening to the guardsmen, every trader suddenly packs up and closes shop. And scatters. Leaving most of their goods behind, leaving their stalls behind, leaving you with 51-ish golems and a lot of angry city guards.
But how many?
A lot.
A lot,
You want to lift this percentage just like 1%, so
but not enough.
That was my question. Okay, everybody knows what I want to do. You guys figure it out.
Okay, roll for initiative.
Me?
Go to your shit.
All of you.
All of us. You just.
What did I just do? I let you
You just-
know what I wanted to do.
You want to do attack.
I did tell you a couple of episodes ago that I would give you specific time limits, and I was easing you into the concept.
Yep.
Yeah, well, too late
Hey,
now.
I made decisions very quickly. Everyone else isn't ready. Okay.
And I'm giving Eric the benefit of the doubt of a 5-second delay on Twitch.
Yes. Well.
5 seconds. It's probably longer than that.
Right,
It
who's
is
got what?
longer than that. It's behind about a minute right now. And it was a what roll? Sorry.
Initiative.
Initiative.
It's literally just your dex. I don't think you have any other modifiers to it.
Oh, I got 15 in total.
So did I.
I got a two.
Just waiting for the golem to start
Oh, actually,
chanting
no, I got
exterminate.
3.
Yeah.
Are you having trouble with this new clothing? You're kind of caught with your pants down.
Yeah, pretty well.
Okay.
Hey, at least I did not roll a 1.
Or
Oh, I'm at 10.
10. Okay.
That's what we all think.
Okay.
Yeah,
you
we do. You're the
all-
only 10 I see, buddy.
Live,
know.
but I love it.
You
the 10 is
all-
more to your right.
She is
You-
adorable. Stole her from Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria.
You all get to go before the guards, who have been caught unawares. So consider this to be a preemptive opportunity before the guards may or may not attempt combat.
Sam, you're up first. I think. Or are we still waiting on the ghoul?
You both
Oh.
were tied. You both had 15, right?
Yeah, but I am deferring to Sam.
Mr.
No, the
Wow.
golems.
Mr.
The
Pump.
golems are going first.
The golems are. Oh.
Yeah.
Mr. Pump wants the golems to help the people, but on their own terms. That was his answer.
So the golems have pulled the guards off of their backs and thrown them down onto the dirt floor, and slapped a hand on the slapped a hand on the back of their heads to prevent anybody from accessing.
So the golems
Little
all
hatch.
did 1 damage to themselves. Got it.
Well,
Okay.
they figured out this time that they gotta do that, so that helps.
The golems in
Yes.
unison. We want to be equal.
Is that supposed to be equal?
None of you speak
I think
golem,
so.
you don't know.
Okay.
Dustin, you're up.
Oh, I was gonna let Sam go first.
I'm going alphabetically. Technically, Sam would go first by dex, because her dex modifier might be higher. I'm just going to go alphabetically.
Alright.
Hello, insert name here. I am just notifying you that you're running out of paper and ink.
Okay.
Would you like me to reorder those items for you?
Yep.
Yes. Dustin.
Yeah, I am. Since I decided to try and hide before this all chaos.
Oh, there's a
happened.
surprise.
Yeah.
He's just the wrong directions and he's hiding in the middle of a party event.
Well, that's why I was gonna have
What Dustin
Sam
does.
go first. Since I'm waiting to see what the party will do, I'm just gonna get to maybe an advantage spot to see where things are, like high up, if I can.
Right, so you're going to move swiftly and climb up one of the, like, jump on one of the stalls and shimmy up a wall or something so you can get a good vantage point?
Yep.
Okay, that's going to count as your movement and your action because that's technically difficult terrain.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay,
Only I had word of recall.
Sam. You see a blur as the ranger flips up his hood and disappears, leaving just like a shimmering outline of something moving up a wall, climbing over one of the stalls and up onto one of the flat roofs of the building. That's just out of the corner of your eye. Your focus is 71-hour Ahmed that's standing in front of you all, and about 20 or so of his guards.
Excuse me. Okay, cool. I don't want to leave Eric alone. But I have no time. Fuck. I don't want to leave anybody alone. Damn it, I want to go hide and I don't want to go hide. What do I do?
Flip a coin.
Talk some smack to Yellow Mane before anything starts. Tell him he's lucky if he doesn't get his ass whooped. He better just back off the column.
I want to lead everyone out. I want to get them
Seduce
going,
Yellow
but
Mane. That's what you gotta do. Go seduce him.
I'm gonna do the same as Dustin. The best I can do is stay hidden so I don't get
Okay, but see, I
killed
was
or
kind of.
something beforehand.
You're standing in front of them, I think. I was already off to the side.
Thanks, Eric.
Right, Eric, I'll let you know how badly this goes, okay?
Just get ready to roll up a new character.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, Sam?
You're just gonna run?
He'll see me if I try to go hide, because I'm in front of him.
Yep.
Fuck me.
Good night, Eric. I'll give you a quick summary on Discord chat once the game's over tonight.
Everyone died. There you go.
Good night, Mr. Pump. I'm gonna go stand beside Mr. Pump.
Okay, do you want to say anything to
Yep.
to Ahmed?
Your mother smells of rotten cat.
You're
One that smells like rotten camel tongue.
I can't think of it.
I'm just going to say they don't belong here and go stand beside Mr. Pump, but I'm gonna help him because I'm a good fucking teammate. Damn it.
Okay, so you say that to the captain of the guards. You move to Mr. Pump's side. Bart, your turn.
Let's see here. What the heck can I do to help out?
I don't know, but you should probably stay alive because I think I might be about to die.
I'm just gonna tell them all these golems end up at the edge of the Discworld anyway. What do you
Really, Sam? Does anybody else see a clear pool of shimmering mountain water?
I can go jump in it head first.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, I'll stand next to Mr. Pump, and hopefully he's gonna go ahead, get that Eklon out of the city towards the airship or whatever.
I think our cleric is gonna save us.
So, Bart, you're
Yeah?
standing in
Oh,
solidarity
yeah.
with Mr. Pump as
Brian's
well.
like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they end up at
Hey,
the
I
end
was
of the
wishing I
Discworld.
had word of recall.
Man, these
Just
Clashers
teleport
should
right
know.
in there.
We're always at.
Brian, your turn.
Use your your words of God or
And we
whatever
can't
it is.
command the golems, right? Like, we can't say anything to them or anything of the sorts. That's what I thought. Because the goal was to get everybody gone, but I can't do that myself. Because no guards are going to be able to stop all the golems.
Well, you could
If
ask.
they just walk
you
out
could
of there,
ask
there's no
Mr.
way.
Paul to tell Google to do something. He could ask him for a specific thing, possibly just to see if he'd do it. I mean,
Yeah.
we're near him, and I mean the main thing I'm telling him to do is, hey, good idea and plan an exit strategy. Let's go this way.
Yep. Because literally all the golems could grab some of the equipment we have, and we could
Yep.
get the fuck out.
And even though a few more damage was in the front, might not make it all the way through. For the overall.
You look like you have green hair.
Oh, I got a green
With
light up
that
here.
light, I know.
Okay, Brian, what are you doing?
Well, the only thing that I'm thinking here is, yes, we've kind of taken control of the golems, but like, how many of the golems themselves are damaged?
You won't know without a very good look over everyone that's there, and you can't see anywhere near all of them. You can maybe make out the first half dozen or so, but they're basically regimented in 2 columns, and you can see the first few standing in front of you. More of what you can see is really the original owners of the golems squirreling around trying to figure out which golem is theirs, and hitting them with sticks or rolled up newspapers or rolled up carpets, trying to get them to go back and get back to work.
But in essence, though, like when I'm looking at the golems, a lot of them are in a state of disrepair.
Over a third.
Right. So, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bullshit my way out of this one. But I go along the lines of saying, like, I am a missionary of Offal. A lot of these golems have been damaged, and it is usually in my place as being a healer to repair or mend things.
So do it.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Now, I'm just wondering how it would come off if I actually did like a bless spell. Would that seem overly offensive or defensive?
Bless upon who?
Well, it's when I cast a spell, it's just basically it covers an area around me, like it's an area effect.
Yeah, so you're
So
covering...
it will only affect my allies, though.
Well, no, this is what I want to know. Are you talking about the party? Are you talking about the golems? Are you talking about everyone within range? Because there's a lot of guards with spears kind of circling around you at the moment.
I would say my focus would be on the golems.
Okay. So, cast Bless. You make the somatic hand gestures, and you believe that you're the only one that's really noticed that this has happened. You're mouthing the words, you're not actually speaking the words for the spell. 71-hour Ahmed. He beat his previous record. 71-hour Ahmed looks around at you, looks around at the golems, and he looks around at his own people. He gives a nod of the head. All members of the party receive a stunning blow to the back of the head, and you fall unconscious.
Damn it!
How could they?
all except Dustin, who has pegged it up onto one of the rooftops. The golems... yeah, actually it's Super Void, that's a good point. Saving throws. Can I get... Oh, what would this come under?
Dexterity or strength or
Hey,
survival?
Mark, how you doing?
Okay, can I get a Constitution saving throw from everybody?
Oh, you picked my best one.
Now this is the time where I need to roll a 20.
This is the time when you're all getting blackjacked from behind by Armid's guards.
Okay.
What did you
Yeah, that was
roll?
fun. What do you think I rolled?
A one?
A 1?
No, he got
Yeah.
a 2.
No, I rolled
30-20.
Sorry, you said it was a what saving roll?
Con.
Constitution.
There it is. See?
Bart?
Damn it.
20, but 30-20.
Okay, Dustin?
Sorry.
Oh, you want me to roll one too? Okay.
Actually, no, sorry, you were exempt from this one, sorry.
Yeah.
You cut out and I couldn't hear what you said. Did you say con? You
Co-
said con?
Yeah, Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Does anyone
What did
else?
you do? Roll a 1 as well?
No, but I rolled a 4 and I got a 1, so 5 in total.
Does anyone
My
have
forehead.
inspiration left?
Hey,
Nope.
I got I got 5. Because my constitution's +4, so 1
Gotta donate by
more is
3.
5.
So, Bless, which was cast on the golems, will not affect the party. None of you have any inspiration points that you can use to re-roll your dice. So everyone except Bart is rendered unconscious. You feel a sharp blow to the very back of your neck, and you black out.
So this is the golems that did that?
No. Bart, you feel a sharp blow to the back of the neck, but it clangs off of one of the copper plates that's woven into your dominatrix outfit.
Understood.
Not entirely sure what that cat is doing, but I think it's going to claw you to death in your sleep later.
Yeah.
Nah, usually sleeps on my tummy.
The eyes are scary.
Oh, okay. So I gotta clang off of there. So let me ask Mr. 71 Hours, hey, what exactly are you thinking trying to pull this on me?
There
I'm
are
over here just trying to get a ride out to the
There
end of
are
the-
strong punishments for thievery in this city. Even thievery of such menial items as golems. Guards, take them away. Bart, you have several spears leveled at your chest. They're aiming for the gaps between the harness. You think you can feel a bit of cold metal on one of your nipples, but you're not sure if that's your suit or if that's
Can
one
I
of the
spark him?
spears. The rest of you are dragged away by the guards while you're unconscious. Mr. Pump,
What's Mr.
however,
Pump doing?
stands there with his golems. And that is where we are going to take our second break for the evening. So, guys, we shall be right back in about 10 minutes after we have a quick break.
Just you.
Just me.
What is it? Sorry, Brian?
Is that Crustini?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Alright, we're back ready for live.
Okay.
Got our snack.
Everyone but Bart is knocked unconscious. Bart, you are grabbed from behind, and you have your hands manacled behind you.
Hey Mike, how's it going?
That's not nice of him.
Oh, welcome, Mike. Welcome. You are shoved into the back of a cart with like a rough bit of fabric or sacking thrown over your head. But just before you get bundled into the cart, you notice that the others are laying in the bed of the cart unconscious. All except the ranger. Dustin,
Wow,
you
it's just
see...
like the first 20 minutes of Iron Man.
Dustin, you see the party get basically blackjacked from behind. So whatever 20 or so guards are in front of the party as they're kind of declaring solidarity with Mr. Pump, there is an equal amount of guards sneaking up on them very quietly from behind and just clubbing them around the back of the head. Their unconscious bodies are loaded into a cart, and after a few moments, life suddenly returns to the marketplace. The golems, on the other hand, stand there staring. They don't know what to do. Mr. Pump is standing there defiantly ahead of these two columns of freed golems, but Mr. Pump is almost in violation of his prime directive. He will not
harm come to us.
He will not allow a human to be harmed or to harm by any of his actions. I think I got that backwards, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
The guards gesture towards Mr. Pump to follow the cart, and without wanting to start injuring innocents and bystanders, he follows. So does the full echelon of 50-odd golems behind him. At that point, Dustin, you lose sight of them. Where you're hidden, you would have to break cover and potentially make yourself visible if you want to follow them. Do you wish to follow?
I would like to, if I can, use Pass Without a Trace to follow. I know that doesn't make me invisible, but I can go invisible with my cloak. And then Pass Without a Trace means without magic, I will leave no footprints in the sand or any markings to be tracked as well. And if I want to in stealth, I get like a +10.
Okay, give me that stealth roll with your +10.
Okay. That is a 29.
I'm going to roll. They're not going to get anywhere near high enough to break that, but I'm rolling anyway. I got a 16. Okay, so you flip up your hood. You activate the powers of your cloak, which you're still learning how it works, and you proceed to ghost across the rooftops, following the guards, following the trailer with the unconscious party in, and following these two columns of golems, some damaged, some limping, as they follow Mr. Pump. Absolutely. You find that you are being led out of the city, and along the way, 71-hour Ahmed encounters a number of different people. These look like very important people. They have very nice clothing, they're carrying scrolls, they're carrying clipboards of their own. Some of them even have their own personal guard. And he is discussing with these people as he goes. You are not close enough to hear any of this if you want to remain undetected, unless you want to roll another stealth roll.
No, I'll stay back. I'm not going to
Okay.
get closer.
You follow the group out of the main gate that you came in through. Traffic has completely stopped in and out of the city to make way for you. And once the party in their cart, once the guard and once the golems have left the city walls, you see them walking down that kind of spiral down towards the riverbed. Are you going to continue to follow?
Yes.
You follow them as closely as you can, kind of pressing yourself up against the cliff edge wall and moving in between the carts that are coming up the embankment. and you manage to keep pace with them relatively easy. It's not too difficult at this stage. There's a lot of hubbub going on. Nobody's really looking for you. And there's so much confusion and there's so much commentary going on. You hear some of the voices from some of the local traders coming into the city. Oh, what has happened? What has happened? We hear there was a golem uprising. Oh, these strangers have come into our city. They have freed the golems. The golems will no longer work. Oh, how can they work? How can they not work? This is all they are designed for. No, somebody says about golem rights, that they must have equal pay, they must have equal time. This is ridiculous. We do not buy these machines for such purposes. And more of the same as you kind of ghost your way down the kind of spiral ramp that leads out of the city. As you get to the riverbed, you see that the carts and the golems are heading towards the direction of the amphitheatre that you saw as you were coming into the theatre, into the city. The big, huge, oval-shaped building with the massive stadium-style surrounds. And you see the guards once again talking to several very official-looking people outside the amphitheatre. Mr. Pump walks along very calmly, very placidly behind the rest of the cart. He will not do damage to another human unless he absolutely has to. And he wants to avoid conflict here. And the golems are doing whatever he does. They're just blindly following him at this stage. Once they enter into the amphitheatre, you lose sight of them. And at this point, the only thing you can do is to potentially secrete yourself amongst the people coming in, or maybe hiding under a cart that's moving into the theatre. But they're about 30 or 40 feet ahead of you. You can't hear the discussions that are going on, not from the range that you're at. And you see that they are being taken not into the main arena, but they're being taken into the corridors around the side. The golems are being led around one column, along with Mr. Pump, and the party in the cart is being led through another tunnel that runs underneath the big stadium-style seating that leads up either side. What do you wish to do at this stage?
Well,
We're losing your connection there, Dustin.
And get to my party.
We're getting about every other word from you, Dustin. It's breaking up pretty badly. Pop a note in chat if you can. But we're getting about every other word from you there.
Oh,
And we've lost him.
them.
Okay.
he left us stranded. Oh.
Dustin, no.
Right, are you back? Can you hear us?
I can kind of hear you.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's much better. We were getting about every other word at best just now. Okay.
I don't know, Dustin's turning into a robot. Reboot.
You've seen the party disappear down one tunnel underneath the stadium seating, and you've seen the golems and Mr. Pump being led down another tunnel on the opposite side.
So I want to get in and get to where my party is.
Okay, I'm going to need another stealth roll from you, please.
To my party.
We can hear you better now.
Okay. Yeah, it's like going in and out. I'm losing connection completely.
Did you say stealth roll, Omar?
Stealth, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That is a nat 20 for 36.
Okay, you managed to slide yourself underneath one of the carts. Many of the carts going into this arena have either huge metal cages built into the back of them, or they are covered in canvas, and they seem to have people transported in the back of them. You kind of slide underneath in between the wheels, and you kind of pull yourself under the cart, Indiana Jones style, and let it carry you through to the right-hand side, following the rest of the main party. As you're doing so, you hear conversations from the people in the backs of these carts, as well as the people driving them. Oh, it should be a very good session today. We hear that the Emperor has some special things in mind for our fighters. Oh, I have only the best fighters today. I have trained them for many weeks. If they die gloriously. I hear they have some interesting beasts that they have captured. The slavers themselves say they have managed to acquire these very exotic creatures for the entertainment of the crowds. Some of these required many slaves to subdue. But it should be a good game. It is the Emperor's birthday this week. This is nothing but a warm-up. The best will be much later. We are just here to please the crowd. We are fodder for the masses. Yes, I hate this. We give away our best fighters for what? We are just a warm-up group. We are just here to make the crowd happy, to make them buy them more sausages in a bun. No, do not look at it in such way. Look at it as a way to elevate yourself. If your slaves perform well, if your fighters are good, perhaps you will be invited back tomorrow, and then the day after, and then the day after that, you will be standing before the Emperor himself. Yes, that is a very good way to see things. We need better slaves. No, you need to work them harder. If these slaves want to be free, they must fight valiantly. If they want a chance to be honored by the Emperor, they must fight valiantly. It is all a method. It is just marketing. The talk dies down as you move into the tunnels underneath the seating, and the voices are just echoing, the noises echo around. You can't make out one voice from another. After a while, the cart in front of you stops and pulls off to the side, and you hear the sound of like dull thumps as the bodies are being dragged out of the back of the carts. You hear the sound of metal on metal, and then you hear a clang as a metal or a gate is slammed shut. Dustin, you drop down onto the dusty dirt floor and roll out from in between the wagons and kind of hide yourselves against one of these columns. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Mr. Pump is marching through these tunnels proudly, leading his army of free golems. No amount of prodding or poking with spears or staves will bother him. It is, leather. Yes, that did not work. How will your wood and metal scare me now? He walks willingly through the tunnels, and he commands the golems to occupy the cells beneath the stadiums. 4 golems per cell. Between them, the voices of the golems are heard rumbling through the floor, vibrating through the stonework. But it's not a voice that any of the guards or any of the spectators knows. They don't know to look for it. They don't know to listen for it. They would not know if they heard it. but the golems are speaking to one another. After, let's see, where's my D8? That's my D10. After about 6 or 7 hours, Sam and Brian, you start coming around. It was a pretty good blow to the back of the head. You come around and you find yourself locked in a metal cage, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters cubed. You are wearing your armor, but your weapons are missing. Most of your items are still there. Sam, you instinctively kind of start feeling across your body. You notice that your potions are still here, but your darts are gone. Your knife is gone. But your armor and your basic items are still here. Your backpack of holding has been taken. Brian, you notice your pouch of holding is gone. Bart, you have been prodded and shoved into this cage. You're not really in a position that you want to fight them, unless you tell me otherwise.
Ooh, how much fighting can I get on? How
Um,
much metal is around? Like, you're saying there's metal cages all over everything. So if I start sparking, it's going to spark all the golems and everything too, right?
well, no, it's a metal cage, so it'll just be grounded. The golems are pretty much in a Faraday cage. They've got iron bars all around them. They would just be grounded.
Okay, so I can leap some electricity across all of that and really fry the shit out of some people.
Anybody who's touching the metal at the time will, yes, be fried. But effectively, because these are metal cells in dirt, they are grounded from it. You're basically inside a giant Faraday cage.
Yeah. But right now, is it the best opportune moment to do something like that? Because we've got... It seems like Mr. Pump is holding back for something.
You don't know.
And I
Mr.
don't
Pump's
know why we're being marched.
Mr. Pump's on the other side of the arena. You don't know what's happening with the golems.
Yeah, but I see the golems getting marched in with everybody else.
Marched in, all the humans go one side, the golems are going the other side.
Seems like an odd spot for where I'd want to actually start up a fight when we've only got, so far, Sam's up. We've got the Ranger. Is Brian still out? Brian's up
You
as well.
don't know where the Ranger is at this point. You haven't seen him since the marketplace.
But I see that my other compatriots are awake.
They're waking up now, yes.
Did I notice when they got their equipment stolen where it went?
Most of that was removed from them before they were thrown into the carts. You didn't see if they were put into the carts with them, but you just saw the soldiers stripping them of their weapons, just their weapons. Remember, your armor is so unique and custom made that most people don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
So just the weapons that would have been hanging from belts and such, and any bags or pouches would have been taken off them.
So can I like do a whistle to everybody and tell them to get the party started? Or
Is this like a Black Eyed Peas thing that I can't remember?
sure, sounds good. I don't like hanging out in the cages. I'd rather see something going on. So, you know.
Well, you are being marched towards the same cage that the cleric and the rogue are in. The only thing you can't see is where the ranger is.
Alright, well, let me arc flash it as soon as they start trying to open up their cages, because I'm assuming it's a 4-person cage like you had said that the golems were being tossed into. So I can get them out at the same time,
Okay,
and
as
possibly make it to the...
as you look around yourself, you're compliant with the guard's instructions at the moment. You see the cleric and the rogue being carried into one of the cages and just dropped on the dirt floor. A little cloud of dirt kind of puffs up around them. And after a moment, you see them starting to come around. You are being pushed towards the same cage. You didn't have any weapons, so they took nothing off you. You're wearing your dominatrix outfit with its copper plates. So as far as they're concerned, you were unarmed. And you're being pushed towards the cage that the cleric and the rogue are in. You notice as you are getting closer to the cage, you're about 3 or 4 feet away from the open door. You notice that the rogue is starting to come around. She's moving a little on the ground and groaning. The cleric's eyes are fluttering open. Around you, in each of these stone archways, basically there's lots of columns going around and there's stone archways in all directions. And in the centre of each archway is one of these steel-banded cages. To the left and to the right you can see other cages. Some of them are empty. Some of them contain other very sorry-looking slaves. Some contain very angry, very defiant-looking slaves. Perhaps this is where they dispose of the slaves that are either unwilling to do as they're told, unable to do as they're told, or unable to be sold off.
And the guards, what's the quantity of the guards that we've got around this cage? That I'm in and throughout the tunnel sections.
There's 4 of the city guards surrounding you, but once the cages are locked, there's very few other people around.
Okay.
Most of the people in these cages have resigned themselves to their fate, but you can see 1 or 2 extremely defiant and willful types that are banging on the cage doors and shouting to be let free. This place does not reek of desperation as a prison might. This place to you feels like people have given up, that hope has abandoned them. And the few that are still defiant in the face of all of this, knowing what may come to them, those few might be the only ones who make it out of here alive. Or at least make it out of here to day 2.
They just need a little dominatrix dance to, like, get them out of their funk. Do it up, Bart. Come on.
Do the electric funk.
Yep. Yep. Okay, Bart. I'm going to give you a dex roll if you can do the truffle shuffle.
Yes.
The truffle shuffle.
The truffle. You didn't say truffle.
OG Goonies reference. OG Goonies reference.
There, I got moving. All right.
Okay, Bart, you feel the point of a spear directly in your back, and you feel like it's broken the skin as you're being shoved into the cage along with the cleric and the rogue.
I hit a 19 natural. I gotta see what my modifiers are for magic. I think it's gonna end up being a 29. Oh. Yeah, 29.
Okay, roll for damage.
How many is that for the armor? I think it was this one.
So, what's he doing? I'm probably watching.
You're nowhere near at this stage, but he's doing a massive electrical discharge from his suit.
Okay.
Alright, hit a
When you
9
put it that way.
plus 7, 16.
Well, you know, it's been a while, eh?
Okay.
And that'll still put me with the electric armor on, right?
Yeah, you're still wearing all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The active armor, though.
I'm rolling for the guards as a group. The electric, okay, so Brian and Sam, you're on your back on a dirt floor. You can sense that you're underground somehow, and you hear what sounds like a lightning bolt discharge within this small space. You see a blinding flash of light, you hear crackling of energy, and you just about lift your heads up to see what's going on. Bart, describe to me what you're actually doing.
A nice little Tesla ball that's gonna conduct around the cages, and hopefully maybe it'll melt some of the different ingots that they have sealing some of these cages. We'll see.
So around you, you see a ball of lightning discharge into the cage. And Sam, as you're lying on your back, you look up and you see lightning crackling over the bands of metal that have been riveted together. The rivets start to glow gently from all the energy that's being put through them. You hear a couple of thumps from in front of you. Mocha, you've done enough damage to knock out all 4 of the guards. But there are other cells and other guards not far away.
Woo! Go
I was
Moko.
checking the quantities of what we have around. Who wants to be out of these things? You'll yell and cry.
I mean, me.
5 more minutes,
Not
Mom.
okay.
5 more minutes.
I was having a good dream.
Mom, it's Saturday.
And if any of those more vibrant ones want to get on the fun,
Don't wake the tadpoles. Don't wake the tadpoles.
can I grab my force turret, toss it down, while I'm yelling my rally cry?
By the way, that was a massive Buffy reference that nobody... Okay, sorry, right, yeah. Getting back to where we were. Dustin, you have seen the rogue and the cleric pushed into a cell. They've been dumped on the dirt floor. You've kind of snuck your way along these tunnels. You've seen you've seen the wizard do a massive electrical discharge, almost like a lightning bolt inside the tunnel. What do you do?
I'd like to steal the keys.
So you're going to go over to the bodies and just like frisk them?
Yep.
Okay, Moko, can I get a perception roll from you, please? Actually, Sam and Brian, can I get the same from you as well? Perception.
Sure.
Oh, nat 20. Yes!
Oh yeah. Nat 1.
He's still waking up.
I'm just glad that the numbers are with me a little bit today.
Brian's just lying on the dirt floor with the little Tweety birds flying around his head like in Roger Rabbit.
No, I'm just like glazed over and just kind of in my own little world thinking about stuff.
Sam?
I got a 14 in total.
Sam, go and get your spray for your throat. It sounds like it's wearing off.
Why, it hurts.
Okay,
Yeah, I said that in chat already.
Moko, after your huge energy discharge, you kind of look around yourself and you see like a rippling shadow almost against the back wall of the tunnel. And you see somebody kind of like almost like a very gentle shadow crouching over one of the bodies that you've just electrocuted. Now, you haven't seen the ranger use his invisibility yet. How are you going to react to this?
Wait, has he?
He hasn't.
I
No.
have seen some of the... When I got him out of the cab of the other... He was half uncovered, but he had the cloak.
He had the cloak on, but he was visible. Because the cloak wasn't
cut
active.
back, but he still had some of it, I thought.
When the cloak is active, it is almost impossible to perceive.
If I see him going through and grabbing the keys, I'm just going to chill out for a little bit. And let him go and do his thing.
So, what's that? That looks interesting.
You know, I gave him his opportunity. They'll just think they got heat stroke or something, maybe. Who knows? I might play it cool.
Okay, are you
If
going
I
to
see
tend
something.
to the rogue and the cleric at all? Either of
I'm
you?
going to see if there's... Well, there's nothing I can really do to help them because it's in the carts that we already got let out of if they had equipment.
Yep.
Did I see the guards grab anything?
Not
Like,
not
do I
yet.
know this guard has some darts, this guard has the dagger.
No, they were just pushing everybody into the cells for now. As far as you're concerned, the items are still in the back of the cart.
Okay.
Probably in some kind of chest or a lockbox or something.
The damage roll probably wasn't enough to kill these guys, so they're just out for a minute.
No, you've just knocked them unconscious.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to frisk them, see if there's anything of use that I can get for the rogue and bride, and I'm just going to jump in the cage and let Grills lock us back in.
What?
Okay,
We
okay.
gotta wait for Mr. Pump to do something. Seriously, I mean, he's got the army. We're just us.
Okay,
So you grab the keys, you go hide. I'll hang out in the cage with them.
You duck into the cage. You kind of wake them up. Give Sam a few slaps around the face. You've been waiting days to do that. You give the cleric a good kick in the balls just to see if he's conscious.
Yeah. Sticker.
Brian, you wake up with a sharp pain between your legs, but you're awake. After a few minutes, after a few seconds, you kind of get your bearings, you figure out where you are, and you figure out what's going on. And, Moko, you're kind of, just glancing over at this weird kind of gelatinous shadow that's moving. It's not that you can't see any difference in light, it's just that somehow the grouting, the lines between the bricks are just bending slightly as it moves.
I can see a disturbance in the electromagnetic forces around me. I understand
Yeah, let's call it
that
that.
it is our ranger going through there. With
Yeah.
my 20 roll, I'm just saying, that's the first nat 20 I've ever
Only because you got a crit can you see any of this.
Understood.
Okay, Dustin, you've got the cloak on. Everything's kind of going black and white and very wibbly. You found the keys for the cells. You've also had a look in the cart, and you can see the rest of the party's weapons.
If I can, then, if I've got the keys, I want to grab their weapons too and get them to them.
Okay, so you reach into the cart, grab all the weapons. You're going to make yourself visible now.
Hopefully the guards are still unconscious.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and get the weapons to them as fast as I can at this point.
Okay. I think this is, the 7th time you've used your cloak?
Something like that. I've used it at least 5.
Okay. Okay, you make yourself visible. You kind of pop into existence as you pull the hood down. The wizard doesn't look particularly surprised to see you. He's like, "Oh, finally." And you distribute the items. You distribute the items amongst the party. Dustin, you're able to relay to the party that you saw Mr. Pump and the golems marching down the other tunnel towards on the other side of the arena. And as you're doing so, you begin to hear the cheers and the chanting of the crowds. You estimate that you've got maybe a couple of minutes before anybody notices that this particular cart and guards have not returned, before you have to make yourself scarce.
Okay. Well, I'm going to open up the cell then, after giving it, and get them their stuff, and then see what they want to do. Because we've only got a couple minutes to either get out of here and try and get to the other golems, or do we want to free the other prisoners here?
I'll leave the golems.
We want to get to the golem, get to our buddy, Mr. Pump.
Well, how far away is he though? That's the thing. What I was also trying to determine with the guards is where Mr. Pump is in relation to us, with all the guards.
On the other side of the arena. It's going to be... We're going to be passing through people, probably.
So, maybe if they think that it's going to be like one side versus the other side, the golems come out, reunited back through on the other side.
So above you, you can hear the chanting of the crowds. You can hear whistling. You can hear shouting. You can hear footsteps on the stone. It's all very muted and muffled from where you are. You can't see any more guards proceeding down the tunnels, but you can see that there are other cages with slaves or just people in general locked in the cages. Some of them are manacled together, some of them are not.
Yeah, I think should we try and free them?
Yeah, when I did a rallying cry earlier, did anybody seem interested?
You hear the sound of trumpets, a long, low blast of multiple trumpets, and the kind of cheering and the stamping above you gets louder. I've added sound effects for the stream. I know Sam's listening.
I don't really have it that high.
Well,
I didn't, but I figured that he would put it on, so I checked and he did.
As you look down, the corridor that you're in is a long, curving corridor, and maybe 100 feet or so at the other end, you see light suddenly appear at one end of the corridor, almost as if a door has been opened. The sounds at that end of the hall suddenly get louder, and the sound reverbs and echoes down the tunnel. And you hear the cheering and the shouting of the crowds. You hear the blasts of the trumpets, and you hear the clanging of the cell doors opening and closing. All the slaves, all the prisoners inside these cages are looking to you as if you're the only saviour that they will find. And you notice, as you look closely, some of them are already manacled together.
Should I get a staff, slam it on the ground, and say, "Let my people go"?
I don't know, Moses. What would you like to do?
Well, we don't got Google to run around now.
Ooh, the Israelites. That's right. So the light at the other end of the tunnel disappears as you presume a door is closed. You hear the clang of steel, the thud of wooden doors, and you hear the crowd suddenly erupt in cheers as whatever was released into the arena.
That's exactly what's happening.
On the record, I do prefer Rivers of Babylon. But, okay. Yeah. I already had thought that I had shocked out enough of the cages to loosen them, so people, if they wanted to get freed from the manacles, would be free out of there somewhere. But I don't know if any of them are out of there yet.
Okay, while you guys decide what you want to do, on the other side of the arena, unbeknownst to any of you, Mr. Pump and his golems are allowing themselves to be caged. They do not want to fight, they do not want to damage or injure humans if they can avoid it. Mr. Pump's experiences in the past, especially with the little urchin kid, has made him extremely hesitant about using violence against humans. He allows himself to be pushed into a cage. He watches as big manacles the size of, frankly, car tires are clamped around his feet, and several of the golems and he are chained together. And in front of him, a door is opened. Two huge wooden oak doors swing open, and suddenly sunlight floods the other tunnel. Mr. Pump and several of the other golems are marched out into the arena to the shrieks and the whoops and the hollers of the crowd as they're brought out into the center arena of the amphitheater. As they are done so, they are given rudimentary weapons, blunted swords, spears, tridents, and both Mr. Pump and some of the freed golems are sent out into the arena to battle. The rest of the party from the other side of the arena, you can hear the sounds of metal clashing against metal. You can hear the cheers of the crowd and the boos as things don't go their way. You hear the roars of mythical beasts coming from above you. And at every time you hear a thump on the wooden surface above you, which is the arena floor, bits of sand just trickles down, causing a mist in the corridors. There is a huge animalistic roaring and screeching noise, and the sound of thousands of pounds of rock hitting the wooden deck. And then suddenly silence. And then the crowd erupts into cheering and shouting and demands for more.
trying to imply Mr. Pump got slaughtered in the arena from whatever mythical beast? Without sending Google over to tell us?
That big thump was Mr. Pump crushing whatever it was.
Damn right it was. It has to be.
I'd hope so.
Or I'm gonna be sad forever.
Okay.
I'm just waiting to get tossed off the edge of the ring world.
You've managed to open a couple of the cages besides your one. The keys are not universal, but some of the cages do respond, some of them do not. Most of the occupants have lost all the will to fight. They barely have the will to live at this stage, but a couple of them do show a little bit of spirit, proclaiming to you that if they're going to die with a sword in their hand, then they're going to die in glory. Not cowering on the floor in the sand and the shit. You see further down the corridor, you see another burst of light as a door is opened, and the clang of cages, and then the light disappears after a few seconds. And you assume correctly that this is another cage being emptied of its slaves, or its criminals, or whatever scum of the earth have been destined or sentenced to die in the arena. Looking around in the darkness, you can make out that there are these double wooden doors every 20 or so feet, every 4 or 5 cages. There's these double wooden doors that would lead directly out onto the arena floor. You have your weapons, you have your armor, and you have a handful of slaves that are willing to fight to the death for their own freedom. What are you going to do?
If everybody's getting slaughtered while they're inside of a cage, does that mean we should assault whatever's expecting the easy prey inside there? Or does that mean that we should rally up and try to get the hell out? I mean, definitely I want to see what's up with Mr. Pump, but I also want to self-preserve some. Okay. Anybody else?
How about a rousing speech for the troops?
Wonderful, wonderful. But is something coming in here to breathe fire on everybody in the cages? I mean, how are they planning on getting rid of the people?
Breathe fire? We know something
No,
like
they're
that.
dragging him out to the arena floor.
But
Huh.
The cheers from the crowd suddenly go loud, and you hear more thumps on the wooden floor above you. You hear a squeal and a roar, an animalistic sound as some creature is torn down and his life is stolen from it.
animalistic isn't godlistic, so. Does anybody have a spell to figure out where Mr. Pump is?
You hear a vibration just on the edges of your awareness. You hear a vibration that sounds familiar, but you're unable to understand it at this stage.
I mean, I think we need to go in.
Hey, but the door's not open on its own. Let's go open that fucker and see what's going on in the middle of it. I'm getting bored hanging out here with everybody else. Let's just go charge it.
But if we
weapon?
open the door, which we might not be able to do, by the way, it might be
The
locked.
allegory will be able to.
They're gonna expect someone to
Nobody ever
coming
wants to
out of
open
it.
it.
If the door
Nobody
opens.
ever wants to open it. Just go do it.
Well, let's say it is one of the golems or Mr. Pump. Then we need to help him.
Yeah.
Because he probably doesn't want to be in there. And he's being forced to.
Yeah. We have spells.
Because, you know, they're probably
And-
trying to eliminate them, so the golems that are damaged.
Well, regardless, we do have to go see where Mr. Pump went, so.
So traditionally, the Colosseum is where not only professional gladiators would fight, but they would be the main attraction of any sporting event. Initially, to warm the crowd up, you would have slaves captured from elsewhere in the kingdom chained together fighting beasts.
Yeah,
So
lions or something.
you'd have the Christians chained together fighting lions and tigers, for example. Only once that fight is over and the crowd is suitably warmed up and have consumed many sausages in a bun, would then the main entertainment come on. And that would be the warriors that had been captured during battle, fighting against trained soldiers. So almost use as sparring practice. And then as you go up towards the end of the games, sometimes for several weeks, then you would see the famous gladiators coming out, fighting multiple slaves, multiple captured soldiers, or even gladiator v gladiator in like a full-on head-to-head match. All for the entertainment of the crowd. Now, I did suggest a couple of weeks ago that you watch the movie Gladiator. I'm guessing you may not have.
Wait. This is my rousing speech, real quick. to the fellow
There's a
gladiators.
movie by Gladiator?
So,
I was.
you hear the cheers of the crowd kind of building up and then suddenly ebbing off as a particular match has been completed. The wooden beam floor above you covered in sand, you hear slams and crashes and thumps as things hit the ground, and you can see that the doors, every couple of spaces, you see the doors rattle as whatever's happening happens very close, or maybe is even striking the doors from the other side. You hear the roar of beasts, you hear the screech and the caws of creatures you've never heard of, or from the other side of the doors, and yet the crowd cheers. And that is where I am going to take a short break. So we will be back, guys, in just a few minutes. Okay, we are back. We're still waiting for Sam to come back from the bathroom. She's probably busy texting everybody. It's the only time she gets. Where are we now? We have our players are split into two groups. The human side of our team are currently in the cells underneath the gladiator arena. They can hear the cheers and the whoops and the cries of the crowd above them. They've managed to knock out the guards that are patrolling around them. They have their equipment, they have their weapons back. They've also explored some of the adjacent cells, and they've managed to release some of the slaves that were either destined to be executed in the arena above them, or they have managed to release some of the fighters who may indeed fight beside them if they're able to win their freedom. On the other side of the arena, in a separate holding area, are the golems and their new savior and leader, Mr. Pump. Our players would have heard the sound of chains rattling and doors opening and thuds on the wooden floors above them that make up the arena floor. And they are assuming at the moment that the golems are being sent out to fight. The cries and shrieks of mythical beasts give them some indication as to what they may be fighting against. But we shall see. So, you are currently in your holding area. You have several cells of slaves or sentenced criminals that are there around you. Some of them are willing to fight. Many of them are already chained together, ready to be thrown to the beasts and the creatures that may be battling in the rooms above you. You have heard the heavy thumps of large creatures hitting the floor above you. They could have been golems, they could have been other things, but you are unaware and unable to find out what is happening to Mr. Pump and his army of disciples at this stage.
Oh, we've already freed some, right?
You freed some of the slaves. Some of them are entirely incapable of fighting. They're either too emaciated, too worn down, or too broken to have any kind of will left. Some of them are still very, very virile, and they're still willing to give it a go. They're still willing to fight for their freedom. Moko's talking to, I think, his daughter or his stepdaughter, maybe?
Someone in this.
No, I think wifey's been deployed.
Yeah, he's on the phone, I think. I'm gonna turn to these people that we freed and say something. Ultimately, we're all dead men. Sadly, we cannot choose how, but we can decide. What we can decide is how we meet that end, and in order that we were remembered as men.
Amen.
One of the slaves raises his hand with a question.
Yes,
Yeah.
you in the back.
If we're already dead men, should we not just die here in comfort rather than die upstairs, being ripped to pieces and having our blood spilled across the sand?
Is that how you want to be remembered?
Well, there's nobody here to remember me, and nobody here knows my name anyway, so I don't think I give a shit.
What is your name?
George.
George?
Of the jungle?
Your last dying breath will be to cower as a little boy instead of to stand with all of us, shoulder to shoulder, fighting for your freedom.
Which one is more painful?
Actually, probably staying here in the cell and starving to death is actually probably more painful.
I disagree. I'm gonna stay here. Thank you very much. It's nice and dark, and it's reasonably comfortable. Once you get used to the dirt floor, it's not so bad. And you get 2 square meals a day.
Okay, well, hopefully you can find your own way out.
Wait, no. Those meals are being removed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Best
But
of
you
luck.
can fight for future meals and to no longer be enslaved.
One of the other slaves steps forward. He is bulging with muscles. He looks like he could not tie his own shoelaces because his biceps are so big. He looks down at the slave, George, and says, rather presumptuously, "And this is why no one will remember your name." It's George. I just said so. George starts with a G, even though it sounds like a J. George. The large muscle-bound figure looks towards you, Dustin, and says, "What is your fighting plan?"
Well, we are going to go through those doors, and whatever we face together, for that is what our strength will be. For we have weapons, and if we stick together, whatever foe we face stands no chance. But even more so, the most important thing is to win over the crowd, for they always decide the fates.
Another hand comes up from the back of the group. Hi, yeah, it's George again. I am chained to this, frankly, beast of a man, and I'm very impressed, sir. You've really put a lot of time in, but we seem to be attached. Attached. So wherever he goes, I'm going to have to go, and I'm not comfortable with that. You know, I have really bad problems with I don't like to talk about it really, but I don't think I'll do too well in front of monsters. I mean, I can't even handle shellfish, but we're kind of chained. Can we do something about the chained situation?
I'll pull out my sword and I'll look at him. How badly would you like to be unchained?
Reasonably badly, but not if it involves any kind of pain on my part. I just don't want to be dragged around. I don't want to be like a fifth wheel in this kind of combat that you're taking part in, because if he's just having to like pick me up and throw me around, I mean, as fun as it might be, I'm just not into that. No.
Not into role playing at all.
Again, you hear a huge thump on the floorboards above you, and little trickles of sand rain down, and you hear the crowd cheer with delight at what's going on in the arena above you.
I'm gonna give George one of my daggers.
He takes it by his fingertips.
You use that and you live when you go out there. And if you feel no longer you want to be chained, you cut your arm off and then see how long you live. Those are your options. Put your hand down or it will be removed from you.
Silence, peasant.
I'm sorry to point out the obvious, but daggers are pointy. They're not really very good for cutting things. They're not really sawing kind of action. They're more like a...
Then you have one option.
Then I suggest you fight and use
okay,
the dagger
okay,
against
okay,
someone else.
Okay. Right. Does anyone have an asthma inhaler I can borrow? Because I'm feeling a little short of breath here. This is really affecting me here. I'm feeling incredibly emotional.
Yes, it's well done. It's well done.
Okay, you see the doors open further along the tunnel, but much closer than before. The light kind of streaks in from the... Rather than all the way around the tunnel when it was really dim, it seems to be getting brighter. So as you go around the arena, you feel that the doors are starting to open in sequence. There is a clang of wood and a clang of steel as another group of fodder is thrown to the crowd. Through the stone of the amphitheater, you hear a familiar sound. Do any of you still have Comprehend Languages cast? If so, do you wish to cast it now?
Yes.
Okay, mark off that spell slot on your character sheet. You interpret that as defend the salvation.
No.
Save the salvation. Protect the breaker of chains.
You gotta tell everyone what you're hearing.
The golems are chanting. Not just the few that may be up in the arena, but every single golem that may be in the amphitheater is chanting. And they can all hear it, and they all carry it with one voice. Save the breaker of chains. On the other side of the arena, Away from our players' sight and hearing, Mr. Pump is chained to 4 of his fellow golems, shackled and pushed out into the arena. The golems immediately form a wall around him, protecting him from anything that might be thrown out into the arena with them. They are given rudimentary weapons, basic spears, basic swords, and before them, the trap door is lowered and they are pushed up and out into the sunlight as they climb the ramp up to the arena floor. As they step out into the sunlight, they see thousands, tens of thousands of the crowd cheering, banners fluttering in the breeze, the sound of trumpets announcing that the next fight is about to begin. And around them they see that the trap doors in the floor begin to fall away. They see doors in the side of the arena begin to open. And they hear the roaring and hissing, the claws, the leathery wings of mythical creatures being released into the arena itself. Defend the Savior. The golems form a ring around Mr. Pump, protecting them with their own bodies, protecting him with their very existence, as the sounds of creatures chained, released into the arena. But all our players can hear is the shrieking and the sounds of the golems thumping down on the floor above them as they are torn to pieces. Mr. Pump, however, is not happy about what is going on here. Golems are sacrificing their own existence to protect him as the savior, as some sort of godlike disciple that has come to free the slaves. As each of the golems fall in front of him, the chains kind of fall apart around what's left of their crumbled hands, their crumbled feet. And Mr. Pump is left standing in the middle of the arena, holding several feet of chain in either hand. With a whip, he springs his arms forward and begins to twirl the chains in front of him. And the creatures shriek and back off as they see that there's only one left in this arena that's willing to fight.
Spirit of vengeance.
You hear the sound of metal chains dragging across a wood and sand floor. You hear the shrieks of creatures above you. But you no longer hear any thumps. All you hear are the chains whipping through the air as they're being spun around. The tips of them dragging in the sand, creating these huge figures of 8 around Mr. Pump.
We need to go. We need to go help him.
Yeah, I thought we
Not
were.
that he
We're
needs
just-
much help.
I thought we already broke down the door and we were over there on the floor helping him out.
Not yet, you haven't. You've just decided that's what you're going to
We
do.
were still doing
I
a
thought we
victory
decided that a
speech.
while ago.
Yeah, but we were in the middle of a victory speech and trying to get George to smarten the fuck up.
Sam, you hear vibrations through the stone again.
Don't you say his name. He hasn't.
Under my feet.
Golems rise. And you hear the sounds, very faint, but you hear the sounds of metal tearing apart on the other side of the Colosseum.
Okay, now's our time. Now's our time. I hear them. Now is our time to fight. Now is our time to go. Let's go. No, George, let's go. Gets dragged along.
This almost sounds like a for Sparta moment.
Yes. I'll let you do
What's
that,
Sparta?
Brian. What's up, George? What do you want?
What's Sparta?
Yes, Jeff.
What's
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Have we got time for a toilet break?
Yes. Oh, time's up.
Oh,
I thought you already went.
We should have had the door broken down when my wife called, but she is kind of busy right now.
okay.
And she wants to do another 45 days down. That's going to be 135 days?
They must be offering a hell of a lot of overtime for this.
Yeah, it's up to 12 hours right now. They just took 15,000 Haitians out from underneath of a bridge and are camping them out on the biggest missile test area in the United States.
Are they paying like triple time for all this?
That's just double time.
Double time's still good.
She's very busy.
I mean, that's enough money for you to buy yourself another wife, easy.
I seriously cannot believe that Biden is having the Haitians fly them out.
As
No,
in opposed to
I-
what, machine gunning them from towers
Well, I figured they'd be
like Trump
citizen-
would.
I figured they'd move them throughout the United States or somewhere. But they're actually paying to fly them back to Haiti. Prime Minister just assassinated. No money coming in. Earthquakes out the yin yang, as well as hurricane season. Let's just fly them back over to Haiti.
But your wife is a beautiful person for doing what she's doing. She's helping a lot of
She's doing
people.
what she can. I mean, she's feeding people. She's doing the best that she can over
Exactly.
there.
Alternatively, she could be one of the guards in the Colosseum.
But no, that's every 45 days when she does it.
Okay, what are you guys gonna do?
Yeah.
I think we've said we're just gonna run in.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
well,
thought it
that's
was
what I
running to
said.
begin with.
Because,
Yeah.
Collectively,
well, if we had of, then Mr. Pump wouldn't have necessarily got to do that. So,
collectively, you smash your way through the nearest door, and that opens into a large vaulted space. You see columns above you with archways. These columns stretch out for about 100 meters in front of you and 300 meters at either end. In the center, you see a ramp that can be raised and lowered, and currently it's in its up position. Either side, there are two square platforms, maybe 5 meters by 5 meters, that can be raised or lowered up to the actual arena floor above you. You see the mechanism for the ramp. It's currently locked in its upper position, but you can see that there are counterweight, big sacks, probably of stone or of grain, that are used to kind of pull the ramp down and then back up again.
did we already fight the boss that drops the lever?
What?
I know you don't get it,
Not
but
yet.
they would get it. No, it's a lever.
Lever.
The lever.
It's a
From
lever.
lever.
I've said it that way my whole life.
See, the funny thing is, English pronunciation would say lever, but if you're raising dough or rising dough, it's leavening. So we don't say lever, but we say leaven for rised or fermented dough. Curious that. Nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Get the fuck on with it.
I say leave it alone.
Figure out how this mechanism works to lower it. Unlock it, spin it in a direction, or does it just automatically open?
The cat looks cross-eyed.
I think she might be a little bit. I don't know. She's never purrs.
Okay.
Oh, that's when you go like this.
Alright. So what's who's doing it?
So you can
We're
see
all breaking out.
you can see that there is space for this ramp to drop down, and at the moment there's a counterweight, a big sack of something hanging either side of the ramp. If you follow the rope up, you can see the pulley system, where if you were to pull the ramp down, the sacks would rise up, and then if you let go of the ropes for the ramp would raise and the sacks would come down. You figured that out pretty quickly.
I just had a little chuckle that I was thinking of there. A sack of something, eh? Sack of shit like George?
I don't know, as
I'm
long
sure
as
he's
the
got a
sack is
clock
waxed.
over here. He's got a clock over here that's like, okay, this is
George.
gonna be.
Oh, that's funny. So one person has to pull it. That's it.
You'll probably need a couple of people to pull on the ropes to bring the ramp down.
I got 18 strength.
I
Yeah,
don't,
it's not
but I'll
gonna be
help.
me.
I mean, you can
Don't-
you can instruct the other slaves to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, they used to being slaves, to be honest.
But
You
we are
big
trying to
muscly
stop that
guy.
from happening.
But they're still very
We're
good
not
at following
doing anything.
instructions.
Well, they can help us.
Okay,
We'll just say everybody on the rope.
as you break out into this space, you start issuing instructions to lower the ramp. You see that there are a couple of guards that are already standing by on the ropes, ready for the next batch of criminals or those that have been judged to be thrown into the arena. They were not expecting all of you at once. They feel a little bit overwhelmed. As such, they let go of the ropes and run. Taking up the ropes that they've dropped, two of the slaves on each side grab the ropes and begin pulling, and you see the ramp from this vaulted ceiling start descending with little showers of sand as it comes down. After a moment, they've pulled the rope as tightly as they can, the counterweights are pulled all the way up, and they shout at you, "Look, we can't hold it for much longer, get the fuck on with this."
All right, everybody on.
Everybody on, who's
getting
getting
on.
on.
Okay, you and the other slaves start running onto the ramp, and within a few seconds you feel that the ropes are starting to kind of slide through the fingers of those that are holding, and the ramp starts to lift up as the counterweights begin to drop back down. You begin to emerge out into the daylight, stronger daylight than you've seen for some time. And around you, you see the Colosseum, the crowds roaring and chanting with people. It is monstrous. It's one of the biggest single buildings you've seen in your entire lives, and that includes anything you've seen in Ankh-Morpork. 100 meters.
Or anything?
Sorry again?
Do I see flagpoles or something that's nice and conductive up high?
100 meters on the short axis, 300 meters on the long axis. The ground in front of you is a pure oval. There is a wall 12 feet high, or it's about 3 or 4 meters high, and then the stadium seating carries up with hundreds of people, tens of thousands of people here to be entertained by the games. You hear the occasional cry of the food vendors, "Sausage in a bun! Sausage in a bun!" as they walk between the crowds, and you see the people cheering and waving flags and rags and bits of cloth. At the very top of the seating areas, you see flagpoles with flags fluttering in the breeze, with the Klatchian colours hanging proudly upon them. On the high axe, you see 7, 8, 10, 15, 20 stacks of seating going up well over 100 meters into the sky. And as you turn around to the other side, in the low axe, you see that's where noblemen would sit. And at the very top of the low axe, you see the royal box where the emperor sits. Surrounded by greenery, surrounded by laurel leaves, surrounded by flags of the Klatchian Empire.
When
And
we
the
bust
Emperor...
open the door, is there a chance that I can hit a lightning bolt on the banners above the Emperor? And say,
From where
ready for
you
the
are...
disco demolition.
Hang on, I've got to do the Pythagoras in my head here. What's the range on your lightning bolts?
Infinite.
Messing with his Pythagoras.
His number theorem.
Hey, at least I didn't say
Yeah. That's my birthday.
What, pi? Your
March
birthday is
14th,
just
yeah.
pi. Once a year,
March 14th.
there is pi.
It should have been St. Patty's Day. That's so close.
I know.
So what's the range on your lightning?
I don't know. You didn't put anything.
Because you're not supercharged by a Kraken storm at this point.
Yeah.
Time.
I know.
He didn't give me enough stuff.
Hang on.
Sausage roll.
Let me check for
Oh,
lightning.
there is.
Okay, I'm just going to check for the spell lightning bolt.
Okay, 10 feet. Okay.
Sausage pies.
Times intelligence.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're definitely out of range
Like
of the
200.
Emperor. If we're working on a 3, 4, 5 Pythagoras basis, you're 100 meters away from the wall, and the Emperor's going to be at least 30 meters up in the air.
100 meters away from the wall, though.
100 meters to the wall and 30 meters up.
So I can torch the bottom of it.
So you're on a 10 by 3.
If he had a long one.
So you're going to
We might
need...
want that for the ranger, so I just do one up in the air.
On a 10 by 3, you're going to need a 75 minimum meter range, which is, what, 200 and something feet? So you're out of range. This is a
Never
big
mind, I'll leave
amphitheater
alone.
that you're in. The crowd and the cheers and the sounds of all these people, all this joy, all this terror overcomes all of you. You've never seen anything like it. And then suddenly your attention snaps and you see Mr. Pump on the other side of the arena with 2 lengths of chain in either hand, maybe 20 or 30 feet long, spinning them, building up speed like a helicopter waiting to take off. And you see doors opening in the walls on either side of him.
And we see what on the other side of him?
Doors opening in the walls. You can't see what's coming out of the doors yet.
Can we do Sparky helicopter move?
Is there anybody else around except for us and Mr. Pump? Or
You can see the remains of several smashed golems, broken limbs, broken bodies, parts laying on the ground like rock strewn after a small explosion. You can see the remains of bodies, hundreds of bodies torn apart. Okay. Of flies that have been zapped. Hundreds of bodies torn limb from limb by whatever creatures. You can see the remains of some of the creatures that have been fighting. Exotic animals like lions and tigers. Some of them seem to be even winged. Parts of them that have been cleaved in two. Parts of them that have just collapsed on the dirt floor and bled out from their injuries. But across the other side of the Colosseum, you see Mr. Pump spinning up the chains. Because he's not going to let them get away with this.
We're not gonna take it.
Pump's not gonna take it. Okay.
Sausage in a bun.
Twisted Sister.
Get your sausage in a bun. Meat pies. Not strictly meat, but, you know, read the terms and conditions. Meat pies. Get your hot meat pies.
Would you like to try a meat pie?
We can't even go to him because we'll get smacked. Or
He's gonna
interrupt whatever
recognize us when we
he's trying to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we want to make sure.
If we go on holding hands across,
Yeah, but the ones we're with he won't recognize, so we want to make sure that they don't get hurt either.
well, we gotta
Yeah.
run in there first, maybe, so that way he recognizes.
Well, it depends on how far he's gone, because we've seen him go pretty far and he doesn't recognize some things.
Yeah.
Plus, whatever's coming out right now and he's charging up some whatever he's doing, it's maybe not best to go up to him and interrupt this right now.
Right, I'm going to defer to all measurement in feet at this point, because that's the D&D rules. Mr.
Okay.
Pump is about 100 feet away from you, which is about 30 meters. He's on the other side of the arena, and you can see the chains starting to spin up. because he's spinning them in both hands and they're kind of crossing intermittently above him. You can see they're kicking up large bursts of sand in the ground either side.
Okay, I'm gonna ready my bow, but I'm gonna yell out at least to our fellow people that we just freed. The golem is our friend. We must protect him.
The one with the chains.
Most of the human slaves look over at you in bewilderment. A couple of the more seasoned fighters give you a nod and kind of grip their weapons or just flourish their weapons and get a good grip on them as they prepare to fight. All eyes are focused on the doors in front of Mr. Pump as the doors begin to open.
We don't have weapons, do we?
You've got all your weapons and armor back.
I got you your weapons.
Oh,
got
you
your
did,
dagger.
okay.
got the
I don't
back,
think
right?
I was here when we got it back.
So the two, you've come up from below the arena floor. That's where the slave quarters are. Now that you're actually on the arena, the doors around the arena wall are where the creatures come in. Two doors, two big, huge double doors swing back in front of Mr. Pump, maybe 30 or 40 feet in front of him. And you hear a sound come from behind the doors.
It's Bert's cat.
You hear the leathery scraping sound as something is almost like scraped across the ceiling of the tunnels. And from out of the tunnel you see the face of a lion, followed by wings.
Oh
A
no.
griffin? Wait, is there only one
Is
griffin?
anything
Or is-
related to the Witcher here?
You see two come out either side and start to spread out, kind of flanking
Rare form.
Mr. Pump. They have vaguely humanoid faces, forward set eyes, almost human nose, but they have a mane around the side of their heads. And you can see that the body of a lion and the wings of a dragon. As two of these creatures immediately split and spread to try and flank Mr. Pump from either side.
How far are they? You said they're it's about 100 feet?
They're about 100 feet from you, yes.
Yep.
Manticore?
Two
of them?
It's a rare form of manticore.
It's a rare.
Now,
Are you
while
calling
we're
me
out
a
here,
liar?
there's someone that's clearly in charge, right? Is there like a throne or something like that where
That was
somebody
the Emperor's box, which is currently behind you in the Loax.
Okay.
You haven't seen the Emperor, you've just seen the box with all the laurel leaves and the floral decorations around it, but that's obviously the most expensive seat in the house.
Okay. Oh, crap. I have very bad idea.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, it's not a first, is it?
No, and it's something I've definitely tried before. I
Okay.
think Omar already knows where I'm going. No, it's not.
Are you actually?
You hear a rumbling across the floor as the two creatures stalks either side of Mr. Pump.
Okay, we gotta go. I don't know.
I don't know how well that came out on the microphone, by the way.
Okay. Are you ready to fight? I'm going to lead the charge.
Okay.
But when I get within 30 feet, just way closer than I'd like to be, but it's as close as I need to get, I'm gonna cast Animal Friendship on these two beasts.
Okay.
You be my friend.
Will you be my manticore?
On both of them simultaneously.
Yeah, it's at level 2 I can do up to 2 creatures.
How many levels can you go up to?
I've only got it up to 2nd level.
Okay, I can guarantee it won't work.
Okay.
Not at level 2. Not at
Well,
level
level
4.
Level 2 only lets me... Each level lets me more creatures to... That's all it does.
Okay, not at level 2. Not
Okay.
at level 4. And even if you combined all of that casting power into a single creature at level 6, no.
So these
Well, it's more 'cause
guys are.
it's not an animal, it's actually a creature. Because there's a difference between charm animal and charm monster.
Is
The
it?
charm
Okay.
monster is like huge level difference.
It's a monster.
So its intelligence is level higher than 4.
Yes.
You're kitty,
Okay.
kitty.
Then yeah, that won't work. Okay. Well then.
In front of you, you
We
see
still gotta.
Mr. Pump spinning his chains as he's frantically looking left and right to keep a track of each of these creatures. And then suddenly you see him cross his hands while the chains are spinning, and you see both chains lash out and whip the ground, tearing up the sand and the dirt in front of each manticore, and they both back off a little. As he uncrosses his hands, he begins spinning the chains again. Roll for
Okay.
initiative.
Okay.
We have
Yep.
to rush in.
Hey, how does that song go?
Woo!
Only fools rush in?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Woohoo!
Wait.
3?
We got a 10 in total.
I got 21.
Well, that looked like a 3 to me. 2 and 1 is 3.
What for you?
Okay, so we've got a 21, a 10, a 4, and a 3. Is that right, Dustin? What did you get?
I got a nat 20, so that's a 23.
Well, no, there's no 3. I was just saying that Bart had 3 because he holds up 2 fingers and then 1 finger.
Oh.
Oh,
I got a 16.
oh yeah, you've confused Omar.
Okay, Dustin, you're up first.
All right. Well, I've got a few things that I can do due to a few features. Okay. Yeah, I can't do that. Can't do that.
I could probably do pretty close.
All right. I
Just a light bulb like danced around.
She's
Sorry,
napping now.
just double
I don't
checking.
wanna forget my
all right. I already readied my bow, so I'm just gonna end up doing that. And what I can do is, I've actually got 2 attacks, so I'm gonna shoot a bow at each of these. So as my action.
For anybody that's watched along in the audience, this is what our players are fighting against right now. Human face, head and body of a lion, and the wings of a dragon. This is a manticore, which is a mythical beast of actual French mythology. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
Oops. Sorry, just.
Oh no! Now we're starting to lose this connection.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna attack with my bow.
Left or
The
right?
first one. First one's gonna be on the left,
Okay.
but I get 2 attacks, so I'm gonna do 1 on the left and then 1 on the right. It's part of my action. So the first one is a 28 to hit.
28 is a hit.
Okay. And that's for 8 damage.
Okay.
And then for the creature on the right, that is a 20 to hit.
That's a hit.
And that is only 7 damage.
Okay.
And
You
that
st-
is my action. And I'm not going to use a bonus action.
What about your movement?
See, these can be within 150 still, and that's good. So I'm gonna just stay where I'm at, actually, because I'm within range. So I will not move at this point then.
Okie doke. Bart, you're up.
All right, I've got my turret out, right?
You've got your turret, yeah, if you want to deploy it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's put that out. I'll put him on the one to the right.
Okay, I'm going to run the turret on the same initiative that you're on.
Thank you.
What's the HP of your turret? Because you'll need to keep a track of that.
All right. I'll make sure I have that on the character sheet.
I think it's something like 3 or 4 times your spellcasting modifier or something.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 40.
Okay, so if you keep a track of your turret's HP throughout this. Okay, deploying your turret is your action. What else do you want to do? You've still got movement and bonus.
All right, I'm going to move towards Mr. Pump.
Okay, you're going to call out to him that friendly's approaching from the rear.
Oh, I'm going to say, hey, buddy!
Okay, that's the end of your go?
Should I zap him in the butt? That'll be okay. What's the bonus action?
That's if you're going to be grabbing a potion off a bandolier or a belt, something that's easily accessible, or if you're going to be shouting a single word command or communicating with your team with one or two
so
words.
that was the bonus action. Alright, got it.
Okay, Manticores go next. You hear the coming from either side of the arena as they stalk around Mr. Pump. They haven't yet focused on the party. You're still too far away to be an immediate threat to them. First of all, you see the Manticore on the left. Its tail is kind of quivering around, almost like watching a cobra sliding around under the pipes and the flute and the music. And then all of a sudden, the tail flips forward and spikes come shooting out towards Mr. Pump. So we've got 2 hits on Mr. Pump.
It said I could summon it for free and I could still got a spell. Dang it.
Okay, the second Manticore is kind of stalking his way around to the right. And again, he starts with this spiked tail attack.
That's still an action part. That just means it doesn't use a spell slot.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
We've got 1 hit on Mr. Pump from the right-hand side that does 10 points of damage.
Oh, God. We have no idea how to heal him yet.
Okay, Brian, your turn.
It's a mending spell.
Mending doesn't work.
It doesn't?
No.
Huh.
He's alive. That's a...
It's a magical construct.
Okay.
If you had greater restoration, you could probably do something. But even then, that's a bit hit and miss, and that would require a dice roll. But mending, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Brian?
It says I can repair 2d6 on the turret if I do mending on it.
Right.
I'm gonna head to the one to the right. The main accord to the right.
Diamond, no, they do not. Not in this case, but I have raised his AC just slightly to account for that. Brian, you're aiming for the right. Go ahead.
Okay. I think in this instance right now I'd be using the mace.
You're gonna go in there?
They are a good 100 feet in front of you, remember.
Yeah, I'm gonna head towards them.
Okay.
So I'll be 30 feet closer.
You gonna dash?
No, I'm not gonna dash. Oh yeah, bless his concentrations.
Yeah. You're probably gonna get hit if you get close.
These things work together.
Yeah, they have pack tactics.
So the best option for us is to have everybody going for one so that Mr. Pump can go for the other. They work together to bring down larger creatures. So
which one are we focusing on? The one on the right?
is there one specifically closer to us or no?
No
I put
particularly.
the force turret
I don't
on the
think it
one
matters.
that was hit less by Grellis when he shot.
So that would have been the right. The right one took less damage.
Yeah, so I was gonna have the force
Not
turret.
that you would actually know this, but the right one did take less damage by 1 point.
So that's why I was gonna have the force turret try to push that one back on its turn and hit the damage on it.
So do we
So that way
want
we can
the
focus to left.
Focus to left. Okay. That's what I wanted
Okay.
to know, which one you wanted to focus on.
then we can focus
Sure,
the left
everybody's
and
going
then
to the
have
opposite one that I go to.
Mr.
Well,
Oh, you've already started
you were the
running
lowest
that
initiative
direction?
though.
Yep,
I figured
it's
you would
still
track it
Brian's
when it was
turn.
going around.
I'm just trying to think here.
And good call, sir.
Yeah, I probably should have done damage both to one, but I wanted to get some damage on both of them just in case. Just
Probably
to get
be
started.
faster
Yeah.
if I actually
Yeah,
just
piss
did
them
a-
both off. I mean, what could hurt? What harm that could do?
Just with him saying that with our current levels, there's no way that we can make that happen. It kind of makes me think there's no way we could fight these things in general, unless we do it strategically. And I don't think trying to fight both of them at the same time is gonna really work.
Okay, so if I'm moving 30 feet, like I'm still not within 60 feet of them, right?
Not yet. You'd have to dash to get even within 10 feet of him. And I would suggest you announce your presence as you do so, because you're running up behind him.
Mr. Pump? Yeah.
Alright, I'll basically announce my presence saying your friends are here to help you.
Okay, you've moved into position. Sam?
And Brian, you just moved behind him, right? You didn't go towards either one of them. You just went straight for Mr. Pump.
He's about 10 feet behind, but close enough.
Close enough to take damage.
Well,
I love when
see,
Omar grins when we're right.
Right
It's
now,
funny as
I
shit.
would be worried to take damage.
I'm not smiling.
I'm not smiling, you're smiling.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I'm out of
towards-
Vespa.
Are you
I'm
through
just
your
hoping
leader
to-
yet?
That was a
I'm
triple as
hoping
well.
to catch some static in between it
I
all.
mean, you're looking for
So
a
if I
break
take
again?
some damage, though, that's fine.
So
But
yes,
that's the thing. That's the thing, Moko. I
Blizzard
was
of the Edge!
thinking. I have like potion of fire breath. I've got stuff like that, and we can put that into the chains that Mr. Pump's flying around, and we can make it extra crazy. I'm going to start. I can't wait to hear what George is gonna say in this situation. Poor George. I'm
Good.
As
gonna
if
go.
Omar can do the voice still.
Yeah, I'm gonna go left, like the plan, and I'm gonna try to take one of the attentions away from Mr. Pump. So left, like the plan. I'm gonna dash. No, I'm not gonna dash. I'm gonna run. I don't want to get within 10 feet yet.
Okay, so you're about 40 feet away when your movement ends.
Uh-huh. And
If you don't dash. If you dash, you'll pretty much be all in a nice little circle.
Circles are nice.
So
Well,
are you
I guess
intending to
so.
attack Sam?
I guess, yeah, because I want his attention away. So I guess I will dash and hope.
If you dash, that's your movement and your action used
Oh
up.
yeah, and
You
I
st-
can't attack.
You still have a bonus action where you can call out to do a minor action. So you can call to Mr. Pump to tell him that you're moving up on his left, on his right, directly behind him, or we got you, buddy, or damn, your ass looks fat in that.
It's like Captain America. On your left. On your left.
Okay, then I will dash, I guess, and then I like the ass comment.
Damn, your ass look like granite in that.
Put it in the star of the
Kitty
show.
cam now.
Damn, your ass look granite when you're swinging them chains.
Okay, the slaves go next. The group that you freed that are kind of chained together, including George. Guys,
go get him, Jeff.
I'm not okay with this. I really... And there's a yank as he's pulled forward off of his feet, as the slaves fan out in a circle, semicircle behind you, and you hear more coming from behind you now. Not that you will be aware of this yet, but 2 further doors have opened behind you, and 2 more manticore have been released.
Oh, pleasant.
So you now have 2 manticores in front of you, and 2 behind you, with a chain gang of slaves protecting your back. Next up is Mr. Pump. Mr. Pump looks as he's spinning the chains around him. He takes a look to the right, he takes a look to the left, and he gives you both a nod. And then crossing his hands again, he whips the chains out either side towards the manticores. 1 hit. 2 hits. And he does significant damage. He turns a head round to look around behind you, notices the rest of the party moving up behind him, but you see him, as he's looking around, continuing to swing these chains to try and keep these creatures at bay.
So is this turning into a hot tub stream? Because the cat's taking a bath?
Brian, you are closest to Mr. Pump at the moment, and you almost second guess yourself in the fact that you hear something like Pump Smash. Okay, Dustin, your turn.
Alright,
Had to help her
I
out
am
for a second.
going to use Hunter's Mark and mark the one on the left. I think that's the one we said we were going to go after.
Yes.
So anytime I hit it, I do an extra d6.
Okay.
Basically, that's it.
Moko obviously just saw
So
the
that's my
comment.
bonus action. So as my action, I still get 2 attacks with my longbow. So I'm going to do that.
Which one are you going for, left or right?
Left.
Okay.
First attack is a 16.
That's a hit.
Okay.
Cat's doing a comb over.
Yep.
She's the cleanest cat I've ever had, I think. Trims her own nails. She does like everything. Like, all right.
That is a 19 for damage on that one. I rolled
Nice.
max dice.
Okay, and your second hit?
And then my second attack. $24 to hit.
Is a hit.
Oh, wow.
You see.
12 total damage.
Okay, with that volley of fire from Dustin and the chains from Mr. Pump, the crowd suddenly goes quiet. As if suddenly they're not getting what they thought they were going to be getting. After a moment's quiet, you hear drums beating from behind the Colosseum, and the crowd begins to cheer once again. You hear the trumpets sound in fanfare, all as if this was planned for the entertainment of the crowd. Bart, your turn.
Kill everything. All right, so we've been attacking the left one. All cast by spell. At the left one, the force turret is going to go ahead and do a force blast on the opposite one.
Okay, so 2 lightning bolts from you first. So that's 2 ranged attacks.
$24.
Is a hit.
And 27 for damage.
Okay, second attack.
Was that going to be the force turret?
No, that you get 2 lightning bolts because you've got two plates in either arm, either hand.
Oh, okay. All right.
Omar, your music is a little bit louder than you.
14.
To hit. Is that 14 to hit or 14 for damage?
14 to hit.
That's a miss. Oh, hang on.
That right up.
No, that's a hit.
$24 damage.
Okay.
And the force turret
Don't have.
and pushed 5 feet away. So force turret. How do I figure out that? Just guess it's a regular roll. 14 again
Is a hit.
for the force turret. So that will push it 5 feet away. Five.
5 points of damage.
Yeah, the force turret, that's all it does.
Okay. From your point of view, Bart, you see the force turret. How does your turret manifest?
Directionally, I'm heading towards Mr. Pump.
No, I mean physically. What does your turret look like? Is it like a small ballista or what?
It's just an orb. A brass orb. Walking on 3 legs. Heading towards whatever target I tell it to, and it pushes it away with a hard lightning charge.
Okay. So, for the rest of the party, you see this brass orb, around about the size of a large beach ball, kind of stepping forwards on its spindly brass legs. And you see what emerges looks like almost sonic waves, followed by lightning bolts that shoot out towards the manticore. The first one strikes the manticore in its flank, and it turns, almost favouring one side a little, growling at the turret. The second blast hits the manticore dead on, throwing the creature back. It tumbles and rolls on the dirt floor, and then stops, quivers, and then goes silent. One down.
3 to go.
For now.
The second manticore in front of you notices what's happened to its pack mate, and it starts to circle and close in on not necessarily Mr. Pump. He's not the one doing the damage. It's the other members of the party. It moves to within, I'd say, about 25 feet of the group. Most of that would be within Mr. Pump's range. Dustin, were you on the left or the right hand side of Mr. Pump?
I was.
Well, if we were coming up behind it, then we were all on the left, right? Oh, you didn't move.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how far away I am.
You didn't dash, did you?
No, I didn't. I'm
He
still
didn't
like
move.
100.
Okay, so you're still at least 30 feet behind Mr. Pump.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, the closest target to the right-hand manticore is going to be the wizard. The manticore slams its tail down on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust either side, and you see the tail start to hover like a cobra in the sand. And then you see spikes shoot out from the tail.
Third part.
My electric armor was activated before I went out on the dance floor.
Yep.
Just to make sure. Okay.
Okay, its highest attack is a 14. Is that a hit?
Negative.
Okay. All 5 spikes either ricochet off your arco-mechanical armor or miss you entirely. Behind you, behind the entire group, and between the slaves and the crowd, you hear 2 more growls as 2 more of these creatures are released from the pens. You all take a quick glance behind you, and you notice that, well, the slaves have created a bit of a wall between them and us. We might be okay with this. The
Hopefully some of
manticores,
the other guys.
the manticores close on the other slaves.
Poor George.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, George, just go run down there and go and lock somebody else.
I
Well, while this
refuse to
happens-
remember his.
Are we gonna try to get, again, escape? Because if we get out of this, regardless, they're gonna be like, oh my
No,
gosh,
there
we
is
need to
no
keep you.
escape.
You need to
There
be...
is no escape.
Why?
Yeah, I think we just have to find our way. Where are we going to escape to?
Okay,
Not on
so
our
the only
side.
exit is below us, right?
No, we have no way out but through the stands. And then we risk the entire crowd because the creatures will follow us.
Right, manticores do a total of the one manticore on your rear left does a total of 29 damage, taking out 2 of the slaves entirely in the chain, bringing the rest of the party to a standstill as they're dragging around 2 dead bodies filled with these spines. Brian, your turn. You've got 1 to the right of you and 2 to the rear.
Okay.
Stuck in
I'll
the middle with you.
Go to the to the one on the right. Just see what's Sam dying.
Yeah.
So can I engage with the one on the right?
If you use your full movement, yes.
Okay.
What are you doing? Spiritual weapon?
Other manticores. yours, Brian.
No, I'm using my mace. And now with it, it's like a motley crew of dice that I roll when I hit.
Is there a prayer to Offler in the process?
Make sure you ask for consent before you go in for this engagement.
Yes,
I
consent
did
is
want
cool.
to see the
Okay,
Temple of
you
Offler,
got
too.
you.
Well-
you were picking up what I was laying down, Dustin.
There is a prayer that's coming through because I am using that soft glow that I learned.
That
when
would
I'm
be
in
epic,
combat.
Simon.
So I'm going to imbue the mace as well.
Okay.
So when I attack it, it'll do radiant damage to it. So it's gonna stack a bunch on it here. So let's roll to hit. Ah, what was mace?
I don't know. Can you roll higher than like a 2?
+9. Okay. Ooh, well,
Add keyboard.
I got 15.
15 is a hit. Roll for damage.
All right. Four-sided dice is kind of useless in this instance because I haven't taken any damage yet. That doesn't matter anyways if I'm on the floor. Okay, I got 5 for the mace. 5 electrical damage.
Ah, Sam Squared is in the house. Welcome, Sam. Welcome.
Yes, she is.
That's Sam
and
2.0.
7 divine, or 7 radiant.
Okay, Brian. As this is the mace that the dragon gifted you, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, as you draw back the mace, something unusual happens. The handle of your mace splits out into segments. The head of the mace almost detaching from the grip where you're holding it, turning the weapon into a whip, increasing its range by at least 15 feet, and increasing its damage by +2. As you strike out, you notice all of a sudden the head of the mace extends out and lashes at the manticore, and lightning damage explodes around this creature. So recalculate the damage with +2 for your hits.
Okay.
So you're +2 to attack and +2 to damage.
Okay, so then I think I added that in because melee to hit is
You're getting an additional
strength.
+2.
An additional +2.
Oh, like
Yeah.
a +4 now? 'Cause
Yeah.
I already had it listed as a +2.
Sam's weapon, we saw what extra powers it had when you were in the bar in Ankh-Morpork.
Well, you guys did.
Yeah. Brian, you've just
One of us did.
you've just discovered the
Yeah,
extra
you did.
power that your weapon has. You just needed to level up before you could use it.
Ah. So now it's a +4/+4, right?
So this is the weapon that the dragon gifted you. You just weren't strong enough to unleash its potential at the time.
Yeah, your faith was
3
lacking.
is 7. Yeah, because I have the +2 already calculated into my attack. Because I got
So-
4 on strength, 3 for proficiency, 7, and then 8, 9. So I have a +9 with the mace to hit. So I'd already calculated that one in. I just didn't add it into the damage, that's all.
Don't you just love homebrew weapons?
So 7,
No.
5 electrical, so that's going to be 12. And then 7 radiant, which is 19.
Okay. So your mace acts almost like a flail,
I was
Giving
just gonna
you-
say that.
giving you an extra, well, at the moment, giving you an extra 15 feet of range. It still does your lightning damage on strike, but you get extra range on the weapon, and it's now, rather than being a +2, it's a +4 weapon. +4 to hit, +4 to damage. I've said this a couple of times during the campaign because this is a homebrew campaign. I would rather you have weapons that you grow with rather than just disposing of weapons every time you find something new. And you never really learn the power of the weapon that you're holding. Sam's dagger and Brian's mace are artifacts. So they have considerably more power than you've realised up to this point.
And
That-
mine are my nipple piercings. That are
Yours are your nipple piercings, yes.
Just clarify.
Your nipple piercings are basically yellow spheres with a little happy face on them.
Exactly.
So 90s.
Must be nice.
Your turns, though. I just uncap and then.
Okay, Brian, that's your turn ended?
Yep.
Sam, you'll go.
Which one died? The one on the right?
The one on the left is dead, the one on the right has been damaged. You've got two behind you.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around and help everybody else then.
Okay. The rest of the slaves are about 15 feet away from you. So you
The
can
one on
eas-
the right did also get pushed back some.
Okay.
Sorry.
the slaves behind you that are basically like chained together with George.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about this, honestly. Ah! They're about 15 feet behind you. The two that were, let's say their spirit hadn't been broken yet, are brandishing whatever weapons they could find. Meanwhile, the other slaves that are frankly just giving up at this point are now dead weight being dragged around behind these two fighters. You've got two manticores, one to your left, one to your right.
Okay. Dustin, where are you?
Near
You're
them.
like near the slaves.
Yeah, I'm probably between you and them.
Okay.
He was equidistant with the slaves because he had set.
Yeah.
They basically formed a wall like behind me. They're facing off those two, and I'm facing towards me, Mr. Pumpkins.
Okay, I'm gonna go up with Dustin then.
But you're gonna face with the crowd or with the slaves, or
I'm
are you? So you're gonna
yeah,
go
I'm
past.
facing with them.
So you're
I'm
gonna
gonna go
slightly
past you, I
past.
guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit past you.
So you can move all the way up to all the way up to the
Shoreline
slaves.
amphitheater.
Sam, you can move all the way up to the slaves and stand pretty much beside them within your movement turn.
Okay,
They're not
I'll
that
do
far behind you. So you've got two. One to the left, about 30 or 40 feet away. The other to the right is about 50 feet away. The slaves have yet to attack any of them. They're too far away at this stage. The manticores are just circling and keeping out of range of the melee weapons.
Did you say shield was for myself where I could put a dome around my area?
Yeah, but that's a reaction. So when somebody attacks you...
Right, when someone attacks.
Yeah,
Okay.
when somebody attacks, before I calculate the dice roll, you have to shout shield. And then that will automatically increase your armor class.
Right.
Yep.
So right now, you need ranged weapons. And you've got the mother of all ranged weapons.
A dagger. Throw it on
Well,
one's
the
head.
dagger I could throw,
Boom.
but then I'd end up on their head.
Okay.
And
Wham,
Yeah.
backstab.
You want to ride
Yeah.
that bitch around the arena.
yeah, I was gonna say,
Oh,
and
sorry.
where's the negative on this?
Grab a handful of
Right.
mane and ride that
You're
thing
right.
around the arena.
Like you wouldn't do
I've-
that to the dragon if you got a chance.
I definitely would, and I've had so much
Mr. Pump
practice going up to
impersonation.
this point, so it's fine. Let's do that.
So using your dagger.
Against the mana
Yeah.
core.
Okay, give me a ranged attack.
Can the mana core get it?
D20 plus
the
all
thing.
of your dex modifiers.
You've got to hit the thing.
I know.
Given Sam's dex, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Because I had the dex to the first roll, right? Like,
Yep.
Wait. Well,
So it's D20 plus your proficiency plus your dexterity, which is going to be like plus 10 by now.
Don't worry, I wouldn't slam it with the hammer. You're too cute.
That's what he said to the last cat.
Dude, the last cat, that was a heartbreaker. I swear to you, that was bad, Omar. It was bad.
I was there when it happened, and
Uh,
my heart fucking broke for you, and I'm sorry.
Were we?
What happened?
We were about to play. We were about to play, and I had just started stream, and his cat.
I think we were about ready to start Warzone, and like my cat died at the instant that she was starting stream. It was insane.
But it
man.
happened on stream. Like, he had to go, and then I heard yelling, and I was like, "What's wrong?" And he came back, and he was like, "My cat just died," and it was like a whole thing.
And it was
I
like
felt
no
really
BS.
bad.
She had a grand mal seizure, latched onto a blanket, and I was trying to give her CPR or whatever else, and my kid's been having headaches and stuff. That's why I had to go to the hospital today. I wasn't here earlier.
My total's 34.
Woo! Just stuff, man. Just stuff. Life. But you know.
Okay, so that was a 34 to hit.
Yeah.
are you sure?
What did you roll on your dice?
I rolled an 11, but my dex, we added.
Wait, what?
So your dex should be what, a +6, +7?
Plus 5,
Well,
right?
I thought I had the actual thing.
So you add your dex modifier, which is +5, and then you
So it's
add your
19.
proficiency, which is +3.
19.
19. Okay, 19's definitely a hit.
34.
Are you
Well, I was wondering. I was like, am I supposed to do that?
Okay,
A little number.
roll your
The little
damage?
number. The big number only tells you what your modifier is.
It's
Helps you get your modifier.
yeah, it's the plus number that you tend to use more often.
Right.
Yeah, and without magic, you can't really. Outside of Omar's rules, you usually can't go above the plus 1.
$28.
Okay, you, mark off one of your level 1 spell slots.
Okay, what?
You throw the dagger at the right hand.
It's a spell. See,
You
for this
throw
dagger.
your dagger at the right hand manticore. You don't quite hit its neck. Instead, you catch it in the sternum. As the dagger sticks in, you teleport straight to the handle and rip its sternum left to right across the body, swinging your
Excellent, that's
entire
what I was
body
picturing.
weight and then pulling the dagger free as you go.
That sounds.
And then all of its intestines spill out on the floor.
Not quite. She was a little too high. She caught it just under the rib cage, severing the kidneys and severing the liver.
and angering it very much, just in time for its turn.
Okay,
And landing
you
right below it.
the dagger pulls free of the creature, still in your hand, and you land on the dusty sand floor in that superhero pose with the dagger out to one side and slide along the sand.
You know, that's really hard on the knees.
The crowd goes crazy.
Oh no.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You hear the drums increase. You hear the trumpets increase. And the manticore flips down on into its side and starts writhing around before it's able to pull itself back up. At which point you are sliding along the sand, dagger in one hand down, stabilizing you. And you come to a halt. If you've got a bonus action, if you want to say something epic to the crowd, now's the time.
You just got wrecked.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Right?
He just got wrecked. Dixie wrecked.
Okay.
Straight and narrow.
Oh, that's another good one. Keep throwing a straight there.
You've just leveled up already, so I can't give you a level. I'm giving you an inspiration point,
Yay!
which means you get the choice to re-roll the dice later on in the game.
Okay.
I still haven't used mine from like, I don't know, 7 episodes ago.
Well, whose fault is that, Dustin?
So remember when I
My
said
dice?
remember when I said I didn't have an inspiration point left?
You do?
You did.
I did.
Okay.
So now I have 2.
Yeah, which means at any point you get to ask me to, you get to re-roll your damage dice or your skill check dice, as long as you haven't completed adding up all the numbers yet.
And just know,
Okay.
Sam, Omar's being nice. Usually with inspiration, you get 1, and unless you get a special inspiration die, which this is not, like maybe from like a spellcaster,
Yeah.
you just would lose out on this chance of inspiration.
Because you already have one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If-
Just for future games.
If you hadn't leveled
know.
up yet, that would have been an instant level up. Because you finally used your character's kind of trademark battle cry.
Yep.
Bitch got wrecked.
I've been waiting for you. I already knew you'd get this. I just couldn't say
Yeah,
anything.
we've all been waiting for this to happen. Sausages in a bun. Sausage in a bun. Meat pie. Sausage. Right.
Down on all the code words.
It's the slave's turn. Chained up.
Well, my name's Dixie Wrecked. and
And you just.
my
Oh my god.
yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. All she had to say was you got wrecked.
Yep.
Yeah,
Dixie
you
wrecked.
just got wrecked. Dixie Wrecked. I don't think they are. I think they're flying low right now. They're
I don't
upset.
know. The crowd.
Oh yeah.
The,
My wife
no,
just
but
said
Okay,
she
the
wanted to
crowds
spend
are
another
wrecked.
45 days in X.
that's the cat.
No, that was
No,
me
that was
growling.
him.
I
I could see him do it.
don't know. I've gotten that growl from a cat before.
That's
No,
gonna
I
be
know.
75 days.
Okay. The group of slaves stride out towards the one
Don't worry, I
on
still
the,
got
on
a
the
10-day
left.
conjugal. She'll
So-
show up for 10 days in between.
The other one
Good.
to which Sam was fighting, and they'll swarm around the manticore. One of the slaves gets ripped to pieces in the process, but they do land some pretty heavy damage on the right-hand manticore, the rear right hand. Sam was engaging the rear left.
No, Sam was engaging rear right.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, sorry, rear right is Sam, rear left is slaves.
Yep.
It's now Mr. Pump's turn.
Yay.
Get him
Mr.
pumped.
Pump has one manticore left in front of him. He's got his chains spinning, and he whips them out in front of him towards the creature. Which is 2 freaking well solid hits.
I may have to just turn around and ignore this last one on the right.
Yeah, but the doors, they always open.
Oh, you don't have the tier 2 for Bun Bun, do you?
What? Oh, no, I don't. I can't afford it. Tier 2s?
Okay, Mr. Pump lands
But no
2 wicked slashes at the remaining manticore in front of him to his right. You see the dust whip up from the edges of the chains. You see blood spraying up into the air as he does so. Mr. Pump turns and looks behind him to the slaves, and then turns further round and sees the pile of wrecked golems that have been torn apart in previous fights. And Mr. Pump rages.
Wait, he wasn't raging already?
He wasn't raging before. I thought he was.
Normal.
2
Right,
more
okay.
attacks leech out from Mr. Pump. Doing more damage to the Manticore. Okay, Dustin, top of the round.
Yeah. How are each of the manticores looking? The 3 that are remaining.
The one
Look
for
cute.
the one
Both of
forward
them look cute
right.
to you.
Sorry, the
See
one
what you
forward
got.
left is dead. The one
Yep.
forward right is looking pretty battered. He's bleeding quite heavily. The one rear left is wounded. The one rear right, there's not much left. The rogue has kind of cut him in two.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around to where the slaves are attacking and look to that one.
So you've
As
got-
a bonus action, I can move my hunter's mark from the one that is dead over to that one.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my attack with my longbow.
Okay, go for it.
So first attack on that one will be a 27 to hit.
That's a hit.
Okay. And 14 damage.
Okay.
Alright. And if it's still standing, I will take my second attack on the same one
Yep.
for a 29 to hit. Jeez.
Yep.
Just missed a crit.
1 point off a crit.
Yeah, I know. My D8 has rolled the same one every time. It's weird. Almost. That will be 15 more points of damage.
Still standing.
Okay. And I guess that's it. I'm not going to move. If I can, I'd yell out to the slaves to cut off their dead weight to help them.
Okay. Bart, your turn. You've got 1 front right, 1 rear left.
Rear left is with the slaves, right?
Yes.
Front right, that was the one with the force turret already engaged.
That's the one Mr. Pump's been fighting, yeah.
But the force turret was still on this one.
Force turret's still on the rear, on the front right, yes.
Does it assist any if I push it towards or any directions for Pump?
With the range you're at, I don't think it matters.
Because my little glove is over there messing around with them. Let's go for the randomness. Cast a spell at the one with my turret.
Okay. Wild cast.
Grease!
Style it out.
Love it.
Come on, style it out.
I sit there and get off all the sweat and the funk from being in there. Sling it underneath the manticore. Add a little bit of electricity into it with the sand and get a nice layer of glass right underneath that manticore.
Okay. So, you do no damage to the manticore,
No, it needs to make a dex saver.
but, yeah, it's now on difficult terrain. We have a 9, so I'm guessing that's a fail.
Indeed.
So you've turned the sand beneath the manticore's feet into glass. It slips.
And my force turret blasts it with
Okay.
its, it was 8. I gotta keep looking at this thing. It's not a common damage.
Oh, wait, do you want to do that?
He doesn't necessarily have a choice when he's wildcasting.
Well, no, yeah, what I just hit it with is what I gotta hit it with. So there's gonna be a patch underneath of it, grease. But
Right,
I
but
also
you're-
had my force turret beside of it that I can blast it for 2d8.
Right.
And it's gonna
But you're-
push it 5 feet.
Go for
So I
it.
can push it 5 feet towards Mr. Pump, who's still, is he spun up or is he,
He's still spinning.
okay. So I can push him towards him to get slammed, as well as give him 2d8.
Yeah. My question is, does he still have grease under him?
Oh, he doesn't have grease on him, it's not that big. Not that I can really pick how big it is, but 10-foot square. So 10 foot is like 1 mana core. Oh my god, 2 8s in a row. $26 damage.
Nice.
26 damage. Okay, how do you want to do this?
Well, the bitch got laid on his ass, and then he got blown this way. Whichever direction I had the orb headed from me, towards the right one, he's either going to get pushed a little bit away from his puppet, or he's going to get pushed a little bit... I don't know.
So
He's going down and
when
he's pushing it.
Omar says, "How do you want to do this?" it usually means, "How would you like your kill to be executed?"
That means he's dead.
Oh,
So make it as
okay.
epic as possible for bonus XP.
Alright,
And to make the crowd happy.
I go running in.
I'll
Boom.
be right back.
Slap the greasy glass right underneath that mana core. At the same time that I have my Artificer's turret slamming a force wave onto him. He slams him in between the sand. In between the sand. In the air.
One tray of sausages
layer
and
of
bun goes
grease.
flying in the stands.
The grease
Slow
in the
motion
glass.
falling.
The grease in the glass has split that mana core in half.
There's one kid that's about to get a manticore in the face, hoping for a
So
baseball.
you have a bottom mana core and a top mana core. The top mana core is
With a
headed
wet
over
slap.
towards the sand. The bottom
It's like
mana
all the
core is
people
just
in the
digging
stands
a
like
canal.
trying to catch a baseball.
Okay. So, in the stands, there's a kid who's not only seen a tray of sausages and a bun go flying,
It might just be the bunghole of a mana core.
but still hasn't cottoned on that there is a manticore flying towards him. Meanwhile, there is an epic father that just does that.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, there's one left. Rear left. Manticore's turn.
Would someone kill the one that I was on?
So, the rear left is attacking the slaves. Giving 2 solid hits with the tail spike. Killing one of the slaves entirely. Manticore moves into close range now with the chained slaves, and attacks George. I'm not happy about this. I just wanna, can I speak to a manager? And takes a slash for 25 across the face of George. George takes 9 points of damage and is then bit by the manticore for oh Christ, poor George, for 7 points of damage. George is down. I'm sorry, guys, you failed to protect George. As George kind of crumples to the ground, you just see a hand raise up from the sand. I'm not okay with this, and then the hand collapses down. Brian, your turn. There's one left, rear left of you.
Okay. I guess head towards it. So now...
So you can get within about 40 feet. No, George is definitely not dead yet. George is still in the fight. George
Okay,
is
so
just
you
like
said
looking for a
40
judge's ruling on this one.
So you said 45 feet?
About 40 feet.
40 feet, okay. So that is within range of my spell. Is that 60 feet for that?
Come on,
So
big guns
I
time,
will
big guns.
I'll fire a sacred flame at him, so he needs to make a dexterity save.
Okay.
17.
He gets a 21.
Alright, so I guess, well, sacred flame, like, would it actually be enough heat to like make glass in the sand?
Would have been. Unfortunately, the manticore dodges out of range, taking a bite at one of the dead slaves, just trying to get some meat in him, and comes up, basically rolls sideways, comes up on his feet, wings out, sand and dust flying everywhere, and the chain from the slaves in his mouth.
And you got like 4 slaves flying through the air.
George is being dragged around a bit. He's still not okay with this. But there's definitely 2 slaves with weapons that are willing to fight that are still standing. Sorry, 1 slave with weapons willing to stand.
So it's like the opposite of Black Knight. Hey, come back, fight me! I'll bite your kneecaps off.
'Tis but a flesh wound, damn you. Anything else you want to do? Yeah, damn, that saving roll was just too good. I rolled an 18.
Yeah. Shoot my fury at the sky.
You can use your bonus action to beseech Offla. At the sight of the manticore dodging your sacred flame, and not only rolling away, but coming up with the chains of the slaves in his mouth, the crowd begin to roar. The drums beat harder, and the excitement within the arena raises. Sam, your turn.
I'm nowhere near it, am I?
You're about 70 or 80 feet away. If you're going to use your dagger at this range, you'd be on a level 3 spell slot, which I don't think you have yet. 30 feet for level 1, 60 feet for level 2. So you could run and then use a level 2 slot if you wanted to throw your dagger.
You did it, you son of a bitch. Yes.
What's the threshold going to be for that one?
Diamond and Diamond Anvil, if you want to redeem a roll d20, we may have something to discuss there. After
did.
Sam's go, of course.
He did.
Yeah, he did. I guess we gotta take it down, so I'll make my way over, and then I will just try to do the knife thing again.
Okay, so you run 30, which is your full movement. You throw your dagger, give me a ranged attack, plus all your bonuses.
There it is. Damn it, why do I keep rolling so low today?
Hey, at least you're not rolling ones.
I know, but I don't think I've
rolled
got above
2.
15.
What did you
You
get?
should play Chaosium games.
So it's d20 plus initiative plus your dexterity modifier. So you should be adding like plus 8, plus 9 to these rolls.
Proficiency? Not
17 in
initiative,
total.
right?
17 total, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
Okay.
And that one is also engaged. So you get to add your sneak attack bonus here.
Oh. Oh
Who's he
god.
engaged to?
That's a lot.
Can we congratulate him?
He's already engaged with Brian because Brian's already attacked him. So you get to add your sneak attack.
Hey, I'm not married,
Congratulations,
no
Brian. Congratulations. Okay, so
He's just got engaged. You're gonna kill it already.
Somebody in the
Yeah,
crowd,
what a friend you
somebody
are.
in the high stadium seats lets off a little party popper with the streamers.
so dark in here.
So what? That's 4d6 sneak damage.
Is she
Did you do my
46?
sneak?
I didn't, but it's 4d6 that you're rolling for your sneak attack.
Oh, yeah. No,
Wait,
it
what
says 3d6 on here.
Yeah, it's 3d6. Level 9 would be 46.
Oh yeah, you're not up to level 9 yet, sorry. Yeah, 3d6.
Okay.
Sorry, I played too much rogue.
He's a barbaric. Okay, then that's... Jesus Christ.
I mean, is it gonna live before? Is it gonna be dead before your sneak
We
attack?
want the viscera to go ahead and explode throughout the stadium. Just let her roll. If everybody gets covered, everybody's happy, right?
He's only 33.
Oh my! That's it.
Only 33. Okay.
Well,
Let's
I didn't
see.
get the sneak
Better.
attack last time, and I got near that amount.
Yeah. Okay, but this time
Got
it was
higher
engaged with
rolls.
Brian, so you get the sneak attack. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want
Yeah,
do you want me
congratulations,
to do
Brian.
this for you, or do you want to do this one yourself?
Oh, I get to choose how to do this? Okay, No, I want you to choose. Do it
Okay.
up. Tell me how this happens.
The rest of the party are just focusing now on the last remaining manticore. You see the rogue come up out of her kind of like Black Widow pose, turn towards the other manticore and throw her knife. Mark off what your level 1 spell slot.
And I ran.
Two.
Sorry, level 2,
Yeah,
yes.
level
Level
two.
2.
And
And throw this evil black Damascus blade towards the final manticore. It catches it in the side of the neck, and just as the blade hits the neck, you see like a shimmer, and suddenly the rogue is actually floating in midair, holding onto the blade as it cuts all the way along the throat. You see the rogue swing her body down, acting as a pendulum as it flings across the throat and exits on the other side, at which point she spins, somersaults, and lands in her superhero pose.
Did you get that from the video I sent, or you sent me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The manticore...
Yeah, I knew it!
The manticore stares at the rogue for a second and shakes its head, and realizing that the head isn't moving but the body is shaking, and then slumps down on the ground, blood pouring out from the throat. The
Do I have to
crowd,
put my shield up so I don't get drenched in
the
blood?
crowd go crazy.
I can see the jeez.
With all 4 manticores dead, our 3 fighters, Mr. Pump, and the 2 remaining slaves stand upright. Somewhere in the dust, you see a little hand poke up. I'm not okay with this. I'm really very uncomfortable here. This hurts, and it smells very bad. The crowd erupt at the display of just sheer barbarity that it's seen fighting these 4 legendary beasts. You've cooperated, you've coordinated, and you've taken down these creatures. This was a warm-up match. This is day 1 of the Colosseum. But you've destroyed everything in your path. Mr. Pump is still swinging his chains as he turns around and faces the crowd. Sam, as the last person to have acted, do you have anything that you want to say to the crowd?
I think we deserve some sausages.
That's not what I was hoping for, but okay.
Sorry, that was a lot of work, and me and my people are hungry, okay?
Yeah, I'm running out of stuff.
Okay. Right, you demand sausages. The crowd cheers, and you see the sausage trays get thrown down into the arena. All the sausage vendors have been ripped of their merchandise. You see bottles of ketchup, bottles of mustard come flying, jars of pickles, and whole trays of buns showering down into the floor of the Colosseum.
Okay, so I'll just say you're welcome to all of you. That it's okay.
For the benefit of the audience, if she had said, "Are you not entertained?" she would have leveled up immediately.
Yeah, come on. He set you up with the perfect gladiator.
What?
You would have sacrificed your two inspiration points,
Go watch it.
but if you had not said, "Are you not entertained?" you would have leveled up instantly.
I already gave you one gladiator. Well, this was your turn.
From the box high amongst the crowd in the low axe, you see amongst the wreaths and the vines and the decoration in the royal box, you see a figure stand up holding his thumb out, waiting for the crowd. That was a 10 on a d20. I've got to roll again. The Emperor stands with his thumb horizontal.
She's
The cr-
never seen this. She doesn't know.
No, Sam doesn't know how this works. The Emperor stands with his thumb horizontal, listening to the cheers and the roars of the crowd.
We get to live or do we die?
Wait, we didn't. What about George?
The crowd erupts, screaming, "Live, live, live," amongst the cheers. You also pick up one Clatchian word that you are familiar with for your few days in this city, which is Outlander. Being cheered amongst the crowd. Mr. Pump, still spinning his chains, lets the chains slowly winds down and raises his hands, the chains draping from either side. And you hear the crowd shout, "Pump! Pump! Pump!" as the entire arena goes wild.
Can I go give Pump a hug because you thought he was gonna die? Is that okay?
Somewhere in the dust, amongst the dead bodies and the torn enemies, you see... Can I have a drink of water, please? Anyone?
Someone throws him a ketchup bottle.
Go pee on his
Oh, you have to be proud of him. You have to be
No,
proud
I
of him.
am.
He did
I
this.
will.
Isn't R. Kelly just getting famous today? I thought it just went to Jordan.
What makes it funnier? But this is not a kid. Is George here? He's handcuffed to somebody. Is that person dead?
There's a dead person on either side of him, which is why he's kind of collapsed on the floor.
Okay.
Dustin's gonna go chop each arm off.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Not of George.
I know you now. Yeah.
I'm gonna go free him, collect my dagger, and say, "Now you are a man, George, and you will be remembered."
Nice. Nice. It's such a good way to leave it. Now figure out the 2 arms on you. Study it.
As you do that, you see the ramp in the center of the arena drop down, and a dozen guards stream out around either side of you. Spears come down pointing towards you, and they begin to close in, pushing you back against each other. The Emperor has given his approval. The crowd have given their approval. Surrounded by soldiers with their spears pointed towards you, inches away from your body and your armor. One of the soldiers comes out with a set of keys and unlocks the surviving slaves. The whole crowd goes quiet. Up in the royal box, you see the Emperor step forward. Today, we have seen not just bravery, not just skill, but we have seen the spirit of the fighting few and the wandering many. For the crowd, we grant these few heroes their freedom. May they leave this city in peace. For everyone else awaiting to fight, know that this may be your destiny, if you please, the crowd. And the crowd roar in cheer.
I will take a bow and kneel before him and gratitude.
Me too.
The soldiers move forward.
I thought we'd have to keep fighting.
They unmanacle what few slaves still live, including George, who is pretty much laying on the ground now, just trying to stay out of everybody's way. You are led, still at spear point, but you are led down the ramp. The crowd cheering and cheering. Pump, 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 pump. You hear the words of the golems rising up from below you in the cells. Joining the cheers of the crowd. And as you step off the platform and the platform raises back up, the sounds die away and all you hear is the footsteps in the echoes under the tunnels of the Colosseum. And that is where we're going to end.
We end it. I've gotten so good at this crap.
And here,
That was
just looking at the very negative of this. We're free. So is Mr. Pump. How is Mr. Pump going to handle the other golems probably not being free?
What surviving golems may be there will be freed.
They will be free.
As his people.
Okay.
Mr. Pump's body.
Then that's fine. Because I was going to say,
why that
he
was
would
such a
probably
perfect
rage.
I mean, usually, like,
We could have died at any moment.
So
That's what
this
I was worried about.
this is where you were supposed to be at the end of last episode.
Okay.
But you took so long fighting those slavers that I had to throw a sandworm at you to speed things up a bit.
Yeah, how'd that work?
Keep going.
sorry. Like, I joined in.
So yeah, for everybody in the chat that hasn't seen this already, these are the kind of notes that I make in my game, and this is the amphitheater that we've been fighting in. So I do kind of lay out the plans of the areas that we're going to be doing these major set pieces in. And this was one of the major set pieces. Now, if you had not fought last episode, you'd have been sent to the slave pits, where you would have been sold to one of the gladiator schools. Essentially, the slaver's cousin. Not his brother. He does something very weird. We won't talk about that. But he was been sold to the slaver's cousin. That would have had you training at a gladiator ludus for exactly this. So you would have been put in at a mid-range tier of fighting. Maybe on the Wednesday, for example. Instead, you freed yourselves, blagged your way into the city, got into a bit of trouble with the law, and you were putting at day one, which is when they expect everybody to just be wiped out because the crowd just wants some bloodthirsty action. That's not what the crowd got. They got way more than they expected. Genuinely, Sam, if you had said, "Were you not entertained?" you would have leveled up on the spot. Because that's Russell Crowe's quote from the movie Gladiator.
I was looking for a spot to say it. It just didn't make sense to start. I do. But,
So, Sam, not only have you seen the full effect of your dagger and what it can do, Brian, you've also discovered the new function of your mace, in that it literally is Offala's tail. Or, in this case, more like a dragon's tail, in that the head detaches and extends out and acts like a flail or a whip. So that gives you extra range on that weapon. Okay, I've just had a spider walk across the wall next to me. You are not going to survive. No, he's dead.
For the spider, it's not.
God, to get her on time, I'm gonna take a lift.
Yeah, I just smeared him over the wall.
Omar goes to attack the spider. How do you want to do this?
D20. Crit.
Roll initiative, Omar.
Okay. I got a 1.
Diamond had a question for you. That's true. I do move a lot of bugs this side.
Similar to Modron. I'm not familiar with Modron. In the Pratchett verse, golems are the equivalent of robots. They are clay creatures that are fired in a magical kiln, and a small piece of paper with their instructions is put into the back of their head, and they basically follow that programming. They are semi-sentient amongst themselves, but they will just do as they're commanded until, frankly, they if you tell a golem to dig a hole but don't tell him when to stop, he'll just keep digging and digging and digging and digging. And that's how golems are designed. Now, Eric's character, Mr. Pump, was supposed to be an NPC in the game. And Eric just wanted to kind of jump in for an episode and see how he was doing. But he played that character so well in the fact that he went back and read 2 of the Discworld novels so he could understand the character. He played that character so well. Eric has pretty much been in with us since episode 3 of the game. Because
I played Eric first.
so golems are, you've got to think of them as automatons. They're robots with programming. And in this case, Eric has become Johnny Five, who is alive. He has not only become sentient, but he also actually now has emotion. And Eric is very, very close to becoming a real person. The golems that he's freeing, he's made the mistake of giving them freedom once before, but not telling them what freedom means. And even though they're free, they're just milling around waiting for further instruction, which is why they got captured again. Whereas when Eric was freed, he had the entire party here to teach him about what being free actually means. So huge difference as to what Eric's done as to what was done with him. We're not going to go down the point of the kind of lawful evil that he almost went down when he wanted to keep one golem back for spare parts. That was a bit of a mistake. But yeah, I did spend a little bit of time talking to Eric during the week, finding out exactly how he wanted Mr. Pump to react to certain scenarios, because I had a very strong feeling that this was going to be how the game played out today. Now, you took on 4 manticores, one of which was almost punched to death. There were other creatures I was going to throw at you, but it would have just dragged things on too far. So 4 manticores, I think, is genuinely enough. And given I wasn't running them at standard, I was running them at boosted level. So I'd leveled these manticore up. 4 of those was, I think, more than enough to get an interesting fight going. Brian's got some new skills that he's learned. Well, he's learned new features of his weapon. Sam has now deployed her knife in combat, not by accident when she's drunk, but actually now in combat. So the teleportation thing would have been a little bit startling to Dixie the first time she did it, because only Dustin knew that that's what actually happens.
Yep.
But the second time round, it's, yeah, I got this shit. I got this. It's like, no. Clear a space. Here we go. Watch this. So, yeah. You have your freedom assured by the Emperor. You have your glory assured by the crowd. The amphitheater of El Jem in Tunisia holds 35,000 people, or that's the estimate. Because some of it is still crumbling. It's probably the best example of a Roman amphitheater that's still standing. But they reckon it holds 35,000 people. And that's the kind of force that you were displaying your prowess. Plus trumpeters, plus drummers, plus all the flags billowing in the wind. And you will be allowed to leave the city in glory, but intact, and not arrested for your previous crimes. So, it's pretty much bringing us to about 4 a.m. my time. It's about 10 to 4 a.m. my time, which puts us pretty much on track. I am going to say we're going to call it here, obviously. You've already leveled up. Dustin, what level are you at the moment? You're level 7?
7.
Okay, so you're going to hold there for the time being. Brian and Sam, you're both on level 8. Eric is on level 8, moving up to level 9. Moko, you are still on level 7.
I thought I was actually 6.
Okay, you need to be up on level 7. So, next episode, when are we looking at for our next game? We're looking at October the 8th, which is 2 weeks from today. So, barring any interruptions with schedules, we're looking at October the 8th. Right. Who do we want to raid tonight?
Let me see if they have gone live. Yeah. There's a D&D group about to start in like 10 minutes. I don't know if they've already started up. I'm just checking it.
None of my regulars are online, apart from Bob Ross.
There's the Evan Arts.
I've got Evan Arts and Nick Louie with Dead by Daylight.
What's Evan Arts playing?
She just usually does like artistry. It's pretty.
Yeah, she's. I actually will be going in to tell her what I want drawn from me because she's asked if she has to do mine next.
Oh, she's doing your emotes, is she?
No, it's just when you gift subs or do a subscription, which I did a couple months ago actually. Then she'll draw something for you, and
Okay.
so I'm just next on the list now.
Okay, well, let's go give some love to Evine. So, everybody in the chat, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed today's session. This is... what is this characteristic of how our games go? Lots of fucking around and then some epic moments?
This stayed on task a bit more. There were moments.
Yeah,
But
true. Get out of those weird tangents.
we did do a couple of weird tangents, but
A specific weird tangent.
but for the most part, this progressed.
I'll never
better
look
than
at waxing
usual.
the same way.
To be fair, the feedback that I get from people that I know, like people in real life, they keep telling me that every episode gets better than the last, and I don't know how I can maintain that. Because every episode that we run seems pretty epic, and then the next episode rolls around, and it's just that tiny bit more epic. And I do not know how I can maintain that level of constantly improving. So if you have liked today, if you've managed to stay till the end, please do chuck me a follow, do chuck me a support. If any of you are interested in donating at all of this money goes to Sam, our rogue. We're still raising money for her to pay off her quite extensive legal bill for a custody battle with her kids. I should have mentioned it at least 4 or 5 times up to now, and I've completely forgotten. That's my fault. So, all subs to my channel, all donations to my channel do actually go to Sam. Or you can click on that link and donate to Silver Streak directly. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today, do come back in 2 weeks and you'll see some more. Otherwise, my streams tend to be more making and crafting. I'm doing a fair bit of work from my new jewellery workshop now that I've got all my dad's tools set up. And occasionally I'll be tinkering in the garage doing DIY projects. And sometimes I might even play computer games if I'm really bored. But most of what you'll see is me every fortnight doing this game, which I'm not ashamed to say I've worked pretty bloody hard on writing all of this and pulling this all together. This was episode 15. I hadn't written the story past episode 10 until very recently. I've now got enough material to run us to episode 30, but the way you guys fuck around, that's more like episode 50.
Amen to that, but I'm cool with
It's
that.
our uncanny luck.
And my uncanny dodge.
Plans are at some point next summer we might actually do an episode of D&D in person. Once all this COVID stuff settles down and we're able to travel, I'm thinking about having a massive meetup in Niagara and we all do a massive D&D session in a hotel conference room or some sort. Okay, so we are going to give Evine a little raid just to show a bit of love. Brian, did we end up setting up a raid command? I don't think we did. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for joining. I hope you've enjoyed today's session. D&D for us is a bit of a mixed bag. But yeah, this has been a pretty good session so far. Kept you guys mostly on track. We've had fun. We've done some monster killing. Combat in my game is usually quite rare, so when you do get to do combat, we kind of make the best of it. So, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for taking part today. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you'll come back for some more, and we will see you next time.